Jerusalem. Sinope. World War. Religious conflict leads to naval massacre that united Europe against Russian Empire. Crimean War. 1853–1856. Narrated by Dakikon Publishing. Copyrighted 2025. Prologue. Black Sea Dawn. The call to prayer drifted across Sinope Harbor in the pre-dawn darkness of November 30th, 1853. Hussein Pasha, Commodore of the Ottoman Squadron's 2nd Division, stood on the quarterdeck of his frigate Navik-i watching the first pale hints of light touch the eastern sky. The familiar rhythm of the muezzin's voice, carried on the cold morning air from the town's minarets, had awakened sailors across the 7 warships anchored in the harbor's protective embrace. One by one, figures emerged from below decks, their breath visible in the frigid air as they prepared for morning prayers. Hussein Pasha had known many such mornings in his 30 years of naval service. The Black Sea in late November could be treacherous, but Sinope's natural harbor, carved into the Anatolian coast like a cupped hand, offered protection from the worst of the winter storms. The town itself, ancient Sinope, where Diogenes had mocked Alexander the Great, climbed the hillside in terraces of red-tiled roofs and whitewashed walls. In the growing light, Hussein could make out the silhouettes of the other ships in Patron Bey's squadron. The frigates, Nasim-i-Zafar, Navek-i Damiad, Qaid-i-Zafar, Fazl-Ilah, and Nizamiye, along with 3 corvettes and 2 smaller steamers. They rode at anchor in neat lines, their masts and rigging creating a forest of shadows against the brightening sky. The morning routine aboard the Ottoman vessels proceeded with practiced efficiency. Sailors performed their ablutions with seawater, drawn up in buckets, the shock of the cold bringing them fully awake. They spread their prayer rugs on the wooden decks, oriented toward Mecca, and began the first of the day's 5 prayers. Hussein Pasha led his officers in prayer on the quarterdeck, his voice joining the murmured devotions rising from hundreds of throats across the squadron. The familiar ritual brought comfort in these uncertain times. War with Russia had been declared just over a month ago, and every man knew that enemy ships prowled the Black Sea's waters. As prayers concluded, and the sun's first rays painted the harbor waters gold, the ships came fully alive. Cooks stoked their galley fires, sending columns of smoke into the still air. The smell of brewing coffee and baking bread began to compete with the harbor's usual odors of tar, salt, and rotting seaweed. Boatswain's whistles pierced the morning, quiet as watch changes were organized. Young midshipmen scrambled up the rigging to scan the horizon, while gun crews began their daily inspection of the bronze cannons that lined each ship's sides. Hussein Pasha accepted a small cup of thick, sweet coffee from his servant and savored its warmth. At 53, he felt the cold more keenly than in his youth, when he had first gone to sea as a boy of 12. The Navy had been his life, his family, his calling. He had fought Greek pirates in the Aegean, chased Russian smugglers along the Caucasian coast, and commanded ships in the Syrian campaigns. Yet something about this morning unsettled him. Perhaps it was simply the war itself. The conflict that had erupted over Christian access to Jerusalem's holy places seemed to have taken on a life of its own, drawing in not just Russia and the Ottoman Empire but threatening to engulf all of Europe. The squadron commander, Vice Admiral Osman Pasha, known by his honorary title Patron Bey, had called his captains together the previous evening. A dignified man of 68 who had served the Ottoman Navy for over half a century, Patron Bey radiated calm authority, even as he shared troubling intelligence. Russian naval forces under Vice Admiral Nakhimov had been spotted leaving Sevastopol. Their destination remained unknown, but Patron Bey had ordered increased vigilance. The Ottoman squadron's mission was to patrol the Anatolian coast and protect the vital supply lines that connected Constantinople with the empire's eastern provinces. Sinope served as their forward base, a strategic position that allowed them to monitor Russian movements while maintaining communication with the Ottoman High Command. As the morning progressed, the town of Sinope came to life along with the warships. Fishing boats began to leave the harbor, their crews hoping for good catches in the calm seas. Merchants opened their shops in the bazaar, their voices calling out the day's offerings. Women made their way to the fountains and wells, gathering water and exchanging the gossip that knitted the community together. For the people of Sinope, the presence of the Imperial Squadron was both a source of pride and anxiety. The sailors brought money and excitement to the usually quiet port. But their presence also made Sinop a potential target. Hussein Pasha finished his coffee and began his morning inspection tour. He descended to the gun decks, where crews were cleaning and checking the frigate's armament. The Navek-i-Bahri carried 64 guns, most of them traditional bronze cannons that fired solid shot. It was a respectable armament, though Hussein knew the Russians had been experimenting with new explosive shells that could devastate wooden ships. The Ottoman Navy had been slow to adopt such innovations, hampered by financial constraints and a conservative officer corps that trusted in traditional methods. The gun crews stood to attention as Hussein passed, their faces showing the mix of experience and youth that characterized the Ottoman Navy. Some were grizzled veterans who had served for decades, their hands scarred from handling hot cannons and rough ropes. Others were recent recruits, drawn from the empire's vast territories: Anatolian peasants, Arab fishermen, Albanian mountaineers, and Circassian horsemen, all united in service to the Sultan. Hussein spoke words of encouragement as he moved through the ship, checking that powder magazines were properly secured and that the guns could run out smoothly through their ports. Above decks, the morning sun had burned away the early mist, revealing a perfect late autumn day. The Black Sea stretched to the horizon, its surface barely disturbed by gentle swells. Seabirds wheeled overhead, their cries mixing with the sounds of shipboard life. Signal flags fluttered from the squadron's masts as routine messages passed between vessels. Everything appeared normal, peaceful even, despite the state of war. Yet Hussein Pasha's unease persisted. He had learned to trust his instincts over 3 decades at sea, and something felt wrong about this morning's tranquility. He ordered the lookouts doubled and reminded his officers to maintain steam pressure in the ship's auxiliary boiler. The Navek-i-Bahri was one of the squadron's hybrid vessels equipped with both sails and a steam engine. Though the engine was temperamental and consumed prodigious amounts of coal, it could provide crucial maneuverability in battle. As the sun climbed higher, the normal routines of naval life continued. Sailors holystoned the decks until they gleamed white. Officers supervised drills and training exercises. The squadron's bands practiced on the foredecks, their Turkish military marches echoing across the water. Patron Bey's flagship, the Nasimi Zafer, flew the signal for captains to report aboard for the midday conference. Hussein ordered his gig lowered and prepared to row across to the flagship. Standing at the rail as his boat crew prepared to cast off, Hussein Pasha took one last look around the peaceful harbor. The town of Sinope basked in the Mediterranean sun, its ancient walls and medieval towers testament to centuries of history. The squadron rode proudly at anchor, the star and crescent flags of the Ottoman Empire streaming from their sterns. It was a scene of naval power and imperial confidence, a statement that the Sultan's writ still ran along these contested shores. Within hours, this peaceful scene would be transformed into one of the most notorious naval massacres of the 19th century. The wooden ships that now sat so confidently at anchor would be burning wrecks. The harbor waters would be thick with bodies and debris. The town would echo not with merchants' calls and military marches, but with the screams of the wounded and the roar of uncontrolled fires. The Battle of Sinop, though it would last less than 2 hours, would send shockwaves across Europe and help precipitate one of the century's bloodiest conflicts. But for now, in these last moments of peace, Hussein Pasha simply pulled his coat tighter against the morning breeze and stepped down into his waiting boat. The oarsmen pulled steadily toward the flagship, their rhythm as old as naval service itself. Behind them, the sun continued its climb into a cloudless sky, casting sharp shadows from the forest of masts and rigging. It was 11:30 in the morning, November 30th, 1853. In less than an hour, the Russian fleet would appear on the horizon, and the age of wooden warships would begin its violent end in the cold waters of the Black Sea. Chapter 1. Nakimov's Approach. The Russian squadron emerged from the morning mist like phantoms materialized from the depths of the Black Sea. Vice Admiral Pavel Stepanovich Nakimov stood on the quarterdeck of his flagship, the 84-gun ship of the line Empress Maria, watching the Turkish coast take shape through his telescope. The date was November 30th, 1853, and after days of searching, he had finally found his prey. There, nestled in the harbor of Sinop, lay the Ottoman squadron he had been hunting, their masts clearly visible against the backdrop of the ancient town. 7 frigates, 3 corvettes, and what appeared to be 2 steamers, reported Captain Adolphus Slade, the British observer who had been attached to Nakimov's staff. The admiral lowered his telescope and nodded, his weathered face showing neither triumph nor anxiety, only the focused concentration of a professional naval officer about to execute a carefully planned operation. At 61, Nakimov had spent his entire adult life in the Imperial Russian Navy, rising through the ranks through a combination of technical competence, tactical brilliance, and an almost mystical devotion to the service of the Tsar. The admiral's personal log, discovered years later in the naval archives at Sevastopol, reveals the meticulous planning that had preceded this moment. For weeks, Russian intelligence had tracked the movements of the Ottoman squadron under Osman Pasha. Spies in Constantinople had reported the departure of the ships, while fishermen and merchants along the Anatolian coast had been paid for information about Turkish naval movements. Nakimov had studied every chart of the Sinope harbor, memorizing the depths, currents, and optimal angles of attack. Most crucially, he had insisted that his ships be armed with the new Paishan's guns firing explosive shells, a technology that would transform this encounter from a battle into a massacre. "Signal the squadron," Nakimov ordered his flag captain. "Form line of battle. We will enter the harbor in 2 divisions." The signal flags ran up the halyards, and across the Russian squadron, drums beat to quarters. 6 ships of the line, massive 3-decked warships that represented the ultimate expression of wooden naval architecture, began their ponderous turn toward the harbor entrance. Behind them, 3 frigates took their assigned positions. Together, they mounted over 700 guns, with the ships of the line alone carrying more firepower than the entire Turkish squadron combined. Lieutenant Pyotr Kravchenko, serving aboard the 120-gun Paris, later wrote to his wife about the atmosphere as they approached Sinop. The men were strangely quiet. Usually before action, there is nervous chatter, crude jokes to mask the fear. But this morning, we all knew this would be different. We had drilled endlessly with the new shells, seen what they could do to target rafts. The Turkish ships at anchor would have no chance. It felt less like approaching a battle than preparing for an execution. The new shells that Kravchenko mentioned represented a revolution in naval warfare. Developed by the French artillery officer Henri-Joseph Paishans, these hollow spheres filled with gunpowder could penetrate wooden hulls before exploding, creating catastrophic damage. Traditional solid shot might punch a hole that could be plugged. Explosive shells turned ships into funeral pyres. The Russian Navy had embraced this technology with enthusiasm, seeing it as a way to offset the numerical superiority of their potential enemies. Nakimov himself had overseen the training of his gun crews, insisting on endless drills until they could load and fire the dangerous new ammunition with mechanical precision. As the Russian squadron closed on Sinope, Nakimov gathered his senior officers for final instructions. His orders were simple and brutal. "We will anchor at close range and destroy the Turkish squadron completely. No ship must escape to carry news of our presence. The coastal batteries must be suppressed quickly. Remember, gentlemen, we strike not just at these ships but at Ottoman naval power in the Black Sea. The Tsar expects total victory." Captain Vladimir Kornilov, commanding the ship of the Line 3 hierarchs, raised a practical concern. "What of survivors in the water, Admiral? The normal protocols of rescue?" Nakimov's response, recorded by multiple witnesses, would haunt the conscience of several officers present. "The Turks have shown no mercy to our Orthodox brothers in the Balkans. We are instruments of divine justice. Focus on complete destruction of their naval capability." While he did not explicitly order the murder of survivors, neither did he remind his captains of their traditional humanitarian obligations. The Russian ships had spent the previous night at Kloster Kap, just 40 miles from Sinop, making final preparations. Chaplains had moved through the ships, blessing the crews and hearing confessions. The new shells had been brought up from the magazines, their fuses carefully checked. Gun crews had gone through their drills one final time, the officers timing each evolution with pocket watches. Nakimov had even ordered hot food served to all hands, knowing that men fought better with full stomachs. The technological advantage enjoyed by the Russians extended beyond their explosive shells. Their ships of the line were among the most powerful warships afloat, products of the extensive modernization program initiated by Tsar Nicholas I. The Empress Maria alone displaced over 3,600 tons and mounted 84 guns on 3 decks. Her massive oak hull, reinforced with iron knees and riders, could absorb tremendous punishment, while her own broadside could deliver over a ton of metal with each volley. Against her, the largest Turkish frigate displaced barely 1,500 tons and carried only 64 guns of smaller caliber. Yet technology alone does not win battles. Nakimov's success also stemmed from superior intelligence and planning. His scouts had reported that the Turkish squadron lay at anchor in the inner harbor, protected by shore batteries but trapped by their own defensive position. The admiral had calculated that by entering the harbor in 2 divisions, he could position his ships to deliver converging fire while minimizing his exposure to the coastal guns. Each Russian captain had been assigned specific targets and angles of approach. Nothing was left to chance. As they rounded the final headland before sign-up, the Russian crews could see smoke rising from the Turkish ships' galleys. The Ottoman squadron was clearly not expecting an attack. Their sails were furled, and many crew members appeared to be engaged in routine morning activities. Through his telescope, Nakimov could see Turkish sailors on deck, some apparently at prayer. The sight stirred no sympathy in the admiral. Years of conflict had hardened him to the human cost of war, and the recent Ottoman declaration had made this a holy crusade in the eyes of many Russians. The log of the Empress Maria records that at 11:30 a.m. the Russian squadron began its final approach to Sinope harbor. The wind was light from the northeast, perfect for the planned attack. The sea state was calm, ensuring stable gun platforms. Visibility was excellent. Every factor favored the attackers. As they cleared the outer harbor, Turkish lookouts finally spotted the approaching warships and raised the alarm. Across the Ottoman squadron, drums beat to quarters and men raced to their battle stations. But it was already too late. Nakimov had achieved complete tactical surprise. His ships were already within effective gun range, their ports open and guns run out. The Turkish vessels, caught at anchor with cold boilers, could neither flee nor maneuver for optimal positioning. They would have to fight where they lay, like tethered animals awaiting slaughter. Some Turkish captains desperately tried to slip their cables and get underway, but the light wind that favored the Russian approach now betrayed the defenders. "The Turkish flagship is hoisting signals," reported a midshipman. Nakimov didn't bother to look. Whatever Osman Pasha was trying to communicate to his squadron was irrelevant now. The Russian admiral had planned this moment too carefully to be distracted by enemy messages. He turned to his flag captain. "Signal the squadron. Engage the enemy more closely. May God and the Emperor be with us." The first Russian shells would strike home within minutes, beginning an action that would shock Europe with its violence and transform the nature of naval warfare forever. But in these final moments before the gun spoke, Pavel Nakimov stood quietly on his quarterdeck, watching his perfectly executed plan unfold. He had brought overwhelming force to bear against a trapped enemy, armed his ships with revolutionary weapons, and achieved complete surprise. What followed would be less a battle than a demonstration of how technology and planning could produce annihilation. The Turkish sailors manning their guns, the townspeople of Sinop going about their morning routines, the fishermen already at sea, none yet realized that they stood at a historical watershed. Within 2 hours, the age of wooden warships would effectively end in smoke, flame, and blood. The massacre that followed would galvanize European opinion and help precipitate a war that would claim over 500,000 lives. But for now, in these last seconds of peace, there was only the steady approach of gray warships under a pale November sky and the terrible silence before the storm. Chapter 2. Wooden ships against shell guns. The first Russian salvo struck the Ottoman squadron at 12:34 p.m., and in that instant, naval warfare changed forever. Lieutenant Ahmet Fevzi, serving aboard the frigate Navek-i-Bari, later described the moment in a letter smuggled out from Russian captivity. "We had seen cannonballs before, had felt them crash through our timbers, but these were demons from hell itself. They punched through our hull and then exploded inside, sending flames and splinters in every direction. Men simply disappeared, turned to red mist. Others ran screaming, their clothes on fire, their flesh hanging in strips. The explosive shells, filled with pounds of gunpowder and fitted with time fuses, represented a terrible innovation. Where traditional solid shot might kill a handful of men and damage localized areas, these new projectiles created spheres of destruction. The wooden walls of the Ottoman frigates, designed to absorb and deflect solid shot, offered no protection against weapons that exploded after penetration. Within minutes of the opening salvo, fires had broken out on every Turkish vessel. Captain Ivan Dmitriev of the Russian ship Paris recorded in his battle report. Our first broadside was delivered at a range of 600 yards. The effect exceeded our most optimistic expectations. The Turkish frigate Naveki Bahri received 7 shells in her hull, 3 of which exploded in her gun deck. We could see the flash of detonations through her gun ports, followed immediately by smoke and flame. Her return fire was sporadic and ill-aimed, as our shells had clearly disrupted her gun crews. The Naveki Bahri's commander, Hussein Pasha, tried desperately to organize resistance. Racing below to the gun deck, he found a scene from Dante's Inferno. The explosive shells had not merely killed, they had transformed the ordered world of naval combat into chaos. Gun carriages lay overturned, their crews scattered like broken dolls. Small fires burned everywhere, fed by the tar and paint that coated every surface of a wooden warship. Worse, the explosions had ruptured the ship's discipline as surely as they had her hull. Young sailors, some barely in their teens, cowered behind whatever cover they could find, crying for their mothers. "Stand to your guns!" Hussein shouted, grabbing a powder monkey who was fleeing toward the companionway. "We are Ottoman sailors. We do not run." But even as he rallied those men still capable of fighting, Hussein knew the battle was already lost. Through the shattered gun ports, he could see the massive bulk of the Russian ships of the line, their 3 rows of guns spitting fire with mechanical precision. Each broadside brought fresh destruction, fresh horror. The technological mismatch was absolute. The Ottoman guns, firing solid shot and occasional stone balls, could certainly damage the Russian ships, but they needed lucky hits on masts or rudders to seriously impair their enemies. The Russian shells, by contrast, turned every hit into a catastrophe. Midshipman Vasily Zavoyko, serving aboard the Empress Maria, wrote to his father. It was not battle, but target practice. The Turkish ships burned like haystacks. We could hear the screams across the water, see men jumping from the flames only to drown in the cold sea. Our admiral ordered us to maintain rapid fire. The gun crews worked like automatons, loading and firing, loading and firing. 20 minutes into the engagement, the Ottoman frigate Fazli Allah suffered a catastrophic hit. A Russian shell penetrated her powder magazine, and the resulting explosion tore the ship in half. Witnesses described seeing the frigate's entire bow section lifted out of the water before crashing back down in a cascade of debris. Of her crew of 427 men, fewer than 20 survived, most of those badly burned. The explosion showered burning wreckage across the harbor, setting fire to merchant vessels and waterfront buildings. The Ottoman return fire, though brave, proved largely ineffective. Their bronze cannons, some dating back decades, fired solid, iron balls that bounced off the thick hulls of the Russian ships of the line. When they did penetrate, they created simple holes that could be quickly plugged. The Turkish gun crews, trained in traditional naval gunnery, had no experience with the rate of fire and devastating effects of explosive shells. Many guns fell silent, not because their crews lacked courage, but because the crews no longer existed. Osman Pasha, the Ottoman squadron commander, tried to signal his ships to slip their cables and attempt escape, but the signal halyards on his flagship Auni-i-Allah had been shot away in the first minutes of battle. Even if the signal had been seen, escape was impossible. The light wind that had favored the Russian approach now trapped the Turkish ships at anchor. Their steam-powered vessels, which might have towed the sailing ships to safety, were among the first destroyed, their boilers exploding and adding to the carnage. The shore batteries on which the Ottomans had counted for protection proved equally ineffective. The Russian ships had anchored at ranges that allowed them to elevate their guns sufficiently to return fire, and the explosive shells were even more devastating against fixed fortifications than against ships. The Tashkashla battery, mounting 24 guns, was silenced within 30 minutes when Russian shells detonated its main powder magazine. The explosion killed most of the garrison and left a crater where the battery had stood. As the battle progressed, the technical superiority of the Russian forces became even more apparent. Their gun crews, drilled to exhaustion in the weeks before the battle, maintained a rate of fire that astounded observers. The ship Tri Sviatitelia alone fired over 400 rounds in the first hour, its 3 gun decks wreathed in smoke as the crews served their weapons with mechanical efficiency. The Russian shells, manufactured to exacting standards in the foundries of Sevastopol, rarely failed to explode, each detonation spreading death and fire through the Turkish ships. The human cost mounted with terrible rapidity. Surgeon Mehmet Efendi, one of the few Ottoman medical officers to survive, later testified, "I had prepared my surgery for battle wounds, amputations, splinter extractions, the normal horrible but manageable casualties of naval combat. But the Russian shells created wounds beyond imagination. Men arrived with half their bodies burned away, their internal organs exposed by blast effects. Others had been blinded by flash burns or deafened by explosions. We ran out of opium in the first 20 minutes. After that, we could only try to make men comfortable as they died." By 1:30 p.m., 1 hour after the first shots, the Ottoman squadron had effectively ceased to exist as a fighting force. Of the 13 warships that had begun the day at anchor, 11 were burning fiercely. Bodies floated thick in the harbor waters, some still moving, others drifting face down in the gentle swells. The Russian ships, their mission of destruction, largely complete, began to shift their fire to the town itself, adding to the humanitarian catastrophe. The revolution in naval warfare was complete. In previous naval battles, ships might fight for hours with relatively modest casualties, prize crews might board surrendered vessels, and defeated sailors could expect quarter. But explosive shells had changed everything. They had transformed naval combat from a contest of maneuver and marksmanship into an exercise in annihilation. The wooden walls that had defined naval power for centuries had been rendered obsolete in a single morning. As smoke clouds drifted across Sinope Harbor, mixing with the screams of wounded men and the crack of burning timbers, the age of sail died its violent death. The Russian gun crews, their faces blackened with powder smoke, continued their mechanical dance of destruction. Load, ram, prime, fire. Load, ram, prime, fire. Each cycle brought fresh horror to the trapped Ottoman sailors, fresh proof that technology, not courage, would determine future naval battles. The shells filled with gunpowder had not merely defeated a squadron, they had shattered an entire conception of warfare at sea. Chapter 3. Patron Bey's Last Stand. Vice Admiral Osman Pasha, known throughout the Ottoman fleet as Patron Bey, stood on the quarterdeck of his flagship Auni-i-Allah as Russian shells tore his squadron apart. At 68 years old, with over half a century of naval service behind him, he had seen many battles. But nothing in his experience had prepared him for this mechanized slaughter. Through the smoke and flame, he could see his beloved ships dying one by one, transformed from proud warships into burning coffins for their crews. "Cut the anchor cables," he shouted to his sailing master, his voice barely audible over the continuous thunder of explosions. "If we cannot flee, we can at least try to close with the enemy." It was a desperate gambit. Without wind or steam power, the flagship would drift at the mercy of the current. But Osman Pasha hoped to bring his ship alongside one of the Russian vessels, where Ottoman courage might count for more than Russian technology. His flag captain, Mustafa Reis, appeared through the smoke, his uniform torn and bloodied. "Patron Bey, the rudder chains are shot away. Half our guns are dismounted. Should we strike our colors?" The question hung in the air like blasphemy. No Ottoman admiral had ever surrendered a squadron. But then again, no Ottoman admiral had ever faced weapons that turned wooden ships into furnaces. "We are Ottoman sailors," Osman Pasha replied, his weathered face set in grim determination. "We die at our posts." He turned to his aide-de-camp, a young lieutenant barely out of the Naval Academy. "Go below. Tell the gun crews to concentrate. Fire on the nearest Russian ship. Aim for her waterline. If we can sink even one of them, our sacrifice will have meaning." The young officer saluted and disappeared into the inferno below decks. He would never return. Minutes later, a Russian shell penetrated the Auni-i-Allah's orlop deck and exploded near the surgery. The blast killed the wounded awaiting treatment, the medical staff trying to save them, and anyone else within 30 feet. Among the dead was the aide-de-camp, his mission unfulfilled, his life ended before it had truly begun. Osman Pasha's personal papers, recovered years later from Ottoman archives, reveal the depth of his anguish in those final hours. In a letter to his son written the night before the battle, he had expressed premonitions of disaster. "My dear Ahmed, I fear I shall not see you again in this life. The Russians have new weapons, terrible weapons that breathe fire. Our ships are brave but old, our guns outdated. I go to my duty knowing that Allah's will must be done, but my heart is heavy. Care for your mother. Remember your father fought to the end." The prediction proved tragically accurate. As the battle entered its second hour, the Auni-e-Allah had absorbed dozens of hits. Her proud hull was pierced in multiple places, with water pouring through gaps that no amount of damage control could stem. Fires raged on all 3 decks, fed by tar, rope, and the wooden fabric of the ship herself. Yet still, her remaining guns fired, their crews serving them until Russian shells finally silenced them forever. Lieutenant Selim Bey, one of the few officers from the flagship to survive, later described Osman Pasha's final hour. The patron Bey refused to leave the quarterdeck, even as Russian shells burst around him. When flames reached the mizzen rigging, he helped organize bucket brigades. When our colors were shot away, he ordered new ones raised. He moved through the chaos like a man in a dream, encouraging here, directing there, showing no fear though. Death surrounded us. The Ottoman commander's courage inspired his men to superhuman efforts. On the gun deck of the Auni-e-Allah, crews continued to serve their weapons even as their shipmates died around them. Gun Captain Hassan, a veteran of 20 years' service, kept his bronze 24-pounder firing even after shell fragments had torn away most of his left arm. He tied off the wound with a neckerchief and continued to direct his remaining men until blood loss finally dropped him. His gun fired 17 rounds before falling silent, each shot a gesture of defiance against overwhelming odds. Similar scenes of heroism played out across the doomed squadron. On the frigate Nesimi Zafar, Captain Ibrahim Bey organized a last stand on the forecastle when fires made the rest of his ship untenable. With 30 survivors, he kept up small arms fire against Russian boats attempting to board, buying time for wounded men to escape over the side. When Russian shells finally silenced this pocket of resistance, only 3 of the 30 remained alive. The corvette Nejmi Shevket, smallest of the Ottoman warships, fought with particular fury. Her commander, a Kurdish officer named Rashid Reis, had lashed his ship alongside the burning hulk of a larger frigate, using it as a shield while his crews worked their guns. For nearly an hour, the little corvette's pop guns barked defiance at the Russian giants. When a shell finally found her magazine, the explosion was so violent it lifted the corvette entirely out of the water, raining debris across half the harbor. But courage alone could not overcome technological superiority. The Russian shells continued their terrible work, each explosion spreading death and fire through wooden hulls never designed to withstand such punishment. By 2:00 p.m., most of the Ottoman ships were either sinking or burned to the waterline. Bodies floated thick in the harbor waters, while wounded men clung to wreckage, crying for help that would never come. It was at this point, with his squadron destroyed and his flagship sinking beneath him, that Osman Pasha made his last command decision. Rather than abandon ship and seek safety ashore, he chose to go down with his command. Witnesses on shore reported seeing the admiral on his quarterdeck, still in full uniform. As the Auni-e-Allah's bow dipped beneath the waves, he appeared to be praying, his hands raised to heaven as the waters closed over him. He could have escaped, wrote the British consul in Sinope, who watched the battle from the consulate roof. Boats from shore were pulling survivors from the water, and the admiral could easily have reached safety. Instead, he chose death with his ship. It was magnificent and heartbreaking in equal measure. The tradition of captains going down with their ships was well established in all navies, but Osman Pasha's sacrifice carried special meaning. As the senior Ottoman naval commander in the Black Sea, his death symbolized the Navy's refusal to yield even in the face of annihilation. Word of his last stand would spread throughout the empire, inspiring both pride and rage in equal measure. Yet even as Osman Pasha met his honorable end, the killing in Sinope harbor was far from over. With most of the Ottoman warships destroyed, Russian boats began moving through the wreckage. What followed would transform a military victory into an atrocity that would shock Europe and help precipitate a general war. The technological triumph of explosive shells was about to be compounded by human cruelty that violated every accepted law of naval warfare. In his final moments, As water rushed through the shattered gun ports of his flagship, Osman Pasha could not have known that his death would help galvanize European opinion against Russia. He died as he had lived, a simple naval officer doing his duty. But his sacrifice, and that of his men, would echo far beyond the burning waters of Sinop harbor. The wooden ships were dying, but from their ashes would rise new questions about the nature of war itself and the limits of acceptable violence in an age of technological revolution. Chapter 4. The Burning Harbor. By 2:30 p.m., the naval battle was over, but the horror in Sinop was just beginning. The harbor waters, once crystal blue, had turned black with powder smoke and red with blood. Burning debris floated everywhere: shattered masts, torn sails, fragments of human bodies. The November air, which had been crisp and cold at dawn, now hung thick with the stench of gunpowder, burning wood, and charred flesh. From the town's waterfront, civilians watched in terror as their world transformed into a vision of hell. Fatma Hanim, wife of a local merchant, later testified to British investigators about what she witnessed from her house overlooking the harbor. The warships burned like giant torches, the flames reaching higher than our minaret. We could hear the screams of men trapped in the burning ships, terrible sounds that haunt me still. But worse was to come. When sailors jumped from the flames into the water, seeking Allah's mercy in the cold sea, Russian boats rowed among them. What we saw then was not war. It was murder. The transformation of victory into atrocity began almost imperceptibly. Russian boat crews, initially launched to inspect the captured vessels and secure prisoners, found themselves among hundreds of Ottoman sailors struggling in the freezing water. Some clung to floating wreckage, others swam desperately toward shore, many simply treaded water, already exhausted from their ordeal. The standing orders of naval warfare were clear. Enemy sailors in the water were to be rescued, becoming prisoners of war. But in Sinope harbor that November afternoon, civilization's rules crumbled. Midshipman Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov, serving aboard the Russian frigate Chesma, and later to achieve fame as a composer, wrote in his private diary, "I was commanding one of our cutters, sent to examine the Turkish frigate Damiad. As we rowed through the wreckage, Turkish sailors called out to us, some in broken Russian, begging for rescue. My men looked to me for orders. I knew what honor demanded. But then Bosun Petrov pointed to our ships. Signal flags were flying. The message was clear: no quarter. My soul rebels at writing what happened next. What happened next would become one of the most shameful episodes in naval history. Russian sailors, armed with boat hooks, pistols, and axes, began systematically killing the Ottoman survivors. Some were shot as they swam. Others were beaten with oars when they tried to climb into the Russian boats. In perhaps the most horrific incidents, Russian sailors poured hot oil from their boats' lanterns onto men clinging to wreckage, laughing as their victims' screams joined the chorus of agony echoing across the harbor. Dr. Friedrich Schultz, a German physician serving in Sinop's small hospital, ran to the waterfront when the killing began, hoping to organize rescue efforts. His written account, published in Leipzig 2 years later, provides one of the most detailed descriptions of the atrocity. I saw a young Turkish sailor, perhaps 17 years old, swimming strongly toward shore. He had almost reached the shallows when a Russian boat intercepted him. The boy raised his hands, clearly surrendering. A Russian sailor struck him with a boat hook, opening his skull. The boy's body floated face down in water barely 3 feet deep. This scene repeated itself dozens of times along the waterfront. The massacre was not universal. Some Russian officers, horrified by what they witnessed, ordered their men to rescue survivors. Captain second-rank Mikhail Baranov, commanding boats from the ship of the line Rostislav, later faced criticism for bringing almost 200 Turkish prisoners aboard. In his defense before a naval court, he stated, "I am a Christian, officer in His Imperial Majesty's Navy, not a butcher. The Turks had surrendered. To kill them would have been murder, whatever my orders." But such humanity was the exception. As the afternoon wore on, the killing intensified. Russian boats formed hunting packs, systematically working through the clusters of survivors. The methods grew increasingly cruel. Sailors who had found temporary refuge on floating wreckage were set afire along with their makeshift rafts. Others were used for target practice, Russian Marines wagering on who could hit swimming men at the greatest distance. The water around the burning ships turned red, and bodies began washing up on the beaches in such numbers that they formed gruesome windrows along the tide line. The violence soon spread to the town itself. Russian naval guns, having silenced the Ottoman warships, turned on Sinop's buildings. While Nakhimov would later claim he targeted only military installations, the evidence suggests indiscriminate bombardment. The first shells struck the customs house and port authority, legitimate military targets. But soon, explosive rounds were falling throughout the residential quarters, starting fires that would ultimately consume over 2,000 buildings. Hafiz Mehmet Efendi, the imam of Sinope's largest mosque, described the bombardment's effect on civilians. The shells came without warning, falling like metal rain from the sky. One struck the house of Ahmed the baker, killing his entire family as they huddled in their cellar. Another destroyed the school where children had taken shelter. We tried to fight the fires, but more shells kept falling. People fled through the streets, some carrying children, others supporting wounded relatives. The Russians fired on these refugees without mercy. The combination of naval bombardment and urban fires created a humanitarian catastrophe. Sinop's small hospital, overwhelmed with military casualties, could offer no help to wounded civilians. The town's firefighting equipment, primitive even by 1853 standards, proved useless against multiple conflagrations fed by November winds. Entire neighborhoods burned while their inhabitants fled toward the supposed safety of the hills. Among the refugees was the family of Osman Aga, a minor customs official whose story would later become emblematic of civilian suffering at Sinope. Osman had sent his wife and 3 daughters to shelter in the family's stone storage building near the port, believing it safe from naval gunfire. A direct hit from a Russian shell killed all 4 instantly. Osman, who survived only because he had been trying to save documents from his burning office, found their bodies hours later. His testimony at the subsequent international inquiry was so harrowing that several commissioners were seen to weep. As darkness fell on November 30th, Sinope resembled a scene from Revelation. The harbor blazed with burning ships, their funeral pyres reflected in waters thick with corpses. The town itself was an inferno, with major fires consuming the port district, the bazaar, and many residential areas. The screams of trapped civilians mingled with the crash of collapsing buildings, and the occasional boom of ammunition cooking off in the heat. The human toll was staggering. Of approximately 4,000 Ottoman naval personnel present at the battle's start, fewer than 400 survived as prisoners. Many who might have lived died in the water, murdered by Russian boat crews. Civilian casualties, harder to calculate precisely, numbered at least 1,000 dead, with many more wounded or left homeless. The thriving port city that had awakened to a peaceful morning would never fully recover from this single day of technological warfare and human cruelty. As night deepened, Russian ships began withdrawing from the harbor, their mission of destruction complete. Behind them, they left a scene that would shock Europe when news finally arrived. The burning of Sinope was more than a military victory. It was a glimpse into warfare's future, where technology could multiply human cruelty to previously unimaginable scales. The explosive shells had done their work all too well, but it was the massacre of survivors that would transform Sinope from a battle into an atrocity, from a military action into a casus belli that would draw the great powers into war. Chapter 5. The Taif's Escape. As Russian shells turned Sinop harbor into an inferno, one Ottoman vessel defied the odds. The steam corvette Taif, commanded by Captain Yahya Bey, known throughout the fleet as Arap Yahya for his Sudanese origins, had been anchored at the far edge of the harbor when the attack began. This position, initially seen as less honorable than the frontline berths of the larger frigates, would prove to be the squadron's only piece of good fortune on that catastrophic day. Yahya Bey was below decks inspecting the temperamental boilers when the first Russian salvos struck home. The explosion of the Fazli Allah's magazine shook his vessel like an earthquake, throwing men to the deck and shattering gauge glasses in the engine room. Racing topside, Yahya took in the scene of destruction with the quick assessment of a veteran sailor. The Russian battle line stretched across the harbor entrance like a wall of death. His squadron mates were already burning, their return fire sporadic and ineffective. In seconds, he made the decision that would make him either a hero or a pariah. "Cut the cables!" he roared to his crew. "Engine room, give me full steam immediately." His first officer, Lieutenant Mehmet Ali protested, "Captain, we cannot abandon the squadron. The Patron Bey's signals." "The Patron Bey is dead or soon will be," Yahya interrupted harshly. "Look at those Russian monsters. We stay. We die. We run. We might live to bring word of this massacre. Choose quickly, because I will not wait." The crew of the Taif faced an agonizing choice. Ottoman naval tradition demanded they stand and fight with their comrades. To flee while others died violated every principle of honor they had been taught. Yet their captain's logic was irrefutable. Someone had to survive to tell Constantinople what had happened here. As Russian shells began falling near their position, sending up fountains of water, the choice made itself Chief Engineer Hassan Effendi, a Scotsman who had converted to Islam and taken service with the Ottoman Navy, later described the desperate preparations for escape. "I had perhaps 10 minutes steam pressure when the captain ordered full power. I told the stokers to throw everything burnable into the furnaces, spare lumber, furniture, even the captain's own sea chest. The safety valves were screaming like banshees, but I tied them down. Better to risk a boiler explosion than certain death from Russian shells." As the Taif's anchor cables parted under the urgent blows of axes, Yahya faced his next crucial decision. Which route to take? The direct path to open water would take him past the Russian battle line at point-blank range. The alternative meant threading through the narrow channel between the burning Ottoman ships and the shore batteries, then hugging the coast under the guns of the Russian frigates stationed as a blocking force. "Allah guide us," Yahya muttered, then shouted to his helmsman, "Hard to starboard. Take us behind the Nesim-e Zafar." The Taif's paddle wheels churned the blood-stained water as she gathered speed. Using the burning hulk of the flagship as cover, Yahya navigated through a hellscape of floating debris and drowning men. Several times survivors tried to climb aboard, their hands grasping desperately at the low sides of the vessel. The crew faced another moral crisis. Save these men and risk slowing their escape, or abandon them to certain death? Seaman Mustafa Reis later confessed, "I kicked a man's fingers from the rail as we passed. He was badly burned, calling for his mother. I see his face in my dreams. But if we had stopped, we all would have died." The captain was right, though. It damned our souls. As the Taif cleared the burning Ottoman line, Russian guns began tracking her movement. The first shells fell short, raising waterspouts that drenched the corvette's deck. The next salvo straddled her, one shell passing through the rigging and cutting away the Ottoman ensign. But the Taif's speed and small size made her a difficult target, and Yahya's erratic course changes, learned from years of evading pirates in the Red Sea, confused Russian gunners accustomed to targeting stationary opponents. More speed, Yahya demanded, personally taking the helm. The engine room telegraph clanged repeatedly as he called for power that Chief Engineer Hassan somehow delivered. Black smoke poured from the Taif's funnel as her stokers fed the furnaces with desperate energy. The paddle wheels beat the water into foam, driving the corvette toward the harbor entrance at nearly 12 knots, a remarkable speed for the time. Lieutenant Vladimir Stetsenko, commanding the Russian frigate Kagul station to block any escape attempts, later wrote in his report, "The Turkish steamer emerged from the smoke at high speed, steering an erratic course. We opened fire immediately, but she was nimble as a dolphin. Our broadsides churned the water around her, yet she seemed to lead a charmed life. One shell struck her paddle box but failed to explode, the only dud we fired all day. That unexploded shell saved the Taif. Had it detonated, the paddle wheel would have been destroyed, leaving the corvette dead in the water. Instead, the solid impact merely damaged some paddle floats, reducing but not eliminating her speed." Yahya felt the change in his ship's motion and compensated with skillful helm work, nursing his wounded vessel past the Russian blockade. But escape was not yet assured. As the Taif cleared the harbor entrance, 3 Russian frigates gave chase. On paper, the steam corvette should have easily outrun the sailing warships. But the morning's light winds had given way to a strengthening northeasterly breeze, perfect for the Russian pursuit. Moreover, the Taif's desperate high-speed run had consumed enormous amounts of coal. Chief Engineer Hassan reported their bunkers were nearly empty. "Burn everything," Yahya ordered. "The boats, the spare spars, every piece of wood on this ship. We need just 4 more hours to reach the coastal current. What followed was controlled destruction. The crew systematically fed their ship to her own furnaces. Cabin partitions, officers' furniture, even the wooden stocks of the Marines' rifles went into the flames. The ship's boats, normally preserved as the last hope in disaster, were chopped apart with axes and fed piece by piece to the boilers. All the while, Russian sails grew larger astern, their bow chasers sending occasional ranging shots after the fleeing corvette. Quartermaster Ibrahim Chaush kept the ship's log during the chase, his entries capturing the tension. 3:30 p.m., Russians, gaining, burned the captain's cabin fittings. 4 p.m., engineer reports steam pressure falling, burned the officers' mess tables and benches. 4:30 p.m., enemy within long gun range. May Allah protect us. 5 p.m., reached coastal current, speed increasing. Praise be to God. As darkness fell, the Taif had opened the range enough to lose her pursuers in the gathering gloom. But Yahya took no chances, maintaining maximum speed through the night and altering course repeatedly to confuse any pursuit. Only when dawn on December 1st revealed empty horizons did he allow the exhausted engineers to reduce power. The corvette limped into the Bosphorus on the evening of December 2nd. Her paintwork blistered from overheated furnaces, her deck stripped of anything combustible, her crew hollow-eyed from exhaustion. As they passed the Ottoman forts guarding the strait, Yahya ordered his signalmen to hoist the message that would electrify Constantinople. Sinop squadron destroyed. Massacre. No other survivors. The Taif's arrival at the Golden Horn caused an immediate sensation. Yahya was summoned before the Sultan that very night, still in his smoke-stained uniform. His report of the battle, delivered with a soldier's directness, brought tears to Sultan Abdülmecit's eyes. When Yahya concluded with an account of Russian boats murdering survivors in the water, the normally gentle Sultan struck the arm of his throne with his fist. "And you fled while our sailors died?" the Grand Vizier asked, his tone accusatory. "I brought word of their sacrifice, Excellency," Yahya replied. "Had I stayed, Istanbul would still be wondering why the squadron had not returned. Now you know. Now you can act." The debate over Yahya's decision would rage for years. Some called him a coward who had abandoned his comrades. Others recognized that his escape had served a vital purpose. Without the Taif's warning, Russian forces might have appeared at the Bosphorus before Constantinople knew its Black Sea squadron had been destroyed. The Sultan himself ended the immediate controversy by promoting Yahya and awarding him the Order of Osmaniye, stating, "He who brings news of disaster serves the empire as surely as he who dies in battle." The Taif's desperate race from Sinope to Constantinople had taken less than 40 hours, but its consequences would reshape European politics for decades. The news her captain carried would transform a regional conflict into a continental war, drawing Britain and France into alliance with the Ottoman Empire against Russia. The wooden corvette that had fled from burning Sinop carried more than news. She carried the spark that would ignite the Crimean War. Chapter 6. The Holy Places. 6 years before the massacre at Sinop, on a sweltering July morning in 1847, a French monk and a Greek Orthodox priest stood face to face in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. Between them lay a silver star embedded in marble, marking the traditional site of Christ's birth. Both men claimed the right to clean it. Within minutes, their theological dispute had devolved into physical violence, with French Catholic and Greek Orthodox monks battling, with candlesticks and censers in Christianity's holiest shrine. This undignified brawl over cleaning rights would ultimately lead to the deaths of over 500,000 people in the Crimean War. The dispute over Jerusalem's holy places was ancient, but by the 1840s it had taken on new urgency. Father Marcel Dubois, superior of the Franciscan order in Jerusalem, documented the growing tensions in his reports to Paris. Each Easter brings fresh conflicts. The Greeks, supported by Russian gold, grow ever bolder. They have replaced our inscriptions with their own, moved our altars, and now claim sole right to portions of the churches we have tended for centuries. Without French protection, Latin Christianity in the Holy Land will perish. The Ottoman Empire, which had controlled Jerusalem since 1517, found itself in an impossible position. The Sultan's government traditionally managed competing Christian claims through a complex system of written permissions called firmans, which specified exactly which denomination could worship where and when. But these medieval documents had become hopelessly contradictory over the centuries, with different groups producing different firmans to support their claims. The Ottomans, weakened by military defeats and economic crisis, increasingly yielded to whichever foreign power pressed hardest. Tsar Nicholas I of Russia had made protection of Orthodox Christians his personal crusade. In 1847, he dispatched Count Dmitry Tolstoy as special envoy to Jerusalem, with instructions to secure for our Orthodox brethren their ancient rights, usurped by the Latin heretics. Tolstoy arrived with an entourage of 100, including architects to map the disputed sites and lawyers to argue Orthodox claims. More importantly, he brought promises of Russian military support if the Ottomans proved accommodating. The French responded by reviving their own ancient role as protectors of Latin Christianity in the East. King Louis-Philippe, seeking to shore up Catholic support for his shaky regime, instructed his ambassador in Constantinople to demand restoration of Catholic privileges in Jerusalem. When the July monarchy fell in 1848, the new president Louis-Napoleon Bonaparte saw the holy places as an even more valuable political tool. His ambassador, Marquis de Lavalette, reported, "The emperor understands that whoever controls the holy sites controls the loyalty of millions of Catholics. This is not merely about churches. It is about France's position as a great power." The specific disputes seem almost comically trivial to modern eyes. Who had the right to possess the key to the main door of the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem? Could Latin monks place a silver star over the manger, or did that privilege belong exclusively to the Greeks? Which denomination could celebrate Mass at the Stone of Unction at what times? Yet for believers, these issues touched the very heart of their faith. Control of a holy site meant not just prestige, but the power to shape how millions of pilgrims experienced the sacred. Yusuf Kamil Pasha, Ottoman foreign minister during the crucial years of 1848–1852, left a revealing memoir of his attempts to mediate between the competing claims. The Frankish French ambassador would arrive in the morning, demanding rights for the Catholics and threatening naval demonstrations if refused. The Russian ambassador would come in the afternoon, insisting on Orthodox privileges and hinting at military consequences. We tried to satisfy both, which meant satisfying neither. Each concession to one side brought protests from the other. Jerusalem had become a poison that was slowly killing the empire. By 1850, the situation had deteriorated into open confrontation. On Holy Saturday, the most sacred day in the Orthodox calendar, French and Greek monks fought for control of the Holy Fire ceremony. Witnesses described scenes of shocking violence, priests wrestling for possession of sacred objects, pilgrims joining the melee with walking sticks and fists, Ottoman soldiers trying desperately to restore order without offending either side. Several monks were seriously injured, and one elderly Greek pilgrim died of a heart attack during the fighting. The scandal reverberated across Europe. The London Times correspondent in Jerusalem, Charles Monk, wrote with barely concealed disgust, "To witness Christian priests brawling like tavern drunks at the very tomb of Christ shames all Christendom. Yet behind these unseemly squabbles stand the great powers, each using God's name to advance earthly ambitions. Russia and France circle each other like prize fighters, while the poor Turk attempts to referee a match that can only end in general catastrophe." Sultan Abdulmecid, a reformist ruler who genuinely sought to modernize his empire, tried to find a compromise. In February 1852, he issued a new firman that attempted to balance Catholic and Orthodox claims. The key to the Church of the Nativity's main door would go to the Greeks, but Catholics would receive a key to a side entrance. The silver star would remain, but with a Latin inscription. Orthodox priests would have certain exclusive times for worship, while Catholics would have others. It was a solution that required goodwill from all parties to succeed. Instead, it provoked fury. Prince Menshikov, arriving as Russian special envoy in February 1853, denounced the firman as a betrayal of Orthodox rights. In a dramatic scene at the Sublime Porte, he threw the document on the floor and declared, "His Imperial Majesty the Tsar cannot permit this insult to 14 million Orthodox subjects of the Sultan. Either these unjust provisions are reversed, or Russia will take measures to protect its co-religionists." The French were equally outraged, but for opposite reasons. Foreign Minister Drouin de Lhuys instructed the French ambassador to inform the Sultan that Napoleon III, as eldest son of the Church, cannot allow Catholic rights won by centuries of devotion to be trampled by Greek schismatics supported by Russian bayonets. The French Mediterranean fleet was ordered to prepare for possible action. What had begun as a dispute over church keys and cleaning rights had escalated into a test of great power prestige. Neither Russia nor France could back down without seeming weak. The Ottoman Empire, caught between them, faced an impossible choice. Yielding to Russia meant accepting vassalage. Yielding to France meant risking Russian invasion. The Sultan's advisors were divided, with some urging accommodation with Russia as the nearer threat, others advocating French alliance as the path to modernization. The Holy Places dispute revealed deeper truths about the changing nature of international relations. In an age of growing nationalism and imperial competition, religious conflicts became proxies for power politics. The Tsar's genuine Orthodox faith merged seamlessly with Russian expansionism. Napoleon III's Catholic sympathies aligned perfectly with French ambitions in the Mediterranean. Both powers used the language of religious protection to justify what were essentially territorial and strategic goals. Father Dubois, who had witnessed the original confrontations in Jerusalem, wrote prophetically in December 1852, "The holy places have become a theater where empires perform. Each genuflection masks a territorial claim. Each prayer conceals a threat. We began by fighting over who could clean the silver star. We will end by turning the Holy Land into a battlefield." Christ wept over Jerusalem, foreseeing its destruction. Perhaps he wept also for the wars that would be fought in his name. By early 1853, positions had hardened beyond any possibility of compromise. The Holy Places dispute had provided the spark for a confrontation that many had long expected. Russia's growing power threatened the European balance. The Ottoman Empire's decline invited partition. France's resurgence under Napoleon III demanded recognition. The argument over Jerusalem's shrines had become merely the occasion for a conflict whose roots lay much deeper. When Russian troops crossed the Pruth River in July 1853, occupying the Ottoman principalities of Moldavia and Wallachia, they claimed to be protecting Orthodox Christians from Muslim oppression. When the Sultan declared war in October, he invoked the need to protect Islamic sovereignty over the holy places of three faiths. The road from Jerusalem to Sinope had been paved with religious rhetoric, but it led inevitably to the secular slaughter of modern warfare. The monks who had fought with candlesticks in 1847 could never have imagined that their quarrel would end with Russian shells filled with gunpowder, annihilating an Ottoman fleet, or with European armies dying by the thousands in the Crimean mud. Chapter 7. The Tsar's Obsession. In the early hours of December 14, 1825, Lieutenant Colonel Nicholas Romanov stood in the bitter cold of Senate Square in St. Petersburg, watching his imperial destiny unfold in blood and chaos. The Decembrist rebels, demanding constitutional reform, faced loyal troops across the snow. When the guns finally spoke, hundreds died, their blood freezing on the cobblestones. Nicholas, who had become Tsar just hours before, never forgot that. His reign began with Russians killing Russians. The trauma of that day would shape every decision of his 29-year rule, culminating in the catastrophe at Sinope. "God has placed me here to preserve Russia from revolution and atheism," Nicholas wrote to his brother Constantine in 1826. "I did not seek this burden, but having received it from the Almighty, I shall defend Holy Russia and our Orthodox faith against all enemies, internal and external." This messianic conviction, born from the violence of his accession, would transform over the decades from defensive principle to aggressive obsession. Count Karl Nesselrode, who served as Nicholas's foreign minister for nearly his entire reign, observed the Tsar's evolution with growing alarm. In his private papers, discovered after his death, Nesselrode wrote, "His Majesty began as the most rational of autocrats, understanding the need for balance and diplomacy. But as the years passed, especially after the revolutions of 1848, he became convinced that he alone stood between Christian civilization and chaos. He spoke increasingly of divine missions and sacred duties. What worried me most was his certainty that God would not allow him to fail." The Tsar's religious convictions were genuine and deep. Unlike many rulers who used faith as a political tool, Nicholas truly believed himself to be God's appointed guardian of Orthodox Christianity. He rose each day at 5 a.m. for private prayers, attended lengthy church services, and surrounded himself with icons and religious advisors. Father Seraphim, his confessor, later recalled, His Majesty would spend hours on his knees praying for guidance. He particularly obsessed over the Orthodox Christians suffering under Turkish rule. How can I face Christ, he would ask, if I do not protect his flock? This religious worldview merged with geopolitical calculation in Nicholas's approach to the Ottoman Empire. In January 1853, during his famous conversation with British Ambassador Sir Hamilton Seymour, the Tsar revealed the depth of his obsession. Seymour's dispatch to London captured the unsettling intensity of Nicholas's vision. His Imperial Majesty spoke of the Ottoman Empire as a dying man whose inheritance must be divided, but what struck me most forcefully was his repeated assertion that Providence had chosen Russia to liberate the Orthodox Christians. He used the word crusade without irony. Nicholas had convinced himself that the other European powers would support, or at least not oppose, his plans for the Ottoman Empire. This fatal miscalculation stemmed partly from his success in suppressing the Hungarian Revolution in 1849, when he had positioned himself as the savior of conservative order. He wrote to his wife, Empress Alexandra, "Having saved Austria from revolution, I have earned Europe's gratitude. They will understand that my actions toward Turkey spring from the same source, the defense of legitimate Christian authority against disorder and infidelity." The Tsar's private correspondence reveals a man increasingly isolated in his convictions. His letters to trusted advisors show a recurring pattern of religious certainty mixed with strategic delusion. To Prince Menshikov, whom he would send as special envoy to Constantinople, Nicholas wrote in February 1853, "You go armed not merely with my authority, but with God's commission. The Orthodox Christians cry out for protection. Every day we delay is a sin against heaven. Be firm with the Turks. They will yield, for they must know that behind you stands not just Russia, but the Almighty himself." Yet Nicholas was not entirely divorced from reality. His military preparations were extensive and careful. He understood that war might come, but he believed it would be limited and short. General Prince Ivan Paskevich, his most trusted military advisor, warned of the dangers of a wider conflict, but Nicholas dismissed these concerns. "The French are too divided, the British too mercantile, the Austrians too grateful," he told Paskevich. "We shall face only the Turks, and they will crumble at the first serious blow." The Tsar's certainty was reinforced by a circle of advisors who shared or encouraged his messianic vision. Count Vladimir Putyutin, a mystical aristocrat who claimed to receive divine visions, had the emperor's ear on religious matters. Metropolitan Filaret of Moscow, the most influential churchman in Russia, preached sermons comparing Nicholas to the Byzantine emperors who had fought for the faith. The Slavophile intellectuals, though sometimes critical of specific policies, provided philosophical justification for Russia's special mission to protect Orthodox civilization. Nicholas's personal habits reflected his obsessive nature. He worked 16-hour days, reading every dispatch, annotating every report. His desk, preserved in the Hermitage, shows the marks of a man who could not delegate or trust others with details. He personally reviewed plans for the occupation of the Danubian principalities, down to the number of horses required for supply wagons. This micromanagement, combined with messianic certainty, created a dangerous rigidity in Russian policy. The Tsar's health, undermined by decades of overwork and stress, may have contributed to his increasingly rigid thinking. His physician, Dr. Martin Mant, noted in his medical records, "His Majesty suffers from persistent insomnia, chronic digestive complaints, and what I can only describe as nervous exhaustion. He drives himself beyond human endurance, sustained only by an iron will and an unshakable belief in his divine mission. I fear this combination of physical decline and spiritual intensity affects his judgment." In the months leading to the Sinope attack, Nicholas's letters reveal a man possessed by his vision. To his son, the future Alexander II, he wrote, "You must understand, my dear Sasha, that our family was chosen by God not merely to rule Russia, but to defend the true faith. The Turkish yoke over our Orthodox brothers is an abomination that heaven demands we end. Whatever the cost, whatever the world may say, we must fulfill our sacred duty." The irony was that Nicholas, in his obsession with protecting Orthodox Christianity, would unleash forces that would ultimately weaken both the faith and the Russian Empire. His conviction that God would not allow him to fail blinded him to the diplomatic realities that were aligning against Russia. When news of the Sinope massacre reached European capitals, the reaction was not the acceptance he expected, but horror and condemnation. Baron Brunnow, Russian ambassador to London, tried desperately to warn Nicholas that British opinion was turning against Russia. His dispatch of December 15, 1853 pleaded, "Your Majesty must understand that the destruction of the Turkish fleet, especially the reports of murdered survivors, has created a storm of outrage here. The newspapers call it butchery. Even those sympathetic to Russia's position on the holy places are appalled. I fear we have gravely miscalculated British reaction." Nicholas's response, scrawled in his distinctive hand across Brunnow's dispatch, revealed a man beyond the reach of earthly counsel. "Let them rage. God's work is accomplished. The Ottoman fleet is destroyed, their power broken. If the British choose to side with the infidel against Christ's champions, their souls will answer for it. We have done what heaven commanded." This messianic certainty would sustain Nicholas through the early months of what became the Crimean War. Even as the coalition against Russia grew, and early victories turned to bloody stalemate. Only on his deathbed in March 1855, with Russian forces besieged in Sevastopol and the empire exhausted by war, would the Tsar finally question whether he had misunderstood God's will. His last coherent words to his son were a warning. "I fear I have bequeathed you not glory but catastrophe. Perhaps I listened too much to my own voice and too little to God's silence." The obsession that had driven Nicholas to risk everything on his vision of Russia as God's chosen instrument had led directly to Sinop and beyond to a war that would claim over 600,000 lives. The Tsar who had begun his reign watching Russians die in Senate Square would end it with Russians dying by the thousands in Crimea, victims of a certainty that confused personal conviction with divine mandate. The shells that had burned the Ottoman fleet at Sinope had been fired by a man who believed himself to be doing God's work, but they had ignited a conflagration that would consume the very order Nicholas had sworn to preserve. Chapter 8. The Menshikov Ultimatum. Prince Alexander Sergeyevich Menshikov arrived in Constantinople on February 28, 1853, aboard the steam frigate Gromonosek, Thunderbolt, a name that proved all too prophetic. The 65-year-old prince, great-great-grandson of Peter the Great's favorite, descended the gangplank in full admiral's uniform, his chest blazing with decorations, followed by a retinue of nearly 100 officials, servants, and Cossack guards. The deliberate spectacle was designed to overawe the Ottomans. Instead, it would provoke a diplomatic disaster that led directly to war. Stratford Canning, the British ambassador known as the Great Elchi, watched Menshikov's arrival from his embassy terrace overlooking the Golden Horn. His dispatch to London captured the ominous theatricality. "The prince has come not as a diplomat, but as a proconsul. His suite includes military engineers who openly survey our harbor defenses, Orthodox priests who speak of reclaiming Constantinople for Christianity, and enough armed Cossacks to fight a small war. The Turks watch with a mixture of anger and fear that bodes ill for peaceful resolution." Menshikov himself was a curious choice for such a delicate mission. A war hero who had lost an eye at the Battle of Varna in 1828, he combined intelligence with arrogance, wit with contempt for those he considered inferior, which included all Turks and most Europeans. His private letters, preserved in the Russian state archives, reveal a man who viewed his mission as both beneath his dignity and certain of success. To his wife he wrote, "The Sultan will yield as his ancestors always have when faced with Russian power. I shall be home by Easter with another triumph for His Majesty." The prince's first meeting with Grand Vizier Mehmed Amin Ali Pasha set the tone for all that followed. Breaking diplomatic protocol, Menshikov refused to wait in an anteroom, insisting the Grand Vizier come to him. When they finally met, the Russian envoy delivered his credentials while remaining seated, a calculated insult in Ottoman court etiquette. Ali Pasha, a skilled diplomat who had served in London and Paris, recognized the provocation but maintained his composure, noting later, "The prince seeks not negotiation, but humiliation. He wishes us to refuse, so Russia may claim we are unreasonable." Menshikov's demands, when finally presented on March 16th, went far beyond the holy places dispute that ostensibly justified his mission. The written note, preserved in Ottoman archives, required, first, Immediate restoration of all Greek Orthodox privileges in Jerusalem, with Catholic rights explicitly subordinated. Second, formal recognition of the Tsar's right to protect all Orthodox Christians within the Ottoman Empire, effectively 12 million subjects. Third, a permanent treaty guaranteeing Russian oversight of Orthodox religious affairs. Fourth, the dismissal of any Ottoman officials deemed hostile to Orthodox interests. The implications were staggering. Acceptance would make the Tsar co-sovereign, over a third of the Sultan's subjects. Every Orthodox Christian could appeal to Russian protection, creating a state within a state. The precedent would invite similar demands from France for Catholics, Britain for Protestants, and Austria for its own interests. The Ottoman Empire would cease to be sovereign in any meaningful sense. Sultan Abdülmecid, a mild-mannered reformer who genuinely sought to modernize his empire, found himself in an impossible position. His private journal, discovered in Dolmabahce Palace archives, reveals his anguish. The Russian prince struts through my capital as if he owns it. His demands would make me a vassal. Yet to refuse may mean war with the northern colossus. My advisors are divided. Some counsel submission to avoid destruction. Others say surrender means slower but certain death. Allah guide me, for I see no good path. The diplomatic community in Constantinople watched with growing alarm as negotiations deteriorated. Baron de Bourkenay, the French ambassador, organized secret meetings with his British counterpart to coordinate resistance to Russian demands. His coded dispatches to Paris reveal the intensity of behind-scenes maneuvering. Menshikov grows more aggressive daily. Yesterday he threatened to break relations if his note is not accepted within 10 days. The Turks look to us for support. If we fail them now, Russian dominance in the east is assured. Menshikov's behavior became increasingly provocative as Turkish resistance stiffened. At a dinner hosted by the Sultan, he publicly insulted the Ottoman foreign minister, calling him a Greek shopkeeper playing at diplomacy. When introduced to Turkish military officers, he wondered aloud how such men could presume to resist Russian arms. Most dramatically, he attended Orthodox Easter services at the Fanar in full uniform, receiving acclaim from Greek crowds as if he were already their protector. The turning point came during a private meeting between Menshikov and the Sultan on April 5th. According to Savet Pasha, who served as interpreter, the confrontation was electric. Prince Menshikov said, "Your Majesty must understand that the Tsar's patience is not infinite. Russia can take by force what you refuse to grant by treaty." The Sultan, normally so gentle, drew himself up and replied, "The Ottoman Empire may be weak, but we are not dead. We have faced Russian armies before. If necessary, we shall do so again." Behind the diplomatic facade, both sides prepared for war. Ottoman War Minister Mehmed Rushdie Pasha reported to the Crown Council that the army could mobilize 150,000 men within 2 months, though weapons and training were inadequate. The Navy, despite recent modernization efforts, remained inferior to Russian forces in the Black Sea. But Turkish officers, remembering successful resistance in previous wars, expressed confidence that courage could overcome technological disadvantage. Stratford Canning, the British ambassador, played a crucial if controversial role in stiffening Turkish resistance. His critics would later claim he encouraged Ottoman intransigence to provoke a war that would weaken Russia. His defenders argued he simply helped the Turks understand their rights under international law. His own account, written years later, suggests a man genuinely trying to prevent conflict while protecting British interests. "I advised the Turks to offer reasonable concessions on the holy places, while standing firm against Russian political domination. Had Menshikov been empowered to negotiate rather than dictate, peace might have been preserved." The French position proved equally important. Napoleon III, eager to assert France's role as protector of Catholics and opponent of Russian expansion, instructed his ambassador to support Turkish resistance. French naval squadrons in the Mediterranean received orders to prepare for possible deployment to Turkish waters. The message was clear. Turkey would not stand alone if it rejected Russian demands. On May 10th, after 2 months of fruitless negotiation, the Ottoman government delivered its final response to Menshikov. The carefully worded document, drafted with British and French input, offered significant concessions on religious issues while rejecting any formal Russian protectorate. The Sultan would guarantee Orthodox rights through his own sovereign authority, not under Russian supervision. It was a reasonable compromise that Menshikov had no authority to accept. The prince's reaction was volcanic. Baron de Testa, dragoman at the Austrian embassy, witnessed the scene. Menshikov threw the Turkish note on the floor and declared it an insult to the Tsar's dignity. He announced that diplomatic relations were severed and that he would depart immediately. As he stormed out, he turned and said, "The next Russians you see will come with 200,000 bayonets." Menshikov's departure on May 21st was as theatrical as his arrival. The entire Russian embassy staff, archives, and Orthodox priests who had accompanied the mission boarded the Gromynosek. As the ship steamed through the Bosphorus, Russian sailors lined the rails in battle dress, a clear threat to the Ottoman capital. Watching crowds understood the message. Negotiation had failed. War would follow. In St. Petersburg, Tsar Nicholas received news of the mission's failure with grim satisfaction. "The Turks have chosen destruction over submission," he told his council. "So be it. God's will cannot be thwarted by Ottoman stubbornness or Western intrigue." Orders went out for the army to prepare to cross the Pruth River into the Danubian principalities. The Menshikov mission had failed, not because compromise was impossible, but because it was never truly attempted. The prince came to dictate, not negotiate. His demands were designed to be unacceptable, providing justification for military action the Tsar had already decided upon. The theatrical arrogance, calculated insults, and impossible ultimatums were not diplomatic failures, but prerequisites for war. As spring turned to summer in 1853, both empires prepared for conflict. The Ottoman Council voted for military mobilization, while Russian forces massed on the borders. The Holy Places dispute had become a casus belli, but the real issues were imperial domination and national survival. The road from Menshikov's ultimatum led inexorably to the waters of Sinop, where Russian technology would demonstrate what his diplomacy had threatened: the power to destroy those who resisted the Tsar's will. Chapter 9. Crossing the Pruth. Lieutenant Pavel Volkonsky of the Izmailovsky Guards Regiment stood on the eastern bank of the Pruth River at dawn on July 3, 1853, watching Russian military might prepare to violate Ottoman sovereignty. Through the morning mist, he could see engineer battalions completing the last pontoon bridges, while endless columns of infantry, cavalry, and artillery stretched back toward the horizon. In his journal, discovered in his family's estate after the revolution, the young officer captured both the grandeur and foreboding of the moment. "The army crosses today. We go to protect our Orthodox brothers," the generals say. "But looking at this vast host, nearly 80,000 men, I wonder if we march toward glory or catastrophe." The order to occupy the Danubian principalities of Moldavia and Wallachia had come directly from Tsar Nicholas III, framed as a limited action to pressure Turkey into accepting Russian demands. The provinces, though nominally under Ottoman sovereignty, had significant autonomy and large Orthodox populations. By occupying them, Nicholas believed he could demonstrate Russian power without triggering general war. It was a calculation that would prove disastrously wrong. General Mikhail Dmitrievich Gorchakov, commanding the invasion force, had served in every major Russian campaign since 1805. His operational orders, preserved in military archives, reveal careful planning undermined by political delusion. Troops will conduct themselves as liberators, not conquerors. Maintain strict discipline. Pay for all requisitions. Respect local customs and properties. His Majesty believes our presence alone will cause the Turks to yield. Avoid provocations that might expand the conflict. The crossing itself was a masterpiece of military logistics. 3 corps crossed at different points along the Pruth, with the main force at Skuleni. Captain Ivan Alabiev of the Engineering Corps later described the operation. "We had rehearsed for weeks. Each pontoon section knew its place, each regiment its crossing time. By noon, we had 20,000 men across with their equipment. The local Moldavians watched from the hills. Some cheered us as liberators, others fled, fearing their Turkish overlords. Retribution. Yet from the first day, reality challenged Russian expectations. The principality's boyar aristocracy, whom Nicholas expected to welcome Russian protection, proved divided and cautious. Prince Grigor Alexandru Ghica of Moldavia received Gorchakov with formal courtesy but private reluctance. His memoir, written in French exile, reveals the impossible position. The Russians came as protectors but acted as occupiers. They demanded quarters for troops, fodder for horses, guides for columns. To refuse meant being labeled Turkish collaborators. To comply meant Turkish vengeance when they left. We smiled and submitted while secretly praying this occupation would be brief. The common people's reaction varied dramatically. In predominantly Orthodox villages, Russian troops were often welcomed with bread and salt, the traditional greeting for honored guests. Village priest Father George in Botoshani recorded, "The soldiers attended our divine liturgy, their deep voices joining our hymns. For a moment it seemed the ancient dream of Orthodox unity was realized. But in mixed communities and Muslim Tatar villages, fear and resistance predominated. Several villages emptied overnight as inhabitants fled toward Ottoman territory." Private Nikolai Fedorov, a literate peasant conscript from Tula province, wrote letters home that provide a ground-level view of the occupation. "The country is rich. Beyond our dreams, grain fields like golden seas, fat cattle, orchards heavy with fruit, but the people eye us strangely. In one village, they feast us. In the next, shuttered windows and barred doors. The officers say we protect Christians from the Turk, but I see Christians who fear us as much as any Turk would." The occupation's first crisis came within weeks. Russian requisition demands, despite orders to pay fair prices, quickly exceeded local capacity. Harvest season approached, but peasants found their grain seized for army bread, their horses taken for transport. Major Pyotr Vanovsky, a staff officer who later became war minister, recorded his concerns. "We came to demonstrate strength through restraint. Instead, necessity forces us to live off the land. Each requisition creates new enemies. The boyars smile to our faces while writing complaints to Constantinople, Paris, and London." More seriously, the occupation triggered Ottoman military mobilization. Omar Pasha, the Ottoman commander in the Balkans, began concentrating forces along the Danube. His army included not just Turkish regulars, but also irregular Basha-Bozuks, whose reputation for brutality terrified Christian populations. The Russian occupation, meant to protect Orthodox Christians, actually exposed them to greater danger. Lieutenant Volkonsky's journal traces growing disillusionment. July 20th, local boyar complained our foraging parties stripped his estate. Colonel promised compensation that will never come. August 3rd, skirmish with Ottoman cavalry patrol. First blood spilled. So much for peaceful pressure. August 15th, Moldavian peasants attacked our supply convoy. They supposedly welcome us as liberators. Why then do they fight us? The diplomatic consequences proved even more damaging than local resistance. Austria, which Nicholas had expected to support or at least accept the occupation, reacted with alarm. The principalities bordered Austrian territory, and their occupation threatened Habsburg interests. Count Buol, Austrian foreign minister, warned the Russian ambassador. His Majesty the Emperor cannot view with equanimity Russian armies establishing themselves on the Danube. What guarantee have we that this temporary occupation will not become permanent? British and French protests were even stronger. Lord Clarendon, British Foreign Secretary, instructed Ambassador Stratford Canning to assure the Turks of British support. The French went further, ordering their Mediterranean fleet to Bessica Bay, just outside the Dardanelles. What Nicholas had conceived as a limited demonstration was escalating toward general European war. By late August, Russian forces had occupied both principalities and established military administration. General Gorchakov issued proclamations promising protection of rights and properties, but reality mocked these assurances. The army of 80,000 men, increased to over 100,000 by reinforcements, consumed resources like a plague of locusts. Discipline, initially good, eroded as soldiers spent idle months in occupation duties. Corporal Semyon Doroshenko of the Kiev Hussars wrote to his brother about the deteriorating situation. "We came as heroes to save fellow Christians. Now they hide their daughters and bury their grain. Yesterday Cossacks burned a village that refused to provide guides. The colonel court-martialed them, but the damage spreads. Each day we stay, we make more enemies." The occupation also revealed Russian military weaknesses that would prove catastrophic in the coming war. Supply lines stretching back to Russia proper functioned poorly. Medical services, adequate for peacetime, couldn't handle the diseases that flourished in crowded camps. By September, more soldiers were hospitalized with fever than had been wounded in all skirmishes with Ottoman forces. Dr. Nikolai Pirogov, later to revolutionize military surgery in Crimea, inspected medical facilities in the principalities and was appalled. Hospitals are mere collection points for the dying. Typhus, cholera, and dysentery kill more than any Turkish bullet. We lack basic medicines, competent orderlies, even clean water. This occupation bleeds strength from our army before true war begins. Most ominously, the occupation hardened Ottoman resolve rather than weakening it. Sultan Abdülmecid, supported by British and French assurances, refused to negotiate under military pressure. On October 4, 1853, the Ottoman Empire declared war on Russia, citing the illegal occupation of the principalities. The limited action had triggered the general conflict Nicholas had hoped to avoid. General Gorchakov received news of the declaration while reviewing troops in Bucharest. His aide-de-camp, Colonel Yuri Danilov, recorded the scene. The general read the dispatch twice, as if repetition might change its meaning. Then he said quietly, "So His Majesty's calculation has failed. We came to demonstrate strength. Instead, we have provoked war. God help us all." As autumn rains began turning, principality roads to mud, Russian forces prepared for a war they had not expected. The crossing of the Pruth, begun with such confidence in July, had led not to quick Ottoman capitulation, but to a conflict that would soon engage all the European powers. Lieutenant Volkonsky, promoted to captain after a skirmish near Kalarasi, wrote a final journal entry before combat operations began. "We crossed the river believing ourselves instruments of God's will, protecting fellow Christians from infidel oppression. 4 months later, those Christians curse us, Europe arms against us, and we face war on multiple fronts. Perhaps the river we crossed was not the Pruth, but the Rubicon." The occupation of the principalities had achieved none of its goals. Rather than pressuring Turkey into submission, it had stiffened Ottoman resistance. Rather than demonstrating Russian strength, it had revealed weaknesses in logistics, diplomacy, and strategy. The road from the Pruth led inevitably to Sinope, where Russian technology would achieve the tactical victory that strategic blindness had made meaningless. The young soldiers who had crossed the river singing Orthodox hymns would soon die in their thousands, victims of a miscalculation that confused military capability with political wisdom. Chapter 10. The Fleet at Sevastopol. The morning sun of October 15, 1853, illuminated a sight that would have stirred any naval officer's heart: the Russian Black Sea Fleet at anchor in Sevastopol harbor. 12 ships of the line, their three-tiered gun decks bristling with over 1,000 cannons, rode at their moorings like floating fortresses. Frigates, corvettes, and steam vessels filled the inner harbor, while on shore the arsenal's chimneys belched smoke as workshops prepared for war. This was the weapon Tsar Nicholas I had spent 2 decades forging, the iron fist that would soon strike at Sinope. Vice Admiral Vladimir Alexeyevich Kornilov stood on the ramparts of Fort Constantine, surveying his command with professional pride, tinged with concern. His personal diary, maintained throughout his career, reveals a commander aware of both his fleet's strengths and limitations. "We have the most powerful battle fleet the Black Sea has ever seen. Our ships of the line are superior to anything the Turks possess, yet I worry. Half our crews are new conscripts, our officer corps is divided between reformers and traditionalists, and these new explosive shells we've received. Magnificent in power, but terrifying in implication." The Black Sea Fleet of 1853 represented both the pinnacle and twilight of the Age of Sail. Ships like the 120-gun Paris and the 84-gun Empress Maria combined traditional wooden construction with modern innovations. Their hulls, built from Crimean oak in Sevastopol's shipyards, were reinforced with iron knees and copper sheathing below the waterline. But it was their armament that made them revolutionary, the new shell guns that would soon horrify Europe. At Sinope, Lieutenant Dmitry Zavalishin, serving aboard the ship of the Line 12 Apostles, described the new weapons in a letter to his brother. "You cannot imagine the power of these shells. In testing, we fired at an old hulk anchored in the roadstead. The solid shot of our fathers would have punched holes that could be plugged. These shells exploded inside, turning the hulk into kindling within minutes. The senior officers watched these demonstrations with satisfaction, but some of us wonder what war will become when such weapons are commonplace. The man who would lead these ships to Sinop, Vice Admiral Pavel Stepanovich Nakhimov, was already a legend in the fleet. At 61, he had served in every major naval action since Navarino in 1827. Unlike many senior officers who maintained estates and families ashore, Nakhimov lived for and with the fleet. He kept a small cabin aboard his flagship, even when in port, rising each morning to supervise gunnery drills and inspect ships with meticulous attention. Captain First Rank Vladimir Istomin, Nakhimov's protege and friend, later wrote about his commander's preparation for war. The admiral drove us relentlessly through October and November. Day after day, we practiced forming line of battle, conducting firing exercises, anchoring under fire. He was particularly insistent on training with the new shells. "Gentlemen," he would say, "these weapons will change naval warfare forever. We must master them before our enemies do." The social world of the fleet reflected the contradictions of Imperial Russia. The officer corps was split between aristocrats who viewed naval service as a fashionable career and professionals who had risen through merit. Evening gatherings at the Naval Club revealed these tensions. Prince Mikhail Voevodsky, commanding the frigate Kagul, represented the old guard. Multilingual, educated in Paris, more comfortable in a salon than on a quarterdeck. Opposing him were officers like Commander Alexei Butakov, son of a provincial priest who had earned his rank through mathematical genius and seamanship. Midshipman Baron Nicholas von Essen, fresh from the Naval Cadet Corps, recorded his impressions of this divided world. "The fleet seems two services in one. By day, we are all sailors together, united by duty and the sea. By evening, we separate into camps, the princes in their brilliantly lit quarters discussing poetry and politics, the professionals in humbler surroundings studying charts and tactics. Admiral Nakhimov moves between both worlds, respected by all but belonging fully to neither." The technological revolution, represented by the shell guns, extended throughout the fleet. The workshops of Sevastopol hummed with innovation. Chief Engineer Colonel Adolf Totleben, younger brother of the famous fortress engineer, supervised installation of new gun mountings that could handle the increased recoil of shell firing. The Arsenal's laboratory, under Polish exile Colonel Konstanty Borkowski, produced explosive shells to exacting standards, each one tested to ensure reliable detonation. Yet alongside modern weapons persisted ancient traditions. Ships' crews still included significant numbers of serfs, conscripted for 25-year terms. These peasant sailors, torn from villages across the empire, brought their own culture aboard. Icons hung in every mess deck, prayers were sung before battle stations, and superstitions governed daily life. The contrast between modern technology and medieval social relations would define the Imperial Russian military until its collapse. Seaman First Class Fyodor Makarov, literate despite his serf origins, kept an illegal diary that survived in Soviet archives. October 20th. Loaded the new shells today. Devil's eggs, we call them. Father Iowan blessed them with holy water, which seems strange. Blessing weapons meant to burn men alive. October 25th. Noble officers inspect us like cattle. We who will die at the guns matter less than the horses in their stables. Yet when the drums beat to quarters, we are all equal before death. The religious life of the fleet was intense and genuine. Every major warship had its own priest, and divine services were held daily. The fleet's senior chaplain, Archpriest Pavel Lebedinsky, worked to maintain morale through spiritual means. His sermons, preserved in church archives, mixed Orthodox theology with patriotic fervor. "You sail as warriors of Christ against the infidel who oppresses our brothers. Each cannon you fire strikes a blow for the true faith. Fear not death, for paradise awaits those who fall in holy battle." As October turned to November, war preparations intensified. Intelligence reports indicated the Ottoman fleet was active along the Anatolian coast. Admiral Nakhimov received orders to patrol aggressively, seeking engagement with Turkish naval forces. The peaceful routines of port life gave way to combat readiness. Ships took on full ammunition loads, including the precious explosive shells. Medical supplies were distributed, though pitifully inadequate for what was coming. Marines sharpened bayonets and practiced boarding drills, unaware that the new weapons would make such close combat obsolete. The fleet's departure from Sevastopol on November 11th was a spectacle that impressed even veteran observers. British Consul James Yeames, watching from the heights above the harbor, reported to London, 13 sail of the line and associated vessels stood out to sea in perfect order. Whatever one thinks of Russian policy, their naval power in these waters is undeniable. The ships appear well handled, the crews disciplined. If they meet the Turkish fleet, the outcome seems predetermined. Admiral Kornilov, remaining in Sevastopol as port commander, watched his ships disappear over the horizon with mixed emotions. His diary entry that evening proved prescient. Nakhimov sails with overwhelming force and revolutionary weapons. He will find and destroy the Turkish squadron. Of this I have no doubt. But I fear this tactical victory will prove a strategic disaster. Europe will not stand idle while we demonstrate such destructive power. We may win the battle and lose the Va. As the Black Sea Fleet sailed toward its rendezvous with history at Sinop, it carried within its wooden hulls the contradictions that would ultimately doom Imperial Russia. Modern weapons served by medieval social structures, professional competence, undermined by political delusions, tactical brilliance divorced from strategic wisdom. The shells that would burn the Ottoman fleet had been blessed by priests who preached medieval crusade. The officers who would direct the slaughter read French, philosophy and wrote poetry. The serf sailors who would serve the guns with mechanical precision remained property of aristocrats who viewed them as barely human. Captain Mikhail Petrovich Lazarev, commanding the ship of the Line 3 hierarchs, made the last log entry before the fleet divided for patrol duties. November 12, 1853. Fleet in good order. Weather favorable. Crew morale high. May God grant us victory over the enemies of Christ and Tsar. Within 2 weeks, that victory would be achieved in ways that would shock Europe and transform naval warfare forever. The fleet that had sailed from Sevastopol in imperial grandeur would return with blood on its hands and doom in its wake. Chapter 11. The news reaches London. At 3:47 p.m. on December 12, 1853, a telegraph message arrived at the Foreign Office in London that would transform British public opinion and push the empire toward war. The message, relayed through Vienna and Paris from Constantinople, consisted of just 32 words. Turkish squadron totally destroyed at Sinope, November 30th. Russians used explosive shells. Town burning. Thousands dead, including civilians. Survivors report Russian boats killing swimming sailors. Turkish government requests immediate Allied intervention. Lord Clarendon, the Foreign Secretary, read the telegram twice before summoning his private secretary. Send immediate messages to the Prime Minister and the First Lord of the Admiralty, he ordered, and prepare for the storm that's about to break. Within hours, the news would leap from Whitehall's corridors to London's newspaper offices, and from there to every coffee house, club, and public house in Britain. The age of mass media war had begun. The Times, Britain's most influential newspaper, received the news at 6 p.m. through its own correspondent network. Editor John Delane, a man who understood the power of public emotion, immediately grasped the story's significance. He cleared the next morning's front page and summoned his best writers. "Gentlemen," he announced, "we have a massacre that will shake the government and inflame the nation. I want every detail, every horror, every implication, spelled out. The public must understand what Russian barbarism means." The December 13th edition of the Times hit London streets at dawn with a headline that screamed across 8 columns. Massacre at Sinope. Russian fleet destroys Turkish squadron. Survivors murdered in cold blood. The lead article, written by veteran correspondent Thomas Chenery, painted a picture calculated to outrage. The Russian fleet, armed with infernal new weapons, has not merely defeated, but annihilated a Turkish squadron in an act of calculated brutality that violates every law of civilized warfare. Reports reaching this newspaper tell of wounded sailors shot while swimming, of a peaceful town subjected to indiscriminate bombardment, of Christian mercy abandoned for Asiatic cruelty. The British public, already primed by months of anti-Russian propaganda, reacted with fury. Charles Greville, the diarist and clerk of the Privy Council, recorded the atmosphere. London is in uproar. The clubs talk of nothing but Sinope. Ladies organize committees to aid Turkish wounded. Young men rush to enlist. In Parliament Square, speakers denounce Russian barbarity and government inaction. The measured debate over Eastern policy has given way to cries for vengeance. The illustrated newspapers, a recent innovation that brought visual imagery to mass audiences, amplified the emotional impact. The Illustrated London News commissioned dramatic engravings based on refugee accounts. Their December 17th issue featured a double-page spread showing Russian sailors with boathooks attacking swimming Turks while Sinope burned in the background. The image, entirely imagined by artists who had never seen Sinope, became fixed in public consciousness as documentary truth. Press coverage was not uniform, however. The Morning Chronicle, traditionally sympathetic to Russia, attempted a more balanced account. Its editorial of December 14th argued, "While the loss of life at Sinope is regrettable, we must remember this was a military action in declared war. The use of explosive shells, however destructive, represents technological progress, not barbarity. Would we condemn our own navy for employing superior weapons?" Such nuanced views were drowned out by the tide of outrage. The speed of news transmission transformed public reaction. In previous conflicts, news traveled at the pace of sailing ships, allowing emotions to cool and governments to shape narratives. But the electric telegraph, combined with steam mail ships, brought Sinope's horrors to London in less than 2 weeks. Lord Aberdeen, the peace-minded Prime Minister, complained to Queen Victoria, "The telegraph is governing events. By the time we can verify facts or explain context, public opinion has crystallized into demands for action." Women played a crucial role in channeling public outrage into political pressure. Lady Stratford de Redcliffe, wife of the British ambassador to Constantinople, organized London's social elite to demand intervention. Her salon in Belgravia became headquarters for what she called the Party of Humanity. She wrote to Florence, "Nightingale, the murdered sailors of Sinope cry out for justice. If our government will not act from policy, perhaps it will act from shame when confronted by aroused womanhood." The religious press added another dimension to public fury. The Record, voice of evangelical Anglicanism, framed Sinope as an assault on Protestant values. The Tsar, who claims to act for Christianity, has shown his true face, that of a tyrant who knows no law but force. Protestant England must stand against this perversion of Christ's message. Even publications normally focused on domestic reform were swept into the interventionist tide. Working-class reaction proved equally intense. In London's East End, where many families had members in the Royal Navy, mass meetings demanded action. John Stevens, a docker who addressed a crowd at Stepney, was recorded by police informants. "They say the Russians shot sailors in the water like dogs. Well, I say, our Jack Tars won't stand for that. If their lordships won't fight for honor, working men will." Such sentiments worried authorities who feared unrest if the government appeared weak. The speed of events outpaced diplomatic efforts at damage control. Baron Brunnow, the Russian ambassador, attempted to present his government's version through a letter to the Times on December 15th. The action at Sinope was a legitimate military operation against enemy warships. Reports of atrocities are Turkish propaganda, eagerly spread by those who seek war. His Imperial Majesty regrets all loss of life, but cannot be blamed for employing modern weapons in declared warfare. Brunnow's explanation backfired spectacularly. The Times published his letter alongside witness testimonies collected by British consular officials, creating a damning contrast. The Daily News ran a cartoon showing Brunnow washing blood from his hands while Sinope burned behind him. The Russian embassy was pelted with rotten vegetables, and Brunnow himself needed police protection to move about London. Parliament, recalled for emergency session, became a theater of outrage. Lord Palmerston, the former Foreign Secretary known for his aggressive policies, delivered a speech that crystallized public feeling. The massacre at Sinope, for massacre it was, not battle, demonstrates that Russia recognizes no limits to its ambition, no laws, but its own will. Are we to stand idle while British commerce is threatened, British values mocked, and British interests trampled? I say no. The Turkish sailor murdered in Sinop's waters is our brother. His cry for justice is our call to arms. The government found itself trapped between public demand for action and strategic caution. Lord Aberdeen, who had worked for months to prevent war, saw his peace policy crumbling. His private correspondence reveals his anguish. The press has made negotiation impossible. Every attempt at moderation is denounced as cowardice. Sinope has become a symbol that no amount of explanation can alter. We are being swept toward a war that will benefit no one. Queen Victoria, initially skeptical of intervention, was influenced by public opinion and her husband Prince Albert's analysis. Albert wrote in a memorandum, "The destruction at Sinope, particularly the reported murder of survivors, has created a situation where British credibility requires response. To appear indifferent to such brutality would damage our moral authority and encourage Russian aggression elsewhere." By December 20th, just a week after news arrived, the die was effectively cast. The cabinet, facing threats of resignation from key ministers and a potential parliamentary revolt, authorized preparations for military intervention. Orders went to the Mediterranean fleet to prepare for operations in support of Turkey. Recruiting, offices reported unprecedented volunteers. The press celebrated victory over government cowardice. The transformation of Sinope from a distant naval engagement into a cause célèbre demonstrated the new power of mass media in shaping policy. The Telegraph and popular press had created an immediacy and emotional intensity that overwhelmed traditional diplomatic processes. Complex questions of international law, balance of power, and strategic interest were reduced to simple morality tales of good versus evil, civilization versus barbarism. William Howard Russell, the Times correspondent who would later revolutionize war reporting from Crimea, reflected on the media's role. "We in the press lit a fire we could not control. The public, fed on sensation and outrage, demanded war. Politicians, fearing electoral consequences, gave them what they wanted. Whether the facts justified such reaction mattered less than the emotions they provoked. Sinope became whatever the public needed it to be: a cause, a symbol, a bloody shirt to wave." As 1853 drew to a close, London prepared for war with the enthusiasm born of outrage and ignorance. The same newspapers that had inflamed opinion with tales of Sinope's horrors would soon report from Crimean battlefields where British soldiers died in thousands from disease, incompetence, and a military system as antiquated as any Turkish fleet. The explosive shells that had shocked British conscience at Sinope would seem merciful compared to the slow agony of Scutari's hospitals. But in December 1853, such ironies lay in an unimaginable future. Chapter 12. Paris in Uproar. Emperor Napoleon III was taking his morning ride in the Bois de Boulogne when Count Walewski, his foreign minister and illegitimate half-brother, galloped up with news of Sinope. The emperor, an accomplished horseman, despite his portly figure, reined in his Arabian stallion and listened intently to the breathless report. When Walewski finished, Napoleon sat silent for a long moment, his waxed mustaches twitching with suppressed emotion. Then he spoke the words that would define French policy. "This is not a disaster, mon cher Walewski. This is an opportunity. Russia has given us the gift we have waited for since Waterloo." The Second Empire of Napoleon III was built on a contradiction. It claimed legitimacy from the glorious First Empire while desperately seeking to avoid its predecessor's fate. The nephew of the great Napoleon had seized power in 1851 through a coup d'état, transforming himself from elected president to emperor. Now, 2 years later, he needed foreign policy success to cement his dynasty and restore France to the first rank of European powers. Sinope provided the perfect catalyst. Within hours of receiving confirmation of the Turkish disaster, Napoleon convened an extraordinary council at the Tuileries Palace. The gilded halls that had witnessed his uncle's councils of war again echoed with strategic discussions. Marshal Achille Barraget de Hilliers, an old soldier who had served the first Napoleon, watched the nephew with skeptical eyes. His memoirs capture the moment. His Majesty spoke with surprising force about France's mission to protect civilization against Cossack barbarism. Yet I wondered if he truly understood what war meant. He had played at soldier in his youth but never seen men torn apart by grape-shot. The Parisian press, already primed by months of tension over the holy places, erupted with orchestrated fury. Le Moniteur, the official government newspaper, published a special edition on December 14th, with black borders suggesting mourning. The editorial, written under Napoleon's personal supervision, declared, "The massacre at Sinope is an affront to all civilized nations, but especially to France, protector of Eastern Christians and guardian of Mediterranean order. The blood of murdered sailors cries out for justice. France, silent too long, must speak with the voice of its armies." But Napoleon's genius lay in understanding that manufactured outrage must tap genuine emotion to succeed. The French public, particularly the Catholic majority, had followed the holy places dispute with religious fervor. Now Sinope transformed abstract theological arguments into visceral human drama. The emperor ordered public readings of survivor testimonies in churches, knowing that accounts of Russians murdering helpless sailors would inflame Catholic sentiment against Orthodox schismatics. Empress Eugénie, the Spanish-born beauty who had captured Napoleon's heart, proved instrumental in mobilizing elite opinion. Her salon at the Tuileries became the center of war advocacy. On December 16th, she hosted a reception that included Cardinal Gousset, Archbishop of Reims, along with leading society figures. Witnesses recorded her passionate speech. "The Turks may be infidels, but they are God's instruments against Russian tyranny. Every Turkish sailor at Sinope died defending principles France holds sacred. Their sacrifice demands our answer." The careful orchestration extended to visual propaganda. Napoleon commissioned Horace Vernet, court painter and master of military scenes, to create a massive canvas depicting Sinope. Working from imagination and refugee accounts, Vernet produced a masterpiece of emotional manipulation. Turkish sailors struggled in dark waters while Russian sailors with demonic faces struck them down. In the background, Sinope burned like a vision of hell. The painting, displayed in the Louvre's main gallery, drew enormous crowds and generated exactly the outrage Napoleon desired. Yet not all Frenchmen accepted the official narrative. Alexis de Tocqueville, in failing health but still intellectually acute, wrote to his English friend Nassau Sr., "The emperor plays a dangerous game. He invokes his uncle's glory while forgetting his uncle's fate. Sinope provides pretext for a war he has long desired. But wars begun in calculation often end in catastrophe. The French people, intoxicated by manipulated emotion, cheer for conflict they do not understand." The Republican opposition, though muzzled by imperial censorship, found ways to express skepticism. Victor Hugo, in exile on the Channel Island of Jersey, penned verses that circulated clandestinely in Paris. "They speak of Turkish blood in Sinope's Bay, but French blood too will flow before they're done. The nephew apes the uncle's glory day, yet lacks his genius, keeping but his gun." Napoleon, aware of such undercurrents, moved swiftly to channel popular emotion into concrete action. On December 18th, he reviewed troops at the Champ de Mars in a spectacle designed to evoke imperial glory. 20,000 soldiers marched past as bands played martial airs from the First Empire. The emperor, mounted on a white charger and wearing the uniform of a general, addressed the troops. "Soldiers of France, the barbarity at Sinope demands response. You carry not just French arms, but European civilization's hope. Your fathers made Europe tremble. You shall make it free." The financial markets, often skeptical of military adventures, initially responded nervously. But Napoleon had prepared carefully. Baron James de Rothschild, head of the French banking house, was summoned. To a private audience, the emperor spoke frankly. "This war will be short, limited, and profitable. British partnership ensures naval supremacy. Turkish alliance opens eastern markets. Russian defeat means new opportunities from Poland to the Levant. Support me now, and France's financiers will reap rewards." Rothschild, ever pragmatic, pledged his house's support. The diplomatic machinery worked overtime to translate outrage into alliance. Count Walewski instructed Ambassador Bourconnet in Constantinople to assure the Sultan of French support. More importantly, secret negotiations with Britain intensified. Napoleon understood that French power alone could not defeat Russia, but Anglo-French partnership would be irresistible. Sinope provided the emotional cement for an alliance between historical enemies. The French Mediterranean fleet at Toulon received orders to prepare for eastern deployment. Vice Admiral Hamelin, commanding the fleet, was a political appointee, more comfortable in salons than on quarterdecks. But his deputy, Rear Admiral Brut was a fighting sailor who understood modern naval warfare. Brut's preparations were thorough. The Russians have shown at Sinop what explosive shells can do to wooden ships. We must assume they will use the same weapons against us. I am drilling gun crews in rapid counter-battery fire and damage control. We cannot afford another Sinope with French victims. The transformation of French public opinion was remarkable in its speed and completeness. Provincial newspapers, taking their cue from Paris, published increasingly lurid accounts of Sinope. The Catholic clergy, influenced by the hierarchy's support for war, preached sermons comparing Russian aggression to historical invasions by pagans and heretics. Recruitment offices reported volunteers exceeding requirements, with young men eager to emulate the Grande Armée's glories. Marie Dagoult, salon hostess and former mistress of Liszt, captured the intoxicating atmosphere in her diary. Paris has gone mad for war. At every gathering, ladies wear Turkish crescents as jewelry, while gentlemen speak knowingly of strategy. The emperor appears at the opera to thunderous applause. Even Republicans praise his firm stance. Sinope has united. France as nothing else could, yet I fear we celebrate the beginning of tragedy. On December 22nd, Napoleon addressed a special joint session of the Senate and legislative body. His speech, carefully crafted to balance emotion with calculation, represents political theater at its finest. Senators and deputies of France, the massacre at Sinope places before us a simple question. Shall France accept a Europe dominated by Russian tyranny, or shall we act with our allies to preserve the balance of power our fathers died to create? I have not sought this conflict, but neither shall I shrink from it. France speaks not for conquest, but for civilization, not for glory, but for justice. The chambers erupted in prolonged applause. Even former opponents rose to cheer. The vote for war credits was nearly unanimous. As delegates streamed from the hall, Baron Haussmann, already planning his transformation of Paris, remarked to a colleague, "The emperor has his war, and with it, legitimacy. Sinope's dead have given birth to the Second Empire's majority. Yet amid the orchestrated enthusiasm, some recognize the manipulation at work." Prince Jerome Napoleon, the emperor's cousin and occasional critic, wrote in his private journal, "My imperial cousin has played his cards brilliantly. A distant naval battle becomes a national crusade. Catholic France allies with Protestant England to defend Muslim Turkey against Orthodox Russia. The ironies are delicious. But I wonder if he truly controls the forces he has unleashed. Wars begin with drums and flowers. They end with amputations and widows." As 1853 ended, Paris blazed with war fever. The carefully stoked outrage over Sinope had achieved Napoleon III's purposes: internal unity, international relevance, and alliance with Britain. The nephew of the great emperor had found his path to glory. That it led through Crimean mud toward military stalemate and ultimate diplomatic humiliation lay hidden in a future no one could imagine. Chapter 13. The Sultan's Dilemma. Sultan Abdülmecid. I was performing his afternoon prayers in the private mosque of Topkapi Palace when the news from Sinope arrived. The messenger, mud-splattered from his desperate ride, waited in anguish as protocol demanded the sovereign complete his devotions. When the Sultan finally emerged, the young officer fell to his knees, unable to speak. Grand Vizier Kubrisli Mehmed Emin Pasha gently took the dispatch from the man's trembling hands and read it silently before whispering its contents to his master. Witnesses say the Sultan swayed as if struck, his pale face growing even whiter against his dark beard. "Leave me," Abdülmecid commanded, his voice barely audible. As courtiers filed out, the 30-year-old ruler of the Ottoman Empire stood alone in the marble corridor where his ancestors had commanded half the known world. Through the latticed windows came the sounds of Istanbul, merchants hawking wares, muezzins calling the faithful, ships' horns in the Golden Horn. His empire lived on, unaware that its Black Sea fleet had just ceased to exist. The Sultan's private journal, discovered in the palace archives after the empire's fall, reveals the depth of his anguish. "Allah has tested us beyond endurance. Our ships burn, our sailors drown, and the Russians dance on their graves. I sent those men to defend our shores. Instead, I sent them to paradise. Each dead sailor had a mother who will curse my name. Better I had died than lived to see this. Shame upon the house of Osman." Abdülmecid was an unlikely warrior sultan. educated in French and music rather than military arts. He had devoted his reign to the Tanzimat reforms aimed at modernizing the empire. His portrait by the court painter, Seba, shows a melancholy intellectual, more comfortable with poetry than power. Now history demanded he become what he was not: a military leader who could rally his empire against Russian aggression. The immediate challenge was breaking the news to a capital already on edge. War Minister Mehmed Rushdie Pasha argued for delay. Majesty, let us first understand the full scope of the disaster. Premature announcement could cause panic, even riots. But Abdülmecid, showing unexpected steel, overruled him. Our people will learn soon enough from foreign newspapers. Better they hear truth from their sultan than lies from their enemies. We shall tell them of heroism as well as defeat. The Sultan's announcement, read in mosques throughout the capital on December 3rd, was a masterpiece of Ottoman rhetoric. Our faithful warriors of the sea have met martyrdom defending the faith and the empire. At Sinop, they faced overwhelming numbers with the courage of lions. Though our ships burn, our honor shines brighter. The Russian wolf has shown his nature, murdering wounded warriors against all laws of God and man. This crime cries to heaven for justice. We shall have that justice, with Allah's help and our allies' support. The reaction in Istanbul was volcanic. In the Great Bazaar, merchants shuttered their shops and joined spontaneous demonstrations. At the Galata waterfront, where many families lived, women wailed and tore their clothes in traditional mourning. But grief quickly transformed into rage. Crowds gathered outside the Russian embassy, forcing Ambassador Vladimir Titov to flee to a British warship for protection. Young men flooded recruitment centers, demanding weapons to avenge Sinope. Inside Topkapi, the Sultan faced agonizing choices. His navy was crippled, his army outdated, his treasury strained by years of reform. Without European support, the empire could not survive a full Russian onslaught. Yet accepting such support meant acknowledging Ottoman weakness and potentially mortgaging the empire's independence. The traditional Islamic prohibition against allying with Christians against other Christians, however heretical, troubled religious conservatives. Sheikh-ul-Islam Arif Hikmet Bey, the empire's highest religious authority, provided crucial support. His fatwa, issued December 5th, declared, "When the enemy attacks Islam's domains and murders believers without mercy, it becomes obligatory to seek help from wherever it may come. The Frank who aids us against the Russian oppressor serves Allah's purpose, whether he knows it or not. There is no shame in accepting such help, only wisdom." The war party, led by Reshid Pasha, pressed for immediate action. In a stormy council session, Reshid declared, "Every day we delay is another day. Russia strengthens its position. Sinop has given us what we lacked, European sympathy. Strike now while outrage is hot." But Abdülmecid, despite his grief, sought broader coalition. His encrypted telegram to ambassadors in London and Paris read, "Sinop changes everything. We need not just sympathy but ships, soldiers, and subsidies. Promise whatever necessary. The empire's survival supersedes all other considerations." The Sultan's younger brother, Abdulaziz, represented the military faction that wanted immediate retaliation. A giant of a man trained in traditional Ottoman martial arts, he burst into the imperial presence uninvited. "Brother, give me what ships remain, and I will raid Sevastopol itself. Let us die like men rather than wait like sheep for slaughter." Abdülmecid's response, recorded by the court chronicler, showed remarkable restraint. "Dear brother, your courage honors our ancestors, but courage without wisdom is suicide. We shall fight, but at a time and place of our choosing, with allies at our side." The diplomatic dance intensified. Lord Stratford de Redcliffe, the British ambassador known for his pro-Turkish sympathies, was received daily at the palace. His dispatches to London reveal the delicate negotiations. The Sultan walks a tightrope between desperation and dignity. He needs our help but fears becoming our puppet. I have assured him that Britain seeks a partner, not a protectorate. Whether my government will honor such assurances remains to be seen. French Ambassador Barragay de Hillier proved equally active. Napoleon III's instructions were clear: secure Ottoman alliance while ensuring French commercial and religious privileges. The ambassador reported, "The Sultan is more intelligent than supposed. He plays Britain against France skillfully, extracting maximum commitments from both. Sinope has strengthened his position paradoxically. As victim, he can demand more than as supplicant. The human cost of Sinope weighed heavily on Abdülmecid. He personally wrote to the families of senior officers lost in the battle, an unprecedented gesture that moved even cynical courtiers. To the widow of Hussein Pasha he wrote, "Your husband died as befits an Ottoman warrior, at his post facing the enemy. His name shall live in glory. You and your children shall want for nothing while the House of Osman endures." The Sultan established a special fund for Sinop orphans, contributing from his private purse. Yet amid grief and diplomacy, practical war preparations continued. Omar Pasha, the empire's most capable general, a Croatian convert to Islam, was summoned from the Danube front. His blunt assessment shocked the court. "Majesty, our army can defend but not attack. Our weapons are a generation behind Russia's. Our officers brave but untrained in modern war. Without massive European support, we face not defeat, but annihilation." The Sultan's response was equally direct. "Then we must have that support. Pride is a luxury we cannot afford." The psychological impact of Sinop on Ottoman identity was profound. For centuries, the empire had defined itself as the supreme Islamic power, needing no alliances with infidels. Now, survival demanded embracing former enemies. Conservative ulama grumbled about Christian contamination. Young reformers argued for even deeper Western integration. The empire's identity crisis, long simmering, burst into open debate. Namık Kemal, the young poet who would later father Turkish nationalism, captured the moment in verses that circulated despite censorship. "Sinop burns, and with it burns our past. The age of lonely glory now has fled. We join with Franks to make our freedom last, or lie with Sinop's sailors, cold and dead." As December progressed, the Sultan's decision crystallized. At a ceremonial council on December 20th, with foreign ambassadors present, Abdülmecid announced, "The Ottoman Empire accepts with gratitude the alliance offered by Britain and France. Together we shall resist Russian aggression and restore the balance of power. Sinop's martyrs shall be avenged, but through victory, not vengeance." The announcement transformed Istanbul's mood from despair to hope. Allied warships entering the Bosphorus were greeted with cheers. French and British officers, previously viewed with suspicion, were welcomed as brothers in arms. The technical advisors and military supplies that followed offered tangible proof that the empire would not face Russia alone. Yet in quiet moments, Abdülmecid understood the price of survival. His diary entry for December 25 is poignant. "We have saved the empire by mortgaging its independence. Our allies' ships in our waters, their advisors in our councils, their gold in our treasury. We live, but are we still masters in our own house? Sinop has forced choices I pray my successors will not curse." The Sultan's dilemma was resolved, but not solved. The immediate crisis passed as European support materialized. But the fundamental questions raised by Sinope about Ottoman identity, independence, and modernization would haunt the empire until its final collapse. The massacre that had begun with Russian shells ended with the Ottoman Empire's transformation, from proud isolation to dependent alliance. Abdülmecid had saved his throne and his empire, but at a cost that only time would fully reveal. In the council chambers of Topkapi, where Suleiman the Magnificent had once dictated terms to Europe. Chapter 14. Aberdeen's Agony. George Hamilton Gordon, 4th Earl of Aberdeen, sat alone in his study at 10 Downing Street on the evening of December 13, 1853, staring at the dispatch that would destroy his life's work. The news from Sinop lay before him on his mahogany desk, its brief lines containing the death warrant for his peace policy. At 69, the Prime Minister who had devoted his career to preventing European war now faced the certainty of its arrival. His private secretary, entering with more telegrams, found Aberdeen with his head in his hands, shoulders shaking with silent sobs. "Forgive me," the Earl said, composing himself with difficulty, "but I have just realized that I shall go down in history as the Prime Minister who led Britain into unnecessary war. All my efforts, all my compromises, all my careful diplomacy, swept away by Russian shells and Turkish blood. God help me, I can see no way to stop what must now follow. Aberdeen was perhaps the least warlike man ever to hold the office of Prime Minister. A classical scholar who read Greek for pleasure, a devoted gardener who found solace among his orchids, a widower who had lost his beloved wife and 4 of his daughters to tuberculosis. He understood loss too well to inflict it lightly on others. His political career had been built on the principle that reason and negotiation could resolve any dispute between civilized nations. Sinope shattered that faith. Lord Clarendon, his foreign secretary, arrived within the hour for an emergency consultation. He found Aberdeen pacing his study, unusually agitated. Clarendon, the public bays for blood. The Times demands immediate action. Even my own cabinet speaks of nothing but teaching Russia a lesson. How did we come to this? 6 months ago, we were mediating a dispute over church keys in Jerusalem. Now, we face general European war. Clarendon, more realistic about power politics, responded gently. Prime Minister, you have done everything possible to preserve peace. But Nicholas has made that impossible. Sinope is not just a military action, it's a deliberate provocation. If we do not respond, Russia will dominate the Black Sea, threaten our route to India, and destroy the balance of power you've worked so hard to maintain. Aberdeen's personal papers, preserved in the British Library, reveal the depth of his anguish during these critical days. To his son Arthur, he wrote, "I am like a man watching an avalanche descend, knowing it will destroy everything in its path, yet powerless to stop it. The war party grows stronger by the hour. Palmerston threatens resignation if we do not act. The Queen herself speaks of British honor. I, who have seen war's reality at Leipzig, know what horrors we court. Yet I am one man against a nation aroused." The reference to Leipzig was significant. As a young diplomat, Aberdeen had witnessed the aftermath of the 1813 battle, one of the bloodiest of the Napoleonic Wars. He had walked among 90,000 casualties, seen field hospitals that were charnel houses, comforted dying boys who cried for mothers they would never see again. The experience had made him a lifelong opponent of war. Now, 40 years later, he was being forced to send a new generation to similar horrors. The cabinet meeting of December 14th was among the most acrimonious in British political history. Lord Palmerston, the Home Secretary, and Aberdeen's longtime rival arrived early and worked the room like a prosecutor building his case. When Aberdeen entered, he faced a united front demanding action. Palmerston opened the assault. "Prime Minister, every hour we delay emboldens Russia and humiliates Britain. The public demands action. Will you give it, or must others take the lead?" Aberdeen's response, recorded in the cabinet minutes, showed his desperate attempt to buy time. "Gentlemen, I do not dispute the gravity of Sinope, but war is not a policy to be undertaken in hot blood. Let us first verify the facts, explore diplomatic options, coordinate with France. Rush to judgment serves no one." But his cautious words fell on deaf ears. Even traditionally peaceful ministers like Gladstone spoke of national honor requiring response. The pressure came from all directions. Queen Victoria, influenced by Prince Albert's analysis, summoned Aberdeen to Buckingham Palace. The audience, normally formal and brief, stretched for 2 hours. The Queen, still young at 34, but increasingly confident in her political judgment, was direct. "Lord Aberdeen, we appreciate your desire for peace, but British subjects look to their sovereign for protection. Can we tell them their government will do nothing while Russia commits atrocities? What message does inaction send to our empire, our allies, our enemies?" Aberdeen's reply, recorded in Victoria's journal, was painfully honest. "Your Majesty, I fear we are being swept into war by emotion rather than interest. The public knows nothing of war's reality. They cheer the pageantry but have not seen the amputations, the widows, the orphans. I have. If your Majesty orders me to prepare for war, I shall obey. But history will judge whether we acted wisely or merely vengefully." The Prime Minister's isolation was nearly complete. His own party, the Peelites, were divided. The Whigs, his coalition partners, overwhelmingly favored intervention. The opposition Conservatives, sensing political opportunity, attacked him for weakness. Only a few voices supported his caution. John Bright, the radical Quaker MP, was one. Aberdeen stands like Horatius at the bridge, trying to hold back the tide of war madness. He will fail, but honor him for trying. The press campaign against Aberdeen intensified daily. The Times published a devastating editorial on December 16th. The Prime Minister fiddles with diplomatic notes while Sinope burns. His peace at any price policy has emboldened Russian aggression and shamed British honor. How many more massacres must occur before Lord Aberdeen finds the courage to act? The blood of Sinope stains not just Russian hands, but those too timid to stop the slaughter. Private letters reveal how deeply such attacks wounded Aberdeen. To his old friend Princess Leven he wrote, "They call me coward for hating war. Perhaps I am. I have seen too much death to face it with equanimity. These journalists who demand blood have never seen a battlefield. They imagine glory where I know only grief. Yet their ignorance defeats my experience. Democracy, it seems, means the triumph of those who know least." The final blow came from within his own cabinet. Lord John Russell, the former Prime Minister serving as Leader of the Commons, delivered an ultimatum on December 19th. Either Aberdeen would agree to military preparations, or Russell would resign, bringing down the government. Russell's memorandum was brutally clear. The country demands action. Parliament will vote for war whether the government leads or not. Better we control events than be dragged by them. That night, Aberdeen suffered what his physician discreetly termed a nervous collapse. Found by his valet at 3 a.m., still at his desk but unable to speak coherently, the Prime Minister was confined to bed for 24 hours. His doctor, Sir James Clark, noted, "His lordship shows symptoms of extreme nervous exhaustion. The burden of office, combined with his natural sensitivity, has overwhelmed his constitution. Rest is essential, but I fear the pressures of the moment make real recovery impossible." When Aberdeen returned to duty on December 21st, he was a changed man. The fight had gone out of him. At the crucial cabinet meeting that evening, he capitulated. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice barely audible, "I bow to the collective wisdom. If the nation demands war, it shall have war. I pray God we do not rue this day." Lord Clarendon prepared dispatches to Paris coordinating military action. First, "Lord, ready the fleet. The die is cast." Palmerston's diary records the scene. Aberdeen spoke like a man pronouncing his own death sentence. When he finished, there was silence. Even I, who had pressed hardest for action, felt the gravity of the moment. We were crossing a bridge that could not be recrossed. The old man's sorrow affected us all, though none would admit it. The public announcement on December 23rd that Britain would act with France to protect Turkey was greeted with widespread celebration. Crowds gathered outside Downing Street cheering the decision. Aberdeen, watching from his window, turned to his secretary. "Listen to them rejoice. They have no idea what they celebrate. Within a year those same voices will curse the government that gave them what they demanded. But by then, the dying will have begun." In his final weeks before war was formally declared, Aberdeen worked mechanically, a broken man going through the motions of leadership. His Christmas letter to his son was bleak. "I remain Prime Minister in name, but others drive policy. I am like a man who, having spent his life building a house, must now help burn it down. Palmerston and the war party have won. I pray their victory proves less costly than I fear." History would partially vindicate Aberdeen's fears. The Crimean War would claim over 600,000 lives, expose massive incompetence in British military administration, and achieve little beyond preserving Ottoman decline for another generation. But, in December 1853, such knowledge lay in an unimaginable future. For now, there was only an old man's grief at the triumph of passion over reason. The bitter knowledge that his life's work lay in ruins, destroyed by Russian shells at a distant Turkish port he had never seen. Aberdeen would remain Prime Minister, through the war's early disasters, finally resigning in January 1855, when public outrage over military incompetence made his position untenable. His last words, whispered to his son, were, "I failed to keep the peace. Nothing else matters." Chapter 15. The Die Cast. On March 27, 1854, at precisely 2:00 p.m., Baron Brunnow, the Russian ambassador to the court of St. James's, entered the Foreign Office for what both he and Lord Clarendon knew would be their final official meeting. The two diplomats, who had worked together for years and developed genuine mutual respect, faced each other across the green baize table where so many treaties had been negotiated. Clarendon slid a single sheet of paper across to his Russian counterpart. I regret, Baron, that Her Majesty's government must inform His Imperial Majesty that a state of war exists between our nations. Brunau read the declaration slowly, though he knew its contents already. When he finished, he stood, bowed formally, and spoke with controlled emotion. My lord, we have both labored to prevent this moment. That we have failed is history's judgment on our age. I pray that when the guns fall silent, wiser men than we will remember that war is easier to begin than to end. With that, he departed, leaving behind 6 years of painstaking diplomatic relationship building, destroyed by the shells of Sinope. The path from Sinope to formal declaration had been inevitable, yet tortuous. Through the winter months of 1854, Europe had watched a diplomatic dance of ultimatums, rejections, and failed peace initiatives. The Vienna Note, the Turkish modifications, the Olmütz proposals, each attempt at compromise had foundered on the rocks of inflamed public opinion and imperial prestige. What had begun as a dispute over Jerusalem's holy places had metamorphosed into a fundamental challenge to the European order. In Paris, the declaration ceremony took on characteristically theatrical proportions. Napoleon III, ever conscious of historical parallels, chose to announce war from the same room in the Tuileries, where his uncle had declared war on Russia in 1812. Surrounded by marshals in grand uniform and ministers in court dress, the emperor proclaimed, France takes up arms not for conquest, but for civilization, not for glory, but for justice. The victims of Sinope call us to action. We answer with the might of France reborn. The coordination between London and Paris in these final weeks had been remarkable. Lord Cowley, British ambassador to France, and Count Wolowski, French foreign minister, had worked out detailed protocols ensuring simultaneous declarations. Their correspondence reveals the delicate balance required. We must act as one, Cowley wrote to Clarendon, yet each nation must feel it acts from its own sovereign will. The alliance born of Sinope's ashes must not appear as either power's subordination to the other. In Constantinople, news of the Anglo-French declarations was received with a mixture of relief and anxiety. Sultan Abdülmecid, attending Friday prayers at the Blue Mosque, was informed by Grand Vizier Mehmed Emin Pasha immediately after the service. The Sultan's response, recorded by the court chronicler, was complex. Allah has sent us powerful allies in our hour of need. Yet I wonder, when the eagle and the lion come to aid the wounded deer, who truly rules the forest afterward? The Ottoman Declaration, issued on March 31st, reflected this ambivalence. While expressing gratitude for Allied support, it insisted on Ottoman sovereignty and Islamic leadership of the war effort. The document, drafted in Ottoman Turkish, Arabic, French, and English, attempted to balance multiple audiences, reassuring conservative Muslims that the Sultan remained caliph and commander of the faithful, while confirming to European allies Turkey's commitment to modernization and cooperation. Public reaction across Europe varied dramatically. In London, crowds gathered outside Parliament singing Rule Britannia and burning Russian eagles in effigy. The Times declared, "The die is cast, and England enters upon a just war with clean hands and a pure heart. Sinope's unavenged dead may now rest in peace, knowing their sacrifice has roused the British lion." Yet not all voices joined the chorus. John Bright stood in the Commons to declare, "You send your sons to die for Turkish despotism against Russian despotism. Where is the liberty in that?" Paris witnessed even greater enthusiasm. The boulevards filled with demonstrators carrying torches and tricolor flags. Veterans of the Grande Armée, ancient men in faded uniforms, were carried through the streets as living links to past glory. At the opera, a special performance of Berlioz's Requiem was dedicated to the martyrs of Sinope and the warriors of France. The composer himself conducted, writing later, "I led the music while thinking of the young men who would soon need such requiems. Art serves power, even when the artist's heart rebels." St. Petersburg received news of the declarations with grim determination rather than surprise. Tsar Nicholas I, attending a review of the Preobrazhensky Guards, was informed by courier. Witnesses reported he showed no emotion, completing the inspection before returning to the Winter Palace. There, in a carefully staged ceremony, he received the Allied declarations from their departing ambassadors. His response, published in all Russian newspapers, was defiant. Russia accepts the challenge thrown down by those who ally with the infidel against Christ's empire. We defeated Napoleon. We shall defeat his nephew and his English merchants. God protects Holy Russia. The human dimension of these declarations was immediate and profound. Across Europe, families faced separation as reservists were called up, and regular troops embarked for the East. Emma Roberts, wife of a sergeant in the Coldstream Guards, left a touching account. William had served 12 years without seeing battle. Now he packed his kit while our 3 children watched. "When will Papa come home?" little Mary asked. Neither of us could answer. At Dover, thousands of women stood on the cliffs watching the troop ships disappear. We waved until our arms ached and the ships were specks on the horizon. The financial markets, which had nervously anticipated war since Sinop, reacted with surprising calm to the formal declarations. The Bank of England's Court of Directors, meeting in emergency session, maintained interest rates while assuring liquidity for war loans. Nathan Rothschild, coordinating with his banking houses across Europe, wrote to his Paris brother, "War is now a certainty, which paradoxically brings stability. Uncertainty kills markets. Even bad certainty allows planning. We shall profit, though I take no joy in it." Military mobilization accelerated dramatically. In Toulon, the French Mediterranean fleet prepared for eastern deployment. Admiral Hamelin, commanding the force, faced enormous logistical challenges. His report to the Navy Minister detailed the complexities. "We must transport not just warriors but a civilization. Engineers, medical staff, interpreters, map-makers, even Catholic chaplains for our men and Orthodox priests for anticipated Greek allies. This is not merely a naval expedition, but the projection of French power and culture into the Orient." The British faced their own challenges. The army, scattered across the global empire, had to concentrate forces while maintaining imperial security. Lord Raglan, appointed to command the expeditionary force despite not having seen battle since losing his arm at Waterloo, worked frantically to organize an army that existed more on paper than in reality. His private correspondence reveals his concerns. "We have declared war with peacetime forces. The nation expects victories, but I command regiments under strength, with officers who purchase commissions rather than earn them, supported by a commissariat that belongs in the last century." Religious authorities across Europe blessed the coming conflict, each claiming divine sanction. The Archbishop of Canterbury declared days of prayer for British forces, carefully avoiding the theological complexity of Anglican prayers for success against Orthodox Christians fighting Muslim Turks. Pope Pius IX, maintaining careful neutrality between Catholic France and Catholic Austria, issued an encyclical calling for prayers for peace, while subtly supporting the protection of Holy Land Christians. The ecumenical patriarch in Constantinople, under Ottoman rule but spiritually aligned with Russia, faced the impossible task of ministering to Orthodox Christians fighting on both sides. Perhaps most poignantly, the declarations of war reached the principalities of Moldavia and Wallachia, still under Russian occupation. The inhabitants, who had hoped the crisis might bring independence, instead found themselves the likely battlefield for great power conflict. Ion Ghica, a Romanian patriot, wrote, "We are like wheat between millstones. Russia occupies us. Turkey claims us. Austria watches nervously, while Britain and France promise liberation. In such liberation, how many of us will survive to enjoy it?" As March gave way to April 1854, Europe stood transformed. The declarations of war had created new realities. Ancient enemies Britain and France were now allies. The Ottoman Empire had European protectors, and Russia faced isolation. The concert of Europe, carefully maintained since Napoleon's defeat, lay in ruins. All because of what had happened in 6 hours at a Black Sea port 5 months earlier. Lord Aberdeen, the peace-loving prime minister who had fought so hard to prevent this moment, wrote in his diary on March 31st, "It is finished. The declarations are made, the armies march, the fleets sail. Sinop's dead have their vengeance, though they would not have sought it. We enter a war everyone wanted except those who must fight it. God forgive us all." The die was indeed cast. From London's Parliament to Paris's Tuileries, from Constantinople's Topkapi to St. Petersburg's Winter Palace, the decisions were made that would send hundreds of thousands to their deaths. Chapter 16. Strange Allies. Captain George Rochefort of the 11th Hussars stood on the Constantinople quayside in April 1854, watching a scene that would have been unimaginable just months before. British redcoats unloaded equipment alongside French zouaves in their baggy trousers, while Turkish soldiers in traditional uniforms directed the chaos with surprising efficiency. Above them all flew three flags: the Union Jack, the French tricolor, and the Ottoman crescent, symbols of an alliance born from the ashes of Sinope. Rochefort wrote to his wife, "My dear Sarah, you would not believe the babel of tongues, the confusion of uniforms, the sheer impossibility of what we attempt. Yet somehow, it works." Hatred of Russia proves a powerful translator. The first challenge was basic communication. Lieutenant Jean-Baptiste Durand of the 3rd Zouaves recorded his initial encounter with Allied forces. "I speak French and Arabic from our Algerian service. The Turks speak Turkish and sometimes Arabic. The British speak only English, except their officers who speak French badly. Yesterday, I tried to arrange billets for my men. It took 3 hours, 4 interpreters, and much waving of hands. We finally succeeded when a Turkish sergeant who had traded in Marseille translated everything into broken French. War makes linguists of us all." The cultural misunderstandings began immediately. British troops, raised on stories of Islamic barbarism, were shocked to find the Turks more punctilious about religious observance than many English churchgoers. Private Thomas Gowing of the Royal Fusiliers wrote home, "The Turks stop 5 times daily for prayers, right in the middle of unloading ships or drilling. At first we laughed, but Sergeant Major threatened to flog any man who showed disrespect. 'They're praying to their God to help us all,' he said. 'Show some bloody reverence.'" French attitudes proved more complex. Many officers had served in Algeria and brought both experience with Muslim populations and colonial prejudices. Colonel Philippe de Montauban observed, "The Turks are more sophisticated than our Algerian subjects, yet our men treat them with the same condescension. This creates friction. Yesterday, a Zouave corporal tried to order about a Turkish captain, not recognizing his rank. The Turk drew his sword. Only swift intervention prevented bloodshed. We fight the same enemy, but are far from united." The Ottoman reaction to their saviors was equally ambivalent. Mehmet Emin Effendi, a civil servant assigned as liaison, kept a detailed diary. "The Franks have come to save us," they say. "But they requisition our best buildings, seduce our women, and mock our faith. The English are arrogant but disciplined. The French are friendly but libertine. Both treat us as children needing instruction. We who ruled half the world must now smile and bow to preserve our empire. It is bitter medicine." Food became an unexpected battlefield. British troops, accustomed to beef and beer, struggled with Turkish rations of lamb, rice, and yogurt. French soldiers, more cosmopolitan in their tastes, adapted better, but complained about the lack of wine in the Muslim Empire. The Turks, horrified by their allies' consumption of pork and alcohol, set up separate cooking facilities. A British Commissario officer reported, "We have 3 armies with 3 different diets, 3 different meal times, and 3 different ideas of what constitutes food. Feeding this alliance may prove harder than fighting the Russians." Religious tensions simmered beneath surface cooperation. The Sultan had granted permission for Christian services, but incidents multiplied. A French priest celebrating Mass in the Hagia Sophia, still a mosque, nearly caused riots before being hastily relocated. British Protestant services, with their loud hymn singing, disrupted Muslim prayers in adjacent buildings. Most seriously, drunken Allied soldiers occasionally wandered into mosques, causing outrage that required high-level diplomatic intervention. Yet, amid the friction, remarkable friendships formed. Captain Charles Gordon of the Royal Engineers, later famous as Chinese Gordon, worked closely with Turkish engineer Omar Pasha, ironically, a Croatian convert to Islam. Gordon wrote, "Omar Pasha combines European technical knowledge with Oriental wisdom. Yesterday, he solved in minutes a problem that had puzzled us for days: how to transport heavy guns through Constantinople's narrow streets. Think like water," he said. Find the easiest path. We routed them through the old Byzantine cisterns. Brilliant. Medical cooperation proved particularly successful. Dr. James Barry, the British Army surgeon, whose biological sex would only be discovered after death, established a joint medical facility with French and Turkish doctors. Barry's reports noted, the Turkish physicians possess knowledge we lack, particularly in treating dysentery and heat exhaustion. Dr. Mehmet Bey showed me aromatic treatments that prove more effective than our purgatives. In return, we share chloroform and surgical techniques. Disease recognizes no flags, neither should medicine. The rank and file gradually developed their own international culture. Sergeant William Russell of the 88th Foot described evening scenes. After duty, the camps become like a great fair. Turkish soldiers trade tobacco for British rum. French cooks prepare meals combining all three cuisines. Men who cannot share a word teach each other card games with gestures. Last night, I saw a Turk, a Zouave, and a Highlander dancing together, to a squeeze box, each teaching his national steps. If the diplomats could see this, they'd realize peace is possible. Women played complex roles in this military melting pot. The arrival of some British officers' wives scandalized Turkish authorities, who expected women to remain secluded. Lady Stratford de Redcliffe worked to smooth relations. I explained to Turkish ladies that our presence means no disrespect to their customs. Meanwhile, I tell English ladies that wearing veils in public shows cultural sensitivity. We are ambassadors, in petticoats, building bridges our men's boots might trample. The French vivandières, female sutlers who followed the army, caused particular consternation. These women, who sold provisions and provided nursing care, wore military-style uniforms and moved freely among the troops. Fatima Hanim, wife of a Turkish colonel, wrote, "These Frankish women dress as men and speak boldly to soldiers. Yet they also tend the wounded with gentle hands. Are they immoral or heroic? I cannot decide. The world changes, and we must change with it or be left behind." Joint military exercises revealed both promise and problems. A grand review held in May 1854 showcased the Allied forces to Constantinople's population. The Times correspondent, William Howard Russell, reported, 3 armies marched past the Sultan, British precision, French élan, Turkish dignity. Yet behind the pageantry lay chaos. Commands given in 3 languages caused collisions. French cavalry charged when British infantry was supposed to advance. Turkish artillery fired their salute while allies were still in range. Miraculously, no one was killed. The Russians, one hopes, will prove less fortunate. The alliance's effectiveness was first tested in small skirmishes along the Danube. Captain Louis Denoise of the Chasseurs d'Afrique wrote after a joint patrol, "The British fight with mechanical courage, advancing under fire as if on parade. The Turks show berserker fury when engaged, screaming Allah as they charge. We French prefer maneuver and surprise." Somehow these different styles meshed. The Russians retreated, probably more from confusion at our variety than our unity. As spring turned to summer, the strange alliance began to coalesce. Shared hardships, common enemies, and mutual dependencies overcame initial prejudices. Shavabai. 3 armies remained distinct, but learned to work together. A British staff officer noted, "We shall never be brothers, but we have become effective colleagues. The French provide dash, the Turks local knowledge, and we British, I flatter myself, steady reliability. It is an unlikely combination, but it may suffice." The memory of Sinop provided the emotional cement holding this disparate alliance together. At a joint memorial service in June 1854, representatives of all 3 armies honored the Turkish sailors killed in the massacre. The British chaplain read from the Bible. The French priest offered Catholic prayers, and the Turkish imam recited from the Quran. Each faith prayed in its own way for the same fallen warriors. It was a moment of genuine unity that participants would remember long after national rivalries resumed. As Allied forces prepared to embark for Crimea, they carried with them the lessons of Constantinople. 3 peoples who had spent centuries fighting each other had learned, however imperfectly, to cooperate. The alliance born from Sinop's ashes was tested, tempered, and ready for the greater trials ahead. Whether it would survive the crucible of actual combat remained to be seen. But the impossible had already been achieved. British, French, and Turkish soldiers stood together, united in purpose, if not in faith, language, or custom. The wooden ships burned at Sinope had forged an alliance that would reshape the balance of power for generations to come. Chapter 17. To the Black Sea. HMS Britannia, pride of the Royal Navy and flagship of Vice Admiral James Dundas, led the Allied fleet through the Bosphorus on June 3, 1854. Behind her, in a line stretching back to the Golden Horn, came the combined might of three nations: British ships of the line, French frigates, and the rebuilt Ottoman Navy, including survivors of Sinope hastily repaired and rearmed. From the shores, thousands of Constantinople's inhabitants watched this armada of vengeance sail toward the Black Sea, where 6 months earlier, Russian shells had massacred their fleet. Midshipman George Gifford, serving aboard HMS Albion, captured the momentous atmosphere in his journal. As we passed the Sultan's palace, Turkish batteries fired salutes while muezzins called from minarets. French bands played the Marseillaise, and our crews cheered until hoarse. Old salts who had fought the French at Trafalgar now sailed beside them as brothers. Below decks, men sharpened cutlasses and prepared ammunition with grim purpose. We go to settle accounts for Sinope. The fleet's composition reflected the strange new alliance. Admiral Hamelin's French squadron included the newest steam-powered warships, their screws giving them maneuverability unknown to pure sailing vessels. The British brought overwhelming firepower with their three-decked ships of the line, though many were obsolescent designs from Nelson's era. The Ottoman contingent, smaller but highly motivated, included the steam frigate Taif, whose escape from Sinope had made her crew heroes throughout the fleet. Captain Adolphus Slade, the British officer serving as advisor to the Ottoman Navy, moved between the three fleets coordinating signals and protocols. His reports reveal the delicate negotiations required. Each navy maintains its own signal books, traditions, and understanding of naval warfare. The French favor aggressive tactics, the British methodical line of battle, the Turks individual ship actions. Creating unified command from this diversity requires constant diplomacy. Yesterday, a dispute over night anchorage positions nearly led to collision. Today, an argument about provisioning water almost became an international incident. The human dimension of the voyage proved as complex as the tactical challenges. Sailors from three nations, many of whom had spent careers preparing to fight each other, now shared the same waters. Jack Tar, the archetypal British sailor, viewed his French counterpart with suspicion bred from centuries of warfare. French matelots returned the sentiment, while Turkish sailors remained wary of both their Christian allies. Petty Officer James Wood, of HMS Agamemnon, described the tensions. The Frenchies keep to themselves mostly, jabbering in their lingo and eating their strange grub. Give me honest salt pork over their sauces any day. The Turks prey on deck 5 times daily, which unsettles our lads. Bosun says we're allies now, but old habits die hard. Still, when we practiced gunnery yesterday, seeing all three fleets firing together sent shivers down my spine. Pity the Russians who face this storm. The voyage through the Black Sea became a journey through recent tragedy. On June 8th, the fleet passed within sight of Sinope. Admiral Dundas, against Ottoman wishes, ordered the fleet to anchor in the outer roads while a memorial service was conducted. The scene was extraordinary. Hundreds of warships at anchor where 6 months earlier, Ottoman vessels had burned. British chaplains, French priests, and Turkish imams conducted simultaneous services on their respective vessels. Commander Henry Keppel, witnessing from HMS St. Jean d'Acre, wrote, "The Turkish crews wept openly as prayers were said for their fallen comrades. Even our hardest men were moved. The burned masts of sunken Ottoman ships still showed above water like grave markers." Suddenly, Sinope was not just a name but a reality. Every man understood why we had come. The fleet's progress eastward revealed the Black Sea's treacherous nature. Summer storms struck without warning, testing seamanship and Allied cooperation. During one particularly violent tempest, the French steamer Mogador lost power and drifted toward the rocky Anatolian coast. HMS Retribution and the Ottoman frigate Fazili Melik, newly built to replace a ship lost at Sinope, coordinated a rescue that saved the French vessel. The incident, requiring split-second cooperation between three navies, proved the alliance could function under pressure. Lieutenant Charles Beresford of HMS Britannia noted the psychological transformation. The storm did what diplomacy couldn't, made us truly allies. British sailors cheered French seamanship. French officers praised Turkish navigation. Turkish crews admired British damage control. Saving the Mogador created bonds stronger than any treaty. We ceased being three fleets and became one. As they sailed deeper into Russian-dominated waters, intelligence gathering intensified. The Taif, with her speed and shallow draft, proved invaluable for reconnaissance. Her captain, Yahya Bey, survivor of Sinope, possessed intimate knowledge of the coastline. Working with British and French intelligence officers, he identified Russian positions and weak points. His reports were so valuable that Admiral Hamelin personally decorated him with the Legion of Honor, the first Ottoman officer so recognized. The multicultural nature of the fleet created unexpected advantages. Greek-speaking Ottoman sailors could intercept Russian communications with their Black Sea Greek allies. French officers who had served in Algeria brought experience in amphibious operations. British signals expertise created a communication system that functioned despite language barriers. The alliance, born of necessity, developed its own hybrid effectiveness. Food and provisioning revealed both cooperation and conflict. A joint commissariat was established, but national preferences persisted. British sailors grumbled about French. Wine rations weakens a man for fighting. French crews mocked British adherence to rum, barbarian firewater. Turkish sailors, forbidden alcohol, negotiated complex trades involving tobacco, coffee, and dried fruits. Despite friction, a rough equilibrium emerged, with each nation's specialties finding appreciators among their allies. Disease, the sailor's eternal enemy, struck without regard to nationality. When dysentery broke out on several British ships, Turkish medical officers shared traditional remedies involving boiled rice water and herbs. French surgeons, generally better trained than their British counterparts, conducted demonstrations of new surgical techniques. The epidemic, potentially devastating, was controlled through trilateral medical cooperation. As the fleet approached the Crimean coast in late June, final preparations intensified. Joint planning conferences saw heated debates over landing sites and tactical approaches. Admiral Dundas favored caution. Admiral Hamelin urged boldness, while the Ottoman commanders possessed local knowledge but lacked the heavy ships for contested landings. The compromise reached, a landing at Eupatoria followed by march to Sevastopol, satisfied no one completely, but proved workable. The most poignant moment came on June 29th, when the fleet anchored off the Crimean coast within sight of Sevastopol. Through telescopes, officers could see the Russian Black Sea Fleet at anchor, the same ships that had destroyed the Ottoman squadron at Sinop. Captain Yahya Bey of the Taif was observed standing alone on his quarterdeck for hours, staring at the enemy base. When asked his thoughts, he replied simply, "I see the ships that murdered my brothers. Soon, justice comes." The final pre-invasion conference aboard HMS Britannia on June 30th demonstrated how far the alliance had progressed. British, French, and Turkish officers bent over charts, arguing in a mixture of languages but understanding each other perfectly. National uniforms mingled as tactical problems were solved through international cooperation. Admiral Dundas, proposing a toast at dinner's end, captured the moment. "Gentlemen, we came together because of Sinope. We stay together because we must. Tomorrow we begin to write the answer to Russian aggression. May God preserve our alliance and grant us victory." As darkness fell on June 30th, 1854, the Allied fleet rode at anchor off the enemy coast. In the morning, invasion would begin. The journey from Constantinople had transformed three separate navies into a functioning alliance. Cultural differences remained, national prejudices persisted, but professional respect and shared purpose had created something new in military history. The fleet that had sailed to avenge Sinope had become an instrument of unprecedented international cooperation. Ordinary seaman Thomas Holman of HMS Rodney wrote the last letter he would ever send to his mother. "We drop anchor tonight in sight of the Russian shore. French ships to port, Turkish to starboard, all flying battle flags. Never thought I'd sail to war alongside yesterday's enemies, but here we are. The lads who died at Sinop brought us together. Tomorrow we pay back their suffering." Strange how war makes allies of enemies. Give my love to all. If I don't return, know I sailed with brave men of all nations. The Black Sea, which had witnessed massacre at Sinop, would now see the response. 3 nations, divided by language, religion, and history, had found common cause in seeking justice for burned ships and murdered sailors. The alliance forged in Constantinople's confusion had survived the voyage east. Whether it would survive, the trial of combat remained to be seen, but the impossible had already been achieved. The fleet of vengeance was united and ready to strike. Chapter 18. Varna's Plague. Summer. The smell hit them first. As British troopships entered Varna harbor on July 15, 1854, soldiers crowding the rails recoiled from the stench of human waste, rotting garbage, and something worse. The sweet, cloying odor of death. Varna, the Bulgarian port chosen as the Allied staging ground for the invasion of Crimea, had become a charnel house. What was meant to be a brief assembly point before glorious battle had transformed into a nightmare that would kill more men than Russian bullets. Private John Kerr of the Light Division wrote to his sister, "We expected to find a proper camp with tents pitched and supplies ready. Instead, we marched through streets ankle-deep in filth, past French soldiers lying in their own waste, too weak to move. Turkish graves line the roads, shallow pits that dogs dig open at night. The officers say we'll be here just weeks. The burial parties suggest otherwise." The convergence of 3 armies on Varna had overwhelmed the small Bulgarian port. 60,000 British and French troops, plus 25,000 Turks, descended on a town designed for perhaps 10,000 inhabitants. Wells ran dry within days. Latrines, hastily dug and poorly positioned, contaminated water supplies. The summer heat, reaching over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, turned the camps into breeding grounds for disease. Dr. John Hall, principal medical officer of the British Expeditionary Force, surveyed the situation with growing alarm. His official report, sanitized for London consumption, barely hinted at the catastrophe. Sanitary arrangements prove inadequate for the concentration of troops. Recommend immediate improvement of water supply and waste disposal. His private diary was more honest. "We have created conditions that would shame a medieval siege. Men shit where they sleep, drink where they shit. Cholera will come, and when it does, God help us all." The French, who had arrived first, occupied the best ground near the port. Their camp, while organized, suffered from their North African veterans' casual attitude toward sanitation. Captain Jules Marnier of the 2nd Zouaves described the deterioration. "Our Algerian campaigns taught us to fight Arabs, not microscopic enemies. The men, used to desert cleanliness, treat Bulgaria like a latrine. Officers who enforce sanitary discipline are mocked as old women. Meanwhile, our hospitals fill with groaning men whose bowels turn to water." The Ottoman forces, theoretically familiar with the region, fared no better. Relegated to the worst camping grounds by their allies, they suffered disproportionately. Ahmed Cevdet Pasha, the Ottoman military chronicler, recorded, "Our soldiers, drawn from Anatolia's villages, know nothing of camp hygiene. They trust in fate and faith, while disease claims them by hundreds. The French doctors offer help, but speak no Turkish. The British surgeons have medicines, but share them grudgingly. We die between 2 allies who came to save us." On July 28th, the catastrophe Dr. Hall feared arrived. A French soldier, Jean-Marie Dubois of the 39th Line Regiment, collapsed during morning parade, his body convulsing as cholera took hold. Within hours, dozens more fell ill. The disease, spread through contaminated water, raced through the camps with terrifying speed. By nightfall, the first British cases appeared. Sergeant William McMillan of the Black Watch described cholera's arrival in his unit. "Young Davidson, strong as an ox, took breakfast with us at 7. By noon, he was doubled over with cramps. By 2, he couldn't stop shitting. Excuse the language, but there's no pretty word for it. By 4, his eyes had sunk into his skull. By 6, we were digging his grave. That's how fast it took them." The fear was worse than facing Russian guns. The medical services, already inadequate, collapsed under the onslaught. British regimental surgeons, trained for battlefield trauma, had little understanding of epidemic disease. French medical officers, generally better educated, lacked basic supplies. The Turks, with few doctors, relied on traditional healers whose prayers and amulets proved useless against cholera's devastation. Florence Nightingale had not yet arrived with her nurses, but Mary Seacole, the Jamaican doctoress who had set up her own hospital, provided one of the few bright spots. She wrote, "The men die so fast we cannot bury them properly. I do what I can. Clean water, laudanum for the pain, kind words for the dying. British, French, Turkish, cholera makes them all equal." Yesterday, I held the hands of 3 dying boys, one from Kent, one from Provence, one from Ankara. They called for their mothers in different languages, but with the same despair. The command structure, focused on military planning, responded slowly to the medical crisis. Lord Raglan, the British commander, seemed paralyzed by the epidemic. His aide-de-camp, Colonel Somerset, noted, "His lordship attends planning conferences while men die in hundreds. He speaks of attacking Sevastopol while we cannot even attack the cholera in our own camps. When pressed about sanitary measures, he refers all to the medical officers, the same overwhelmed doctors who beg him for support." Marshal Saint-Arnaud, commanding French forces, though himself secretly dying of stomach cancer, showed more energy. He ordered new latrines dug downstream from water sources and instituted brutal punishments for sanitary violations. His efforts helped, but came too late for many. In a letter to the War Ministry, he admitted, "We lose more men daily to disease than we lost at Sinope. The inglorious death by cholera claims our veterans and conscripts alike. I fear we shall arrive at Sevastopol with a ghost army." The heat made everything worse. Temperatures soared while men in wool uniforms designed for European climates collapsed from heat exhaustion. The British, clinging to regulations, insisted soldiers wear full uniform despite the conditions. Lieutenant George Carmichael wrote, "Mad dogs and Englishmen indeed. We parade in full kit under the Bulgarian sun while men faint in ranks. The French strip to shirts, the Turks to loose robes, but we must maintain standards. These standards fill graves." Alcohol became both escape and accelerant for disease. Soldiers, seeking relief from heat and fear, drank themselves insensible on cheap Bulgarian wine and raki. Drunken men ignored sanitary rules, vomited in water sources, and collapsed in their own filth. A temperance advocate might have found vindication in the correlation between drinking and dying, but most men preferred risking cholera to facing it sober. The relationship between allies, strained by competition for resources, nearly broke under epidemic pressure. British officers accused French of hoarding medical supplies. French blamed British incompetence for spreading disease. Both condemned Turks as sources of contamination. A trilingual shouting match at a water point on August 10th nearly erupted into violence before officers restored order. Yet amid horror, humanity persisted. Sister Sarah Ann, an Anglican nursing volunteer, wrote, "Yesterday, I saw a French priest giving last rites to a British Protestant soldier. Neither understood the other's language or faith, but both understood death's democracy. Turkish soldiers share their herbs with French sufferers. British orderlies tend Ottoman wounded. Cholera accomplishes what diplomacy couldn't, making us all simply human." By mid-August, the camps resembled vast hospitals. Conservative estimates placed Allied losses at over 10,000 dead from disease, with thousands more weakened. The Grand Army that had assembled to avenge Sinope and humble Russia was decimating itself through incompetence and neglect. Bitter jokes circulated that the Russians need only wait for cholera to win their war. The decision to evacuate to Crimea, taken in late August, came partly from military necessity, but largely from medical desperation. Generals hoped sea voyage and change of location might break the epidemic's grip. Dr. Alexander Tulloch, analyzing the disaster later, wrote, "We fled Varna like Napoleon fled Moscow, defeated not by enemy, but by our own failures." The irony was complete. An expedition launched to avenge a massacre had created its own through sheer administrative incompetence. As ships loaded for Crimea, the dying continued. Cholera cases were supposed to be left in Varna hospitals, but desperate men concealed symptoms to escape the plague port. The embarkation, chaotic under best circumstances, became nightmarish as sick men collapsed on gangways. Bodies floated in Varna harbor while regimental bands played cheerful tunes to maintain morale. Private William Russell, not the Times correspondent, left a final letter found in his effects. "We sail tomorrow if the cholera spares me tonight. Half our company is dead or dying. We came to fight Russians but fought only disease. They say Crimea will be better, but we carry death in our bellies and fear in our hearts. If Sinop's ghosts wanted vengeance, they have it. We die in glorious deaths in a Bulgarian cesspit. Our grand alliance united only in suffering." The Varna catastrophe exposed every weakness in the Allied military system. Inadequate medical services, poor sanitation understanding, rigid thinking, and administrative chaos. The three armies that had learned to cooperate in Constantinople now shared a bitter education in modern war's reality. Cholera had killed more men in 6 weeks than the Russians had killed at Sinop. The alliance sailed for Crimea depleted, demoralized, but perhaps finally understanding that their greatest enemy was not Russian aggression, but their own institutional failures. The plague summer at Varna had provided a terrible preview of sufferings to come. Chapter 19. The Alma Crossing. September 20th, 1854, dawned clear and hot over the Alma River. From the heights on the southern bank, Prince Alexander Menshikov surveyed the approaching Allied army with professional calm. The same man whose arrogant diplomacy had helped precipitate the war now commanded 40,000 Russian troops in its first major land battle. Through his field glasses, he could see the dust clouds of 60,000 British, French, and Turkish soldiers marching toward the river. "So," he murmured to his aide, "the pupils of Sinope come for their lesson. We shall teach them that destroying anchored ships differs from facing Russian infantry." Below on the plain, Colour Sergeant Luke O'Connor of the Royal Welsh Fusiliers tried to keep his men's spirits up as they marched toward their first battle. The cholera-depleted ranks had been filled with recent arrivals, boys who had never heard a shot fired in anger. "Remember Sinope, lads," O'Connor called out. "Remember those Turkish sailors murdered in the water. Today we settle accounts." But his own stomach churned with more than pre-battle nerves. The dysentery contracted at Varna still weakened him, and he wondered if he'd have the strength to climb those Russian-held heights. The Allied battle plan, such as it was, reflected the uneasy command structure. Lord Raglan and Marshal St. Arnaud had agreed on a frontal assault, with the French taking the coastal route while the British attacked the center. The Turks, despite their experience and motivation, were relegated to reserve, a decision that rankled their commanders. Omar Pasha, the Ottoman general, told his staff bitterly, "We, who have fought Russians for centuries, must watch while our saviors learn what we already know, that Russian soldiers die hard." Captain Louis Noir of the 7th Ligne described the advance to the river. "The sun blazed down on our kepis as we marched in column toward the Alma. Russian batteries on the heights remained silent, waiting. Some men sang to keep their courage up, but most were quiet, saving breath for the climb ahead. I saw British redcoats to our right, their scarlet uniforms making perfect targets. At least our blue coats might blend with shadow. Small mercies on a day promising none. The Russian position appeared impregnable. The Alma's southern bank rose in a series of terraces to heights crowned with artillery batteries. Menshikov had positioned his infantry in dense columns, ready to sweep down on any troops who survived the climb. Lieutenant Pavel Kozelkov of the Kazan Regiment wrote to his father, "We hold the high ground with good troops and plenty of guns. The enemy must cross open ground, ford a river, then climb. Slopes we've registered for artillery. It will be Sinope on land, a massacre, not a battle." At 1 p.m. the first French skirmishers reached the river. The Zouaves, veterans of North African warfare, plunged into the water without hesitation. Russian batteries immediately opened. Fire, their round shots skipping across the water like hellish stones. The battle had begun. Within minutes, the Alma ran red with blood, French blood this time, not Turkish, but blood spilled in the same cause that had begun at Sinope. The British, advance in the center, faced the strongest Russian positions. The Light Division, led by Sir George Brown, marched toward the river in perfect parade ground formation. Russian artillery, holding fire until the redcoats were within 600 yards, then unleashed a storm of shot and shell. Gaps appeared in the British lines immediately closed as men stepped left and right to maintain formation. It was magnificent and terrible. Disciplined courage facing modern firepower. Private Timothy Gowing of the Royal Fusiliers described the river crossing. The water came up to our cartridge boxes, and Russian bullets made it foam like a mill race. Man next to me took one in the throat and went under. I grabbed for him, but Sergeant shouted to keep moving. We reached the far bank, soaked and breathless, then looked up at those heights. Mother of God, it was like looking at a mountain made of Russian guns and bayonets. The climb that followed became the stuff of legend. British soldiers, many still weak from cholera, struggled up the steep slopes under continuous fire. The 23rd Royal Welsh Fusiliers, finding a narrow path, advanced despite flanking fire that dropped men at every step. Their colonel, Chester Master, led on horseback until grapeshot killed his mount. He continued on foot, sword in hand, until Russian bullets found him too. The French attack on the right proved more successful. General Bosquet's division, using terrain for cover, worked their way up the cliffs near the sea. The Zouaves, trained in mountain warfare, climbed like goats, appearing suddenly on the Russian flank. A Russian officer wrote, "These devils in red pantaloons came from nowhere, screaming like banshees. Our men, expecting them only from the front, panicked at their appearance. It was as if the cliffs themselves had sprouted enemy soldiers." The crucial moment, with the battle hanging in balance, Lord Raglan made a decision that would become controversial. Seeing Russian infantry preparing to counterattack the exhausted British assault, he ordered 2 cavalry guns forward to the Yí Ridge. These guns, hauled by hand up the impossible slopes, opened fire at point-blank range on Russian columns. The psychological effect was devastating. Russian troops, believing their position turned, began to waver. Ensign Andrei Vershinin of the Vladimir Regiment described the moment Russian morale cracked. "We had repulsed 2 British attacks and were preparing to drive them into the river when artillery appeared on our flank. Impossible. But there it was. Then came word the French had taken the telegraph station on our right. Suddenly, men who had stood firm began looking backward. Once doubt enters Russian ranks, all is lost. The retreat began as a trickle, became a flood. The Turkish troops, held in reserve, watched the battle with professional interest and growing frustration. Mehmed Shevki Pasha, commanding an Ottoman division, finally received permission to support the British left. His men advanced with a fierce yell, eager to prove themselves to allies who had dismissed them as second-rate. Their attack, though limited, helped convince Menshikov that his position was untenable. By 4 p.m., the Russians were in full retreat. The Battle of the Alma was won, but at a cost that sobered the victors. The British had lost over 2,000 men, the French 1,600. Russian losses were heavier, nearly 6,000, but they retreated in reasonable order, their army intact. There would be no pursuit. The Allied armies were too exhausted and disorganized. As evening fell, the battlefield presented a scene of horror that mocked the day's glory. British, French, Russian, and Turkish wounded lay intermingled, calling for water in 4 languages. Surgeon George Lawson of the Light Division worked through the night. No anesthesia left after the 2nd hour, amputated by candlelight while men screamed. Russian wounded received same treatment as our own. Pain makes all men brothers. One Russian boy, couldn't have been 17, died holding my hand, whispering, "Mama." I thought of Sinop's dead, and wondered if revenge was worth this price. The aftermath revealed the battle's true character. Lord Raglan, riding across the field, found British and Russian wounded sharing water canteens. French soldiers buried Russian dead with military honors. Turkish troops, remembering Sinope, showed mercy to enemies who had shown none. The common soldiers, it seemed, retained humanity that politics had abandoned. William Howard Russell of the Times, observing his first major battle, wrote a dispatch that would help transform public perception of war. The victory at the Alma was dearly bought. I saw British valor and French elan, Turkish courage and Russian steadfastness. I also saw boys torn apart by grapeshot, veteran soldiers weeping over dead comrades, and officers who had led charges sitting stunned by slaughter. If this is glory, give me ordinary life. That night, in the Allied camps, victory celebrations were muted. Men who had marched to battle singing of Sinop's vengeance now understood war's reciprocal nature. Captain Edward Fisher of the 7th Fusiliers wrote, "We crossed the Alma to avenge murdered sailors. In doing so, we created thousands more dead for someone else to avenge. Where does it end? When every mother has lost a son? When every river runs red?" Sinope has been answered, but the answer poses new questions. Prince Menshikov, organizing his retreat toward Sevastopol, reflected on the day's events with bitter irony. The man whose diplomatic arrogance had helped start the war had now lost its first major battle. To his aide, he remarked, "They climbed our heights as we sailed into Sinop, with superior numbers and determination. The wheel turns. Today they won, tomorrow we may. But the dying never stops." The Alma crossing had provided the Allies their first victory, vindicating the expedition and avenging Sinope in blood. But it had also revealed war's essential truth, that victory and defeat differ only in degree of suffering. The Grand Alliance, forged by Turkish deaths at Sinop, had proven it could win battles. Whether it could win the war, and at what cost, remained to be seen. For now, there were only exhausted victors, defeated but unbroken enemies, and fields of dead who would never know which side had won. The crossing was complete, but the river of blood had only begun to flow. Chapter 20. The Siege begins. October 17, 1854. Admiral Pavel Nakhimov stood on the Malakoff Tower overlooking Sevastopol harbor, watching Allied armies spread across the Chersonese plateau like a dark stain. The man who had commanded the devastating victory at Sinop now faced the consequences of that triumph. Below him in the harbor, several of the ships that had destroyed the Turkish fleet lay at anchor, their crews hastily converting from sailors to infantry. "They have come for their revenge," he told Captain Vladimir Istomin. "Sinope brought them here. Now we must pay the price for our victory." The Allied decision to besiege Sevastopol rather than assault it immediately would become one of history's great military controversies. After their victory at the Alma, British and French commanders had marched south, expecting to find a demoralized city ready to surrender. Instead, they discovered a fortress frantically preparing for siege under the genius of Lieutenant Colonel Franz Eduard Todleben, the Russian engineer who would transform Sevastopol into an impregnable position. Sergeant James McPherson of the 42nd Highlanders described the first sight of their objective. "We crested the ridge expecting to see a city in panic. Instead, there was Sevastopol, bristling with guns, its harbor filled with warships, and thousands of men working like ants on new fortifications. The naval base from which death had sailed to Sinop now prepared to receive death in return. It was like watching a giant hedgehog roll into a ball of spikes." The irony was lost on no one. Lord Raglan established his headquarters at a farmhouse overlooking the harbor, from where he could see through his telescope the very ships that had participated in the Sinope attack. His aide-de-camp noted, "His lordship spent hours studying the Russian vessels, particularly the flagship Empress Maria. There," he would say, "lies our true objective. Not the city, but the fleet that murdered Turkish sailors. Until those ships are destroyed, Sinope remains unavenged." But destroying those ships would prove far more difficult than anticipated. Admiral Nakhimov, in a decision both brilliant and heartbreaking, ordered the scuttling of his fleet across the harbor mouth. On the night of September 23rd, 7 ships of the line and several frigates were sunk in a deliberate line, blocking Allied naval access while freeing 18,000 sailors to defend the city. Among the scuttled vessels was the Trisvatitila, 3 holy hierarchs, which had participated in the Sinop battle. Lieutenant Dmitry Urusov, serving aboard the doomed ship, recorded the emotional scene. Admiral Nakhimov came aboard personally to oversee the scuttling. Tears ran down his weathered face as he gave the order. "Forgive me, old friend," he said to the ship. "You served Russia with honor at Sinop, now serve her one last time." As the sea rushed through the opened valves, sailors wept openly. "We were murdering our own ships to deny the enemy their prize." The transformation of Sevastopol from naval base to fortress proceeded with remarkable speed. Todleben, a Baltic German in Russian service, applied revolutionary principles of field fortification. Instead of relying on stone walls, he created earthwork bastions that absorbed artillery impact. Naval guns were dragged from ships and mounted in land batteries. Most ingeniously, he involved the entire population, soldiers, sailors, civilians, in the construction. Anna Krasovskaya, wife of a naval officer, described the city's mobilization. Everyone worked. Ladies who had never lifted anything heavier than a fan now carried baskets of earth. Children gathered stones. Priests blessed the ramparts while helping to build them. The same hands that had celebrated our victory at Sinope now dug trenches to defend against its consequences. We became one organism with one purpose: survival. The Safari Allied siege operations began formally on October 17th with a massive bombardment. Over 126 Allied guns opened fire simultaneously, expecting to reduce Sevastopol's defenses within days. The French attacked from the west, targeting the Flagstaff bastion. The British concentrated on the Redan and Malakoff towers. The thunder of guns could be heard 50 miles away, and observers described the city disappearing under a cloud of smoke and dust. Yet when the smoke cleared, Sevastopol's defenses remained largely intact. Todleben's earthworks had absorbed the punishment that would have shattered stone walls. More surprisingly, Russian counter-battery fire proved devastatingly accurate. The defenders had one crucial advantage. Many of their gunners were the same naval artillerists who had demonstrated such deadly proficiency at Sinope. Gunner First Class Mikhail Stavraki, transferred from the scuttled fleet, wrote to his family, "The same skills that served us at Sinope serve us now. There, we fired down at Turkish ships. Here, we fire out at Allied batteries. The gun is the same, the drill is the same, only the target changes. Yesterday, I destroyed a British cannon with a shot I could have made at sea. The enemy learns. What our Turkish victims knew, Russian gunners rarely miss." The first bombardment's failure shocked Allied commanders. They had expected a medieval fortress that would crumble under modern artillery. Instead, they faced an evolving defensive system that grew stronger daily. Worse, their own supply situation deteriorated rapidly. The siege train required enormous quantities of ammunition, food, and medical supplies, all hauled from Balaclava harbor over inadequate roads. Captain William Radcliffe of the Royal Artillery described the frustration. "We fire 1,000 rounds to destroy one Russian gun, and overnight they repair or replace it. Meanwhile, our own guns wear out, ammunition runs low, and men fall sick from exposure. We came to besiege them, but increasingly it feels as if we are the ones trapped." The human cost mounted daily on both sides. The Allied camps, strung along the heights south of Sevastopol, offered little protection from autumn rains and cold winds. Tents designed for summer campaigns provided inadequate shelter. Cholera, which had followed from Varna, continued its grim harvest. Dysentery, typhus, and scurvy added to the sick lists. The hospitals at Balaclava overflowed with men dying from disease rather than Russian bullets. Inside Sevastopol, conditions were equally grim, but morale remained higher. The mixed population of soldiers, sailors, and civilians had developed an intense esprit de corps. Admiral Nakimov, who could have remained in comfortable headquarters, insisted on touring the batteries daily, often under fire. His presence inspired defenders who remembered him as the victor of Sinope. Sailor Pavel Stepanov, manning a battery on the Malakoff, wrote, "The admiral came yesterday during heavy bombardment. Shells falling all around, but he walked calmly, joking with the men. 'Well, lads,' he said, 'the Turks couldn't climb our decks at Sinope. Let's see if the English can climb our walls.' When a shell exploded nearby, covering him with dirt, he just brushed himself off and continued inspecting. If he can face death so calmly, so can we." The siege's international character created strange situations. French and British batteries often fired at cross purposes, their lack of coordination allowing Russian repairs. Turkish forces, assigned to guard communication lines, felt underutilized and insulted. Ottoman officer Mehmed Ali Pasha wrote bitterly, "We who have besieged and been besieged by Russians for centuries watch while our allies learn through error what we could have taught through experience. They treat us as servants rather than partners, forgetting we have buried more men fighting Russia than they have lost in living memory." As October turned to November, both sides settled into the grinding routine of siege warfare. Dawn brought bombardments, followed by repair work under cover of darkness. Snipers made any exposed movement potentially fatal. Mining and countermining began, with soldiers fighting underground battles in total darkness. The war that had begun with naval glamour at Sinope had devolved into a muddy, bloody stalemate. The psychological transformation was profound. Lieutenant George Carmichael of the Royal Engineers, who had cheered news of Sinop's avenging, now wrote, "We tunnel like moles, live like beggars, and die like flies. Where is the glory in lobbing shells at earthworks? Where is the satisfaction in killing enemies we never see? Sinop seems a lifetime ago, its issues irrelevant to our daily struggle for survival. We came as crusaders, and have become simply survivors." Yet reminders of Sinope persisted. On clear days, Allied lookouts could see the masts of scuttled Russian ships protruding from the harbor waters. The same vessels that had dealt death now transformed into underwater barriers. Turkish soldiers, given opportunity, would point out specific ships to their allies. That one burned the Damiad, that one sank the Naviki Bari. The sunken fleet became a monument to the massacre that had started everything. As winter approached, both sides faced a terrible truth. The siege would not end quickly. Sevastopol would not fall to bombardment, and the Allies lacked strength for a successful assault. The Russians could not drive off the besiegers, but could make every yard of progress cost blood. What had begun as a war of movement and decision had become a static killing match. Admiral Nakhimov, writing in his journal on November 30th, exactly 1 year after Sinop, reflected on the transformation. "A year ago today, I destroyed a Turkish squadron in hours. Since then, thousands have died trying to destroy me and my fleet. The ships I commanded lie on the harbor bottom. The sailors I led now man earthworks. The victory I won has become the siege I must endure. Is this justice?" Chapter 21. Balaclava's Chaos. The morning mist of October 25, 1854, clung to the valleys around Balaclava like a shroud, concealing 25,000 Russian troops moving to cut the British Army's vital supply line. Lord Raglan, watching from the heights of the Sapune Ridge, could see little through the fog. Below him stretched the port of Balaclava, crammed with supply ships, hospitals, and the chaotic infrastructure keeping the siege alive. If the Russians took it, the British expedition would wither and die. The war that had begun with naval precision at Sinope was about to descend into one of military history's most infamous debacles. Captain Louis Edward Nolan, aide-de-camp to the cavalry division, had spent the night in anxious preparation. A passionate advocate of cavalry tactics, he had long chafed at the mounted arms' inactivity during the siege. "We came to avenge Sinop," he had written to his sister, "but spend our days watching horses sicken while infantry does all the fighting. Today, perhaps, we will have our chance for glory." Within hours, Nolan would be dead, killed in the charge he helped precipitate through fatal miscommunication. The Russian attack began at dawn, overwhelming Turkish positions on the Causeway Heights. These Ottoman troops, relegated to defending outer positions while British and French held the siege lines, fought with desperate courage. Sergeant James Butler of the Ceylon Rifles, watching from nearby positions, recorded, "The Turks stood their ground longer than anyone expected, serving their guns until Russian bayonets were upon them. They remembered Sinop, I think. Better to die fighting than be murdered helpless. But there were too many Russians, and eventually the Turkish positions fell. The loss of the heights exposed Balaclava to direct attack. Sir Colin Campbell, commanding the Highland Brigade defending the port, formed his men in their famous thin red line to meet Russian cavalry. Private Donald Cameron of the 93rd Highlanders described the moment. "We could hear the Russian horses before we saw them through the mist. 2 ranks of Highlanders against thousands of cavalry. It seemed impossible. Sir Colin rode along our line. 'Remember, there is no retreat from here, men. You must die where you stand.' We would have too. But our volleys turned them back. The Russians learned what the Turks at Sinope learned. British discipline can be as deadly as Russian shells. But it was the day's subsequent events that would echo through history. Lord Raglan, observing Russian forces removing captured British naval guns from the redoubts, sent the fateful order. Lord Raglan wishes the cavalry to advance rapidly to the front, follow the enemy, and try to prevent the enemy carrying away the guns. The order, clear to Raglan surveying from the heights, would prove catastrophically ambiguous to those in the valley below. Lord Lucan, commanding the cavalry division, received the written order with bewilderment. From his position, he could see no guns except Russian batteries at the valley's end, over a mile away. When he questioned the order, Captain Nolan, who had carried it down, gestured impatiently and allegedly said, "There, my lord, is your enemy. There are your guns. Whether through miscommunication, impatience, or fatal misunderstanding, Nolan's gesture was interpreted as indicating the Russian batteries, not the captured naval guns on the heights. Cornet John Wilkin, of the 11th Hussars, watched the Light Brigade form up. We knew something was terribly wrong. To charge batteries down a valley lined with enemy guns on both sides was suicide. But Lord Cardigan gave the order, and we were cavalry. We obeyed. As we dressed our lines, I heard Sergeant Major whisper, "Sinope is being avenged with our blood today, boys." Strange how that Turkish massacre still haunted us, even as we rode to our own. The charge began at 11:10 a.m. 673 horsemen of the Light Brigade, the 4th and 13th Light Dragoons, the 17th Lancers, the 8th and 11th Hussars, advanced at a walk, then trot, then canter toward the Russian guns. From the heights, French Marshal Bosquet watched in horror and uttered his famous words, "C'est magnifique, mais ce n'est pas la guerre, c'est de la folie." It is magnificent, but it is not war. It is madness. Private James Whiteman of the 17th Lancers, one of the few who would survive unscathed, left a vivid account. The first Russian round shot came when we broke into gallop. Men and horses simply disappeared, torn apart. But we closed ranks and rode on. Then came the flanking. Fire from both sides. Canister shot that scythed through us like invisible blades. I saw Captain Nolan ride across our front, shouting something, when a shell fragment tore open his chest. He stayed in the saddle, dead, his sword arm raised, until his horse carried him back through our ranks. It was like death itself leading us on. The Russian gunners, veterans of many battles, had never seen anything like it. Artillery Captain Ivan Korobut wrote, "They rode straight at our guns as if on parade. We fired case shot at 600 yards, round shot at 400, canister at 200. Nothing stopped them. They rode through our fire, reached our guns, and began sabering our gunners. These madmen had turned suicide into an art form. We, who had shown no mercy, at Sinope now faced men who showed no mercy to themselves. Lord Cardigan, leading the charge, reached the Russian guns first. In the melee that followed, British cavalrymen fought with desperate fury, knowing their only chance of survival lay in silencing the batteries. Corporal Thomas Morley of the 17th Lancers described the fighting. We burst through their gun smoke to find Russian gunners standing their ground with rammers and handspikes. It was hand-to-hand, brutal work. I ran my lance through one gunner, just as he swung his rammer at my head. Another grabbed my horse's bridle. We were all mad by then, I think. Them for standing, us for coming. The Light Brigade, having achieved the impossible by reaching the guns, now faced the impossibility of holding them. Russian cavalry counterattacked while infantry fire poured from the heights. Lord Cardigan, recognizing the futility, ordered, "Retreat." The ride back through the same deadly valley claimed as many lives as the advance. Of 673 men who began the charge, 278 were casualties. The Light Brigade had ceased to exist as an effective fighting force. The aftermath revealed the charge's full horror. Captain William Morris of the 17th Lancers, wounded and taken prisoner, was treated by Russian doctors who expressed amazement at British tactics. "Your cavalry showed courage worthy of better generals," one told him. "At Sinope we used surprise and overwhelming force. Here, you used brave men as ammunition. Which is more cruel?" Morris had no answer. The charge's futility became apparent immediately. Lord Raglan, watching from the heights, was heard to mutter, "My God, what have they done?" The naval guns he had wanted recaptured remained in Russian hands. The Light Brigade was destroyed. The only tangible result was a propaganda victory for Russia and enduring controversy among the British. Turkish observers watched with professional dismay. Omar Pasha, who had wanted to use his cavalry to secure the flanks, told his staff, "The British have magnificent soldiers led by magnificent fools. They waste lives as carelessly as we lost them at Sinope. But without even the excuse of surprise. This is not war but elaborate suicide. We Ottomans are called backward, but we would never order such madness." The French, who had conducted successful cavalry charges earlier in the day, were equally appalled. General Morris observed to his staff, "The British seek to avenge Sinope by exceeding its senselessness. At least the Turks at Sinope were caught. At anchor, These cavalrymen rode deliberately to destruction. One wonders if the British Empire has men to spare, or merely commanders who cannot count. Back in the British camps, news of the disaster spread quickly. Private Thomas Going of the Royal Fusiliers wrote, "The Light Brigade is gone, thrown, away in minutes. We came to fight Russians, not to commit suicide. The lads who charged were heroes, but their generals are butchers. How many more must die for someone's blunder? Sinope brought us here, but stupidity keeps us dying." The charge's survivors struggled to make sense of their experience. Trumpet Major Henry Joy of the 17th Lancers, who had sounded the advance and retreat, wrote to his wife, "I cannot explain what we did or why. We rode into hell because we were ordered to. We rode out by God's mercy alone. They say we showed the world British courage. I say we showed the world British obedience to foolish orders. If this is glory, I want no more of it." The Battle of Balaclava continued after the charge, with British and French forces eventually holding their positions. But the Light Brigade's destruction overshadowed everything else. In a war begun to avenge a massacre, the British had created their own through sheer incompetence. The precise naval gunnery that had horrified Europe at Sinope had been answered by imprecise orders that sent cavalry to pointless death. As night fell on October 25, 1854, the valley below Balaclava was littered with dead men and horses. Russian burial parties worked alongside British, gathering the cavalry's remains. Lieutenant Nikolai Kozlov of the Don Cossacks wrote, "We who had shown no mercy at Sinope showed mercy tonight, helping the English bury their brave dead." War makes strange moments. Their charge was madness, but magnificent madness. We soldiers understood, even if their generals did not. The charge of the Light Brigade would become immortal through Tennyson's poetry, but its immediate impact was to demonstrate the Crimean War's descent from purposeful vengeance into chaotic slaughter. Chapter 22. Winter of Despair. Private William Kerr of the 3rd Battalion. Grenadier Guards awoke on November 14, 1854, to find his tentmate frozen to death. The man's body was rigid, his face covered with frost, his hands still clutching the threadbare blanket that had failed to save him. Kerr tried to close the dead man's eyes, but they were frozen open, staring at nothing. Outside the tent, the Crimean wind howled across the plateau, driving snow through every gap in the canvas. "Died of cold in his sleep," Kerr wrote in his diary. "Lucky bastard. The rest of us have to wake up and face another day in this frozen hell. We came to avenge burning ships at Sinope. Now we freeze to death in sight of the city that sent them." The hurricane that had struck on November 14th marked the beginning of the Allies' true ordeal. Ships laden with winter supplies, greatcoats, blankets, medical stores, food, were smashed against the cliffs or driven out to sea. The Prince, carrying everything needed to survive winter, went down with all hands. In hours, the storm accomplished what Russian arms had failed to do in months. It broke the Allied army's ability to sustain themselves. Captain François Herbet of the 2nd Zouaves described the storm's aftermath. "We who had survived Arab raids and Russian bullets now faced an enemy we could not fight, winter itself. Our tropical uniforms, so practical in Algeria, became death shrouds in Crimea. Men who had charged Russian guns without flinching now whimpered like children from cold. I found a sentry frozen at his post, still standing, rifle in hand. We had to break his fingers to retrieve the weapon." The supply crisis that followed defied belief. The British Army, representing the world's greatest empire, lacked basic necessities. Ships sat in Balaclava harbor, loaded with supplies that couldn't reach the camp 7 miles away because no one had thought to bring adequate land transport. Lord Raglan, commander-in-chief, maintained his headquarters in relative comfort, while his men died of exposure and starvation, in full view of ships carrying everything needed to save them. Sergeant Timothy Going recorded the bitter irony. "In Balaclava, warehouses burst with supplies. On the heights, we starve and freeze. The road between, if you can call that mud track a road, is littered with dead horses and dying men. We can see the ships that should save us, just as the Turks at Sinope could see their death approaching. Only difference is, our death comes from our own incompetence, not enemy action. The French, with their superior logistics and organization, fared better, but still suffered terribly. General Canrobert had established proper roads and supply systems, but even French efficiency couldn't overcome nature's assault. The Turks, dismissed by their allies as inferior, proved most resilient. Their soldiers, many from Anatolia's harsh plateaus, knew how to survive winter with minimal resources. Ahmed Vefik Effendi, Ottoman liaison officer, wrote with barely concealed satisfaction, "The mighty British, who scorned our military abilities, now beg our soldiers for survival tips. We show them how to build proper winter shelters, how to preserve body heat, how to prevent frostbite." The same British officers who wouldn't dine with us in Constantinople now gratefully accept our rough bread and sheep fat. Winter has accomplished what diplomacy could not. It has made them respect Turkish knowledge. The trenches before Sevastopol became icy graves. Men stood guard duty in summer uniforms, their feet wrapped in rags, their hands too numb to hold rifles properly. The lucky ones had greatcoats, most made do with whatever they could scavenge. Corpses too frozen to bury in the iron-hard ground were stacked like cordwood behind the lines. Some men used frozen bodies as windbreaks, apologizing to the dead for the indignity. Private Charles Woods of the 50th Regiment left a harrowing account. Stood picket duty last night in the advanced trenches. 2 hours that felt like eternity. The Russian sentries 50 yards away looked as miserable as us. One called out in broken English, "Hey British, you cold like us?" I shouted back, "Colder, mate." He laughed and threw me a flask of vodka. We're supposed to be killing each other. But winter kills us both equally. The real enemy wears no uniform. Inside Sevastopol, the defenders suffered their own agonies. The city, under constant bombardment, struggled to feed and warm its military and civilian population. Admiral Nakhimov, the victor of Sinope, shared the hardships with his men. He had moved from comfortable quarters into a basement near the batteries, sleeping on a camp bed and eating the same black bread and thin soup as common sailors. Lieutenant Pavel Leslie, serving in the Malakoff Tower, wrote home, "The Admiral visits daily, regardless of weather or bombardment. Yesterday, during a snowstorm, he found our battery low on powder. The supply wagons couldn't get through. He personally led a party carrying powder kegs through the storm. A prince of the Navy, the hero of Sinope, carrying ammunition like a common laborer. When young Petrov complained of the cold, Nakhimov gave him his own coat. 'I have fat to keep me warm,' he joked, though we all know he's thin as a rail from sharing his rations. The medical situation defied description. Scurvy appeared as fresh, vegetables disappeared. Frostbite claimed more limbs than battle. Cholera and typhus, which had never truly left, found weakened men easy prey. The hospital at Scutari, where Florence Nightingale had arrived in November, received shipload after shipload of men dying not from Russian bullets, but from neglect, cold, and disease. Assistant Surgeon George Lawson wrote to the British Medical Journal, "I amputate frostbitten limbs daily. Toes, fingers, whole feet turned black with gangrene. Men arrive from the front more dead than alive. Yesterday a soldier of the 23rd told me, 'I survived Sinop's vengeance at the Alma only to lose my feet to British incompetence.' He was delirious, but spoke truth. We kill our own men through criminal neglect more efficiently than Russian guns ever could." Christmas 1854 brought no respite. While London society attended balls and praised their brave soldiers, those soldiers huddled in ice-filled trenches, gnawing on rock-hard biscuits and salt meat. Some regiments attempted to maintain morale with improvised celebrations. The French managed Christmas Mass in dugouts decorated with shell casings. British units shared carefully hoarded rum rations. Turkish Muslim soldiers, observing their allies' rituals, contributed what food they could spare. Corporal James Bancroft of the Royal Artillery described a macabre Christmas scene. "We fashioned a Christmas tree from a shell-shattered pine, decorated with brass buttons from dead men's uniforms. For Christmas dinner, we had half rations of salt pork and biscuit soup. Sergeant made a joke about it being better than Sinop's Christmas last year. Nobody laughed. Those Turkish sailors died quick in warm water. We're dying slow and frozen. Mud. Which is worse." The international nature of suffering created unexpected bonds. French soldiers shared their superior rations with starving British. British engineers helped improve Turkish positions. Turkish soldiers taught survival techniques to all. The alliance forged by Sinop's outrage had become a brotherhood of misery. Captain William Radcliffe observed, "Yesterday, I saw something that would have been impossible a year ago. A British soldier, a French zouave, and a Turkish regular huddled together around a tiny fire, sharing body heat and what looked like horse meat. They couldn't speak each other's languages, but understood each other perfectly. Cold and hunger are universal translators." Letters home, when they arrived at all, carried news that horrified the British public. The Times correspondent William Howard Russell's dispatches about the army suffering caused outrage that would topple the government. But for the men in the trenches, political consequences seemed irrelevant compared to surviving another night. Private John Fahey wrote his last letter in December 1854. "Dear Mother, if this reaches you, know that I think of home constantly. I dream of your warm kitchen, of food that isn't frozen, of beds that aren't mud. We came here full of righteous anger about murdered Turkish sailors. Now we only want to survive. The Turks at Sinop died heroes. We die forgotten, frozen scarecrows. In a war everyone has ceased to understand. Pray that spring comes before we all perish. Your loving son, John." Fahey's body was found after the spring thaw, one of hundreds who had frozen to death in the trenches. His letter, found in his pocket, never reached his mother. As 1854 ended, the Grand Alliance that had formed to avenge Sinope faced its greatest crisis. Not Russian military might, but simple winter threatened to destroy three armies. The technological superiority demonstrated at Sinope meant nothing to men who lacked basic clothing and food. The careful plans of generals crumbled before the reality of inadequate logistics and natural fury. Admiral Nakhimov, writing in his journal on New Year's Eve, reflected on the war's transformation. "A year ago, we celebrated our victory at Sinop. Now both sides huddle in misery, united in suffering if nothing else. The ships we burned have been avenged not by enemy action but by nature itself. God has a sense of irony. The winter that aided us at Sinop now punishes all equally. Perhaps this is true justice. Not choosing sides, but demonstrating war's essential stupidity through universal suffering." The winter of despair had revealed truths more profound than any battle. Modern war required not just brave soldiers and advanced weapons but competent administration and basic logistics. Chapter 23. Florence Nightingale's Revolution. Florence Nightingale stood at the entrance to the Barrack Hospital at Scutari on November 4, 1854, and tried not to retch. The stench that emanated from within, a mixture of gangrenous wounds, human waste, and death, was overwhelming. Behind her, 38 nurses recruited from England's hospitals and religious orders waited for her signal to enter. They had come to save lives in a war begun by Sinop's massacre. What they found was another kind of massacre, slower but no less deadly, perpetrated by neglect rather than Russian shells. "Ladies," Nightingale said, turning to her nurses with characteristic determination, "what lies within will test every fiber of your resolve. Men are dying not from Russian bullets, but from our own incompetence. We are here to wage war on death itself. Follow me." With that, she stepped into what soldiers had already begun calling the kingdom of hell. The first ward they entered defied description. Dr. John Hall, principal medical officer, had assured the War Office that medical arrangements were satisfactory. The reality was catastrophic. Over 2,000 wounded and sick men lay on straw mattresses soaked with blood and excrement. The mattresses touched each other, creating a sea of suffering that stretched the length of the enormous barrack room. Men lay in their uniforms, caked with mud from the trenches, their wounds undressed for days. Rats scurried between the beds. The few orderlies present were drunk. Sister Sarah Ann Thoreau, one of Nightingale's nurses, recorded her first impression. "I have worked in London's poorest hospitals, but nothing prepared me for this." A young soldier, perhaps 18, grabbed my skirt as I passed. "Water, miss, for the love of God," he whispered. I learned he had lain there 3 days without drink or food. His leg wound had turned black with gangrene. He died before I could return with water. one of thousands who perished not from battle, but from abandonment. The hospital's administration initially resisted Nightingale's reforms. Military doctors, resentful of female interference, insisted nothing was wrong. Dr. Hall himself told Nightingale that her nurses were unnecessary and unwelcome. She responded by producing her written orders from Sidney Herbert, Secretary at Civil War, and calmly began documenting the catastrophic conditions. Within days, her reports would cause uproar in London. Private James Blunt of the 4th Dragoons, one of the Balaclava survivors, described the change Nightingale brought. Before the ladies came, we were left to rot. Orderlies stole our rations, sold them for drink. Wounds went undressed until maggots cleaned them. Men died calling for mothers, wives, anyone who cared. Then Miss Nightingale arrived. First thing she did was wash us. Simple thing, but revolutionary. Clean water, clean bandages, clean beds. She treated us like human beings, not military equipment. The obstacles Nightingale faced went beyond medical. The hospital's purveyor, responsible for supplies, insisted everything must go through proper channels. When she discovered warehouses full of medicines, bandages, and clothing sitting unused while men died for want of them, she used her own funds and public donations to bypass the system. Her wealthy supporters in England had provided her with unprecedented financial independence. Lieutenant Charles Bracebridge, who had accompanied his wife as Nightingale's assistants, wrote to the Times, "Miss Nightingale wages 2 wars simultaneously, one against disease, another against military bureaucracy. Yesterday, she discovered 200 new shirts in storage while men lay naked. The purveyor insisted they needed proper requisition forms. She responded by purchasing shirts from Constantinople merchants with her own money. The men got their shirts. The purveyor got a lesson in humanity over regulations." The transformation began with basics: cleanliness, nutrition, and organization. Nightingale instituted rigid sanitary procedures. Floors were scrubbed with chloride of lime. Windows, sealed for warmth, were opened for ventilation. Latrines, previously overflowing into the wards, were properly managed. She hired Turkish laborers to repair the building's infrastructure, paying them from her fund when the military refused. Most revolutionary was her approach to nutrition. The official diet, salt meat and hard biscuit, was inedible for men with dysentery or scurvy. Nightingale established diet kitchens preparing broth, arrowroot, and other foods sick men could digest. She purchased vegetables from local markets, scandalizing military accountants who insisted soldiers needed only standard rations. Corporal William Tell of the 17th Lancers, recovering from wounds and frostbite, wrote home, "The lady with the lamp, they call her, and rightly so. She does rounds every night, checking on us by lamplight. But it's more than that. She's given us back our dignity, clean clothes, decent food, someone who listens when we speak of pain. After Sinope brought us to this hell, she's showing us glimpses of heaven." The nurses under Nightingale's command faced their own battles. Many were religious sisters unused to military coarseness. Others were working-class women whose presence scandalized officers who believed ladies shouldn't see such sights. Nightingale managed both groups with iron discipline, dismissing nurses who broke her rules while protecting them from harassment. Sister Margaret Goodman wrote to her convent, "Miss Nightingale is harder on us than any Mother Superior. Up at 4 a.m., working until midnight. No fraternization with soldiers beyond medical duties. Absolute cleanliness in person and practice. Yet the men worship her. Yesterday, a dying soldier kissed her shadow on the wall. 'She gave me peace,' he said. 'We came expecting to bandage wounds. Instead, we're rebuilding humanity from chaos.'" The statistical revolution Nightingale introduced proved as important as her practical reforms. She meticulously recorded deaths, their causes, and contributing factors. Her data revealed that disease killed 10 times more soldiers than battle wounds. More damningly, she proved that mortality rates dropped from 42% to 2% after her reforms. These statistics, sent to London, provided ammunition for wholesale military medical reform. Dr. John Sutherland, sent from London to investigate conditions, reported, "Miss Nightingale has achieved through determination what the military medical establishment failed to accomplish through hierarchy. Her methods, cleanliness, proper nutrition, accurate records, are not revolutionary in civilian medicine, but applying them to military casualties apparently required a woman's common sense to overcome masculine pride. The impact extended beyond Scutari. News of Nightingale's reforms reached the siege lines, where conditions remained appalling. Soldiers who had cursed their fate now had hope of survival if wounded. More practically, her pressure on authorities improved supplies to the front. When she discovered that French soldiers received better medical care, she used the comparison to shame British authorities into action. The human stories accumulated. Private Thomas Dunn, who had lost both feet to frostbite, learned to write, again under a nurse's tutelage, sending his first letter home in months. Sergeant Michael Connolly, blinded at Inkerman, found purpose helping nurse other patients. Turkish soldiers, initially suspicious of Christian nurses, became devoted supporters after experiencing compassionate care, regardless of religion. Yet tragedy persisted. Nightingale herself nearly died of Crimean fever in May 1855. Her illness sparked near panic among patients and staff. Private Joseph Greaves wrote, "When word spread that Miss Nightingale was sick, grown men wept. We who had watched comrades die without flinching couldn't bear the thought of losing her. She had become our guardian angel. Prayers went up from every bed, Christian, Muslim, even those who'd forgotten how to pray." The broader implications of Nightingale's work became clear as the war progressed. The catastrophe that had brought her to Scutari, the administrative incompetence revealed by Crimean suffering, forced fundamental changes in military thinking. The same outrage that had followed Sinope now focused on how Britain treated its own soldiers. Public donations poured in, newspapers demanded reform, and politicians faced uncomfortable questions. Lord Palmerston, who had become Prime Minister, partly due to outrage over military mismanagement, told Parliament, "Miss Nightingale has shown us that British courage deserves British care. The men who sailed to avenge Sinop's victims became victims themselves of our neglect. Her lamp has illuminated not just hospital wards, but our national conscience." By war's end, Nightingale had transformed military medicine. Her insistence on sanitation, nutrition, and systematic record-keeping became standard practice. More profoundly, she had changed attitudes toward common soldiers. No longer expendable resources, they were seen as individuals deserving compassionate care. In her private notes, written after recovering from her illness, Nightingale reflected, "We came to heal bodies broken by war. We discovered souls broken by indifference." The real enemy was not Russian aggression, but our own systemic failure to value human life. Every man saved was a victory against the true forces of darkness, ignorance, prejudice, and bureaucratic blindness. The revolution Florence Nightingale began at Scutari would outlive the war that spawned it. Military hospitals worldwide adopted her methods. Nursing became a respected profession. Most importantly, the principle was established that nations owed competent medical care to those who fought their battles. Chapter 24. Todleben's Genius. Lieutenant Colonel Franz Eduard Todleben stood in the 4th Bastion at 3 a.m. on a December morning in 1854, watching British sappers dig their approach trenches by moonlight. At 36, the Baltic German engineer had become the soul of Sevastopol's defense, transforming a vulnerable naval base into an impregnable fortress. As enemy trenches crept closer each night, he was already planning countermines, new battery positions, and traverse trenches that would make every yard of advance cost Allied blood. "They think in straight lines," he murmured to his aide. "We must teach them to think in spirals, layers, depths. The earth itself shall be our ally." Todleben's appointment had been accidental. When the Allied armies appeared before Sevastopol in September, he was merely a lieutenant colonel of engineers recovering from a wound. But Admiral Kornilev, recognizing genius when he saw it, had given him unprecedented authority to redesign the city's defenses. Within weeks, Todleben had revolutionized siege warfare, creating a defensive system that would influence military thinking for generations. Captain Mikhail Ivanovich Venyukov, serving on Todleben's staff, described his commander's methods. "He never sleeps, or if he does, it's standing up at his drawing table. Every morning he walks the entire defensive line, 8 miles, noting every weakness, every opportunity. He knows each battery commander by name, every gun's field of fire, every yard of dead ground. But his true genius lies in seeing Earth not as obstacle, but as living armor. The traditional approach to fortification relied on high stone walls, impressive but vulnerable to modern artillery. Todleben understood that earth absorbed shock where stone shattered. His fortifications were low, deep, and constantly evolving. When Allied bombardments destroyed a position, Russian work parties rebuilt it overnight, often stronger than before. The frustration drove Allied engineers to distraction. Major William Elphinstone of the Royal Engineers wrote in his journal, "Todleben has made the earth our enemy. We destroy his batteries by day. They reappear by night like mushrooms after rain. Worse, they reappear improved, better sighted, better protected, with interlocking fields of fire we hadn't anticipated. He learns from every attack, adapts to every tactic. Fighting him is like boxing with smoke." The human cost of Todleben's genius was enormous on both sides. His defensive system required constant labor from Sevastopol's entire population. Women and children filled sandbags, sailors turned infantry dug trenches, and everyone worked through the night repairing damage from the day's bombardment. The city became a vast construction site, where building fortifications took precedence over everything except fighting. Anna Krasovskaya, the naval officer's wife who had witnessed the mobilization, continued her diary through the siege. "Colonel Todleben came to our district yesterday, politely but firmly conscripting everyone for earthworks. My neighbor, a countess, who had never lifted anything heavier than a teacup, now shovels dirt alongside peasant women. We are all equal before Todleben's vision. He thanks us personally, remembers our names, explains how our section fits his grand design. It's exhausting but oddly exhilarating. We are not merely suffering siege, but actively resisting." Todleben's innovations went beyond earthworks. He pioneered the use of electric mines, connecting them by wire to observation posts. When Allied troops entered predetermined zones, observers could detonate mines with devastating effect. He created interlocking fields of fire where every approach was covered by multiple positions. Most ingeniously, he designed positions that appeared weak to draw attacks into carefully prepared killing grounds. The battle for the Mamelon, a key hill position, exemplified Todleben's methods. French engineers studied it for weeks, noting what seemed to be vulnerable points. When they finally attacked in June 1855, they discovered every weakness was a trap. Hidden batteries opened fire from unexpected angles. Mines detonated under assault columns. What seemed like dead ground proved covered by concealed positions. The French took the Mamelon, but at a cost that appalled their commanders. General Pélissier, who had replaced Canrobert as French commander, wrote to Paris, "Todleben has made every yard of ground a separate fortress. We take positions only to find ourselves in new killing grounds. He thinks 3 moves ahead like a chess master. At this rate, we will run out of men before he runs out of tricks." The engineering duel between Todleben and Allied sappers became intensely personal. Both sides drove mines and countermines, creating underground labyrinths where soldiers fought in absolute darkness. These subterranean battles were warfare at its most primitive. Men with knives and pistols struggling in spaces barely large enough to crawl through. Yet they were directed by sophisticated calculations of angles, explosive forces, and geological strata. Lieutenant Peter Kropotkin, later famous as an anarchist but then a young officer, described the mining war. "We work in shifts, digging toward enemy lines while listening for their picks. When tunnels meet, it's hand-to-hand combat in darkness. Yesterday we broke into a British tunnel. The fighting was so confined we could only attack one at a time. I killed a man whose face I never saw, guided only by his breathing. Todleben visits these hellish galleries, calculating angles by touch, encouraging us with his calm presence. Todleben's influence extended beyond physical defenses. He understood siege warfare's psychological dimension, using artillery not just for destruction but for harassment. Random shells at mealtimes, targeted fire on latrines, night bombardments, time to prevent sleep, all calculated to wear down enemy morale. He called it the erosion of spirit, as important as the erosion of fortifications. Yet Todleben remained remarkably humane. He established clear conventions for retrieving wounded and burying dead, personally ensuring these truces were honored. When he learned Allied hospitals lacked supplies, he permitted medical materials to pass through the lines. This combination of professional brilliance and personal honor earned respect from enemies who cursed his fortifications. Colonel Sir John, Fox Burgoyne, the senior British engineer, wrote privately, "I hate and admire Todleben in equal measure. His defenses have cost us thousands of casualties, prolonged this siege beyond reason. Yet when we meet during truces, he is courteous, professional, even helpful regarding wounded. He wages war like a scientist, without hatred, but with terrible efficiency. I wish he were on our side." The culmination of Todleben's defensive system came during the final assault on Sevastopol in September 1855. By then, his fortifications had absorbed 11 months of bombardment and assault. Every major position had been destroyed and rebuilt multiple times. The defensive perimeter had contracted but never broken. When the French finally took the vital Malakoff Tower, they discovered why. Todleben had already prepared second and third defensive lines behind it. Captain Jean-Baptiste Herbet, who participated in the final assault, wrote, "We expected desperate street fighting after taking the outer defenses. Instead, we found new fortifications, perfectly sited, fully manned." Todleben had made Sevastopol not one fortress, but many, nested like Russian dolls. Only the overall strategic situation, not his defenses, forced Russian withdrawal. Todleben himself was wounded during the final bombardment, struck by a shell fragment while inspecting forward positions. As he was carried to the rear, work parties spontaneously lined the route, saluting the man who had made their suffering meaningful. Even grievously wounded, he dictated instructions for the evacuation, ensuring defensive positions covered the withdrawal. Admiral Nakhimov, visiting the wounded engineer, spoke for all Sevastopol's defenders. "You have given us 11 months we should not have had. Every day of resistance was your gift to Russia. The sailors who died at Sinope would be proud. You have shown that Russian earth can swallow armies as surely as Russian shells destroyed ships." The legacy of Todleben's genius extended far beyond Sevastopol. Military engineers worldwide studied his methods, recognizing that he had inaugurated a new age of defensive warfare. The American Civil War, the Franco-Prussian War, and ultimately, World War I would see his principles applied. Earthworks over masonry, depth over height, adaptation over rigid planning. In his post-war memoirs, written with characteristic modesty, Todleben reflected, "I merely applied scientific principles to an ancient art. The earth was always there, waiting to be properly used. The brave defenders of Sevastopol gave meaning to my mathematics. Every calculation was worthless without their courage to hold the positions I designed." Yet perhaps his greatest achievement was transforming siege warfare from a predictable science into an evolving art. Before Todleben, sieges followed ancient patterns: approach trenches, battery positions, breach and assault. After him, defense became dynamic, creative, responsive. He had shown that genius could multiply courage, that one brilliant engineer could neutralize armies. As Sevastopol burned during the Russian evacuation, Todleben, despite his wounds, insisted on watching from a stretcher. The fortifications he had created were blown up to deny them to the Allies, each explosion marking the end of an epic defense. "They are destroying my children," he said quietly. But his true children, the principles he had established, would outlive stone and earth, influencing military thought for generations. Chapter 25. Death of the Tsar. The Emperor of all the Russias lay dying in his modest bed at the Winter Palace, and he knew it. Nicholas I, who had ruled for 30 years with iron certainty, faced his final morning on March 6, 1755, with the bitter knowledge that his empire was bleeding to death in Crimea. Dr. Martin Mant, his personal physician, had just informed him that his lungs were failing, filled with fluid that no medicine could drain. "How long?" the Tsar asked. "Hours, Majesty. Perhaps a day." Nicholas closed his eyes. "Then summon my son. There are things that must be said while I still have breath." The illness had begun as a cold in mid-February, contracted while the Tsar reviewed troops in freezing weather without his greatcoat, a gesture of solidarity with soldiers dying in Crimean snows. But Mant suspected the real disease was deeper. "His Majesty is dying of Sevastopol," he confided to the Empress. "Each dispatch reporting thousands more casualties weakens him more than any fever. He has lost the will to live, crushed by the weight of a war that has destroyed everything he believed in." Crown Prince Alexander arrived to find his father propped up in bed, struggling for each breath. The room was spare, almost monastic. Nicholas had always disdained luxury. Icons covered one wall, military maps another. On the bedside table lay the latest dispatch from Crimea. More positions lost, more men dead, the siege grinding on without hope of relief. Father and son had not been close. Nicholas's harsh discipline had created distance. But now the dying autocrat needed to unburden his soul. Sasha, Nicholas wheezed, using the family diminutive he rarely employed. I leave you a broken inheritance. I have failed Russia. The crown prince tried to protest, but Nicholas raised a trembling hand. Listen, there is little time. You must understand how we came to this catastrophe, so you might find a path I could not see. Alexander Nikolaevich, soon to be Alexander II, recorded his father's last confession in his private journal, discovered years later. Father spoke for 2 hours, with terrible pauses as he fought for breath. He began with Sinope, always Sinope. I thought it a great victory, he said. Nakhimov destroyed their fleet so easily. God seemed to bless our cause. I was drunk on success, certain of divine favor. Pride, Sasha. The sin of pride. The Turkish ships burned, and I thought it proved our destiny. Instead, it lit a fuse that has consumed us all. The Tsar's voice grew stronger as he relived the fatal decisions. Menshikov warned me the British would react strongly. I dismissed him. Britain was decadent, I said. They would protest, but not fight. France, led by an adventurer nephew trading on his uncle's name. Austria, they owed us everything for saving them from the Hungarians. I calculated everything and understood nothing. The massacre at Sinop, yes, call it what it was, united Europe against us. My easy victory became my impossible war. Dr. Mant, checking on his patient, found both emperor and crown prince in tears. The physician withdrew discreetly but noted, in his medical journal, His Majesty experiences the peculiar clarity that sometimes precedes death. He speaks of matters long suppressed, seeking absolution from his son for sins against the nation. The physical symptoms, labored breathing, cyanosis, irregular pulse, matter less than the spiritual agony. He dies of recognition, the terrible clarity of seeing one's life's work in ruins. Nicholas continued his confession, describing how each month of war had revealed new failures. Our armies looked magnificent on parade, but they carried muskets against rifles. Our officers purchased commissions like merchants buying shops. Our logistics belonged in Peter the Great's time, not the age of railways. I spent 30 years preparing for the last war while Europe prepared for the next one. And when reality struck at Alma, at Balaclava, at Inkerman, I had no answer except to send more men to die. The most painful admission concerned the nature of his rule. I believed myself God's anointed, defending Holy Russia against revolution and atheism. But what did I defend? A system where nobles owned souls like cattle, where corruption was normal, where speaking truth meant Siberia. The British Parliament debates their failures openly. Their newspapers criticize freely. We hide truth behind censorship and wonder why we fail. Perhaps God abandoned us not at Sevastopol but long before, when we chose fear over freedom. Count Dmitry Bludov, Minister of Interior, was summoned to receive final instructions. He found the Tsar lucid but fading. His Majesty dictated orders for the succession, his voice barely a whisper. But between official phrases, he would drift into memories. Sinop haunts me, he said suddenly. Those Turkish sailors in the water, murdered by our men. I said nothing, did nothing. Now Russian boys die in the mud and Europe calls it justice. The wheel turns, Bludov. The wheel always turns. The Empress Alexandra Fyodorovna maintained a vigil, though her own health was failing. She had been Nicholas's one soft spot in a harsh life, their love genuine despite the arranged marriage. Now she watched him die, recording in her diary. He asks constantly about the war, torments himself with each report. When they told him of another failed assault on Sevastopol, he wept like a child. I have killed them all, he kept saying. My pride, my blindness, my stupidity has murdered a generation. I try to comfort him. But what comfort exists for such recognition? As word spread through the palace that the Tsar was dying, courtiers gathered in anterooms, already calculating positions under the new reign. But Nicholas had one more confession to make, this time to Father Bazhanov, his confessor. The priest later wrote, in a document sealed for 50 years, His Majesty's final confession dealt extensively with the sin of pride and the blood on his hands. He spoke of Sinop as the moment God withdrew his grace. I allowed a massacre and called it victory. I mistook power for righteousness, confused my will with God's. Now I face judgment, and I am afraid. The European ambassadors were officially notified of the Tsar's condition. Count Esterhazy, the Austrian ambassador, reported to Vienna, "The man who seemed immortal, who ruled Russia with absolute power for 3 decades, dies broken by the war he started. He who crushed the Decembrists, the Poles, the Hungarians, could not crush the alliance his own actions created. There is a lesson here about the limits of autocracy in the modern age." On the morning of March 2nd, Nicholas summoned strength for final words to his assembled family and ministers. Grand Duke Constantine, his brother and longtime advisor, recorded the scene. He could barely speak, each word an effort. "I thought to make Russia great through strength alone," he gasped. "I forgot that true greatness requires wisdom, justice, progress. The serfs must be freed. Alexander promised me. The army must be reformed. The law must rule, not the whim of autocrats. Learn from my failures." Then, looking at the dispatch box with reports from Crimea, tell the soldiers, I am sorry." At 12:15 p.m., Tsar Nicholas IV of Russia died. Dr. Mant recorded the immediate cause as pulmonary edema, but added, "The ultimate cause was the Crimean War, which broke his health, his spirit, and finally his heart. He who had never doubted died full of doubts. He who had never apologized died begging forgiveness." The news reached Sevastopol 2 weeks later. Admiral Nakhimov, the victor of Sinope, whose triumph had helped precipitate the war, received the news while inspecting batteries. Witnesses said he stood silent for several minutes, then said quietly, "The Tsar is dead. He gave the orders. We fired the shells. Now he is gone, and we remain to face what we created together. May God forgive us all." In the Allied camps, the news was received with mixed emotions. Lord Raglan, who had known Nicholas personally from diplomatic encounters, wrote, "He was our enemy, but a worthy one. His death changes nothing immediately. The war continues. Men still die. But perhaps his son will find the wisdom to end what the father could not stop." Nicholas died believing himself a failure. In that, at least, he showed more insight than he ever displayed living. The funeral of Nicholas I was a modest affair by Romanov standards, conducted while the empire remained at war. As his body was interred in the Peter and Paul Cathedral, the guns of Sevastopol could be heard in the imagination, if not reality. The eternal thunder of the war he had started with such confidence. The man who had sent ships to Sinope to demonstrate Russian power died, knowing that demonstration had destroyed everything he valued. Alexander II, now Tsar, faced the wreckage of his father's certainties. The war would continue for another year, but the new emperor already knew it must end. The force dying Nicholas had given him permission. More had commanded him to abandon the inflexible autocracy that had led to disaster. The reforms that would follow, emancipation of the serfs, military modernization, judicial reform, all stemmed from Nicholas's deathbed recognition of failure. Count Leo Tolstoy, serving as a young officer at Sevastopol, would later write, "Nicholas died as he had lived, imprisoned by his own certainties, but granted at the end the terrible gift of seeing clearly. Sinope was his triumph that became his curse. He discovered, too late, that in the modern world, power without wisdom is not strength but weakness, that fear cannot forever substitute for freedom, that even czars must answer for the blood they spill." Chapter 26. The Malakoff Falls. September 8, 1855, noon precisely. The French drums rolled, the signal rockets soared, and 30,000 Allied soldiers rose from their trenches for the final assault on Sevastopol. At the apex of the attack stood the Malakoff Tower, the massive earthwork fortress from which Admiral Nakhimov had once gazed at his fleet and planned the attack on Sinope. Now, nearly 2 years after that naval triumph, French soldiers prepared to storm the very heart of Russian naval power. General McMahon, commanding the assault division, addressed his officers. Messieurs, the Malakoff is where this war truly began. From those ramparts, Nakhimov sent death to Sinope. Today, we return the compliment. The Malakoff had become more than a fortification. It was a symbol. For the Russians, it represented their Black Sea dominance, the bastion from which their admirals had commanded the fleet that ruled these waters. For the Allies, it was the key to Sevastopol and the final objective of a war that had cost hundreds of thousands of lives. Both sides understood that its fall would mean more than tactical victory. It would close the circle of violence that began with burning Turkish ships. Captain Pierre Lebrun of the 1st Zouaves crouched in the forward trenches, watching the bombardment that preceded the assault. For 3 days, over 800 Allied guns had pounded the Russian defenses, the most intensive artillery barrage in military history. The Malakoff disappeared under smoke and flame, he wrote later. We could feel the earth shake with each salvo, yet we knew from bitter experience that when the smoke cleared, Todleban's earthworks would still be there, wounded but not dead, like a giant bleeding but still dangerous. Inside the Malakoff, the defenders endured the hurricane of metal with grim determination. Commander Vasily Kolyubakin, who had taken over the defense after the previous commander was killed, moved through the underground galleries checking on his men. The naval gunners who had once served on ships were now buried in earth, their precision aimed at killing infantry rather than sinking vessels. "Hold fast, brothers," he told them. "They must come to us eventually, and when they do, remember, we are sailors of the Black Sea Fleet. We die at our posts." The moment of assault arrived with shocking suddenness. The French, learning from previous failures, had secretly advanced their trenches to within yards of the Malakoff's outer defenses. When the drums beat noon, the Zouaves covered the distance, in seconds, appearing on the ramparts before Russian defenders could fully man their positions. It was speed against strength, surprise against preparation. Sergeant Jean-Marie Dubois, veteran of Algeria and numerous Crimean battles, was among the first over the parapet. We burst into their forward positions like demons. The Russians, stunned by our speed, fought with desperate courage. I saw a Russian sailor, half buried by a shell burst, still working his gun until we bayoneted him. Another, both legs shattered, propped himself against a gabion and fired his revolver until ammunition ran out. These were not soldiers running. These were sailors dying at their posts. The fighting inside the Malakoff became a three-dimensional battle. French soldiers fought upward through the tower's levels while Russians defended downward. Underground, in Todleban's mine galleries, separate battles raged in darkness. The earthwork's very strength, its massive construction, now worked against the defenders, preventing reinforcement and escape. The Malakoff had become a trap for both sides. Lieutenant Pavel Nakhimov, nephew of the admiral, commanded a battery on the second level. His account, written years later, captured the battle's intensity. "The French came at us like a blue wave, their Zouaves screaming war cries in Arabic and French. We met them with canister shot at point-blank range, turning the embrasures into charnel houses. But they kept coming, climbing over their own dead. When they reached us, it was bayonet against bayonet, rifle butt against handspike. I killed a French officer so close I could see my reflection in his eyes." The crucial moment came when General McMahon himself appeared on the Malakoff's summit. A Russian counterattack was forming, reserves moving up from the city. McMahon's aides suggested preparing to withdraw if necessary. The general's response became legend. "J'y suis, j'y reste. I am here, I stay here." The French would hold or die. There would be no retreat from the position that had launched the Sinop attack. From his command post, Prince Gorchakov watched the tricolor rise over the Malakoff with bitter recognition of defeat. The earthwork that Todleban had made impregnable had fallen in less than an hour. Worse, its elevated position commanded the entire Russian defensive line. Without the Malakoff, Sevastopol could not be held. The prince faced the decision he had dreaded, abandoning the city that had resisted for 349 days. The human cost of the Malakoff's fall was staggering. In 1 hour, the French lost over 7,500 men, the Russians nearly 13,000. Bodies filled the ditches, carpeted the ramparts, choked the underground galleries. The sophisticated earthwork that Todleben had designed to preserve life had become an enormous tomb. Blood ran down the wooden stairs like waterfalls, mixing French blue and Russian green into a purple mud. Admiral Nakhimov did not live to see his command post fall. He had been mortally wounded on June 28 while inspecting forward positions, dying 2 days later. But his presence haunted the battle. Captain Leon Boucher of the engineers found Nakhimov's former headquarters in the Malakoff, maps still on the walls, including one marking Sinope. Here, Boucher wrote, "In this very room, the admiral planned the attack that started this war. Now French soldiers occupy his chair. French flags fly from his tower. The circle is complete, but at what cost?" The fall of the Malakoff triggered the evacuation of Sevastopol. That night, Russian forces began their withdrawal across the harbor to the north side, destroying everything they could not carry. The entire city became an inferno as magazines exploded, stores burned, and the remaining ships of the Black Sea Fleet were scuttled. It was Sinop in reverse. Instead of Turkish ships burning in a distant port, Russian vessels burned in their home harbor. Lieutenant William Goodenough of the Royal Navy, watching from the Allied lines, described the apocalyptic scene. Sevastopol burns as Sinope burned, but on a scale that dwarfs that Turkish tragedy. Ships explode in the harbor, their magazines turning them into volcanoes. Buildings collapse in showers of sparks. The Russians are destroying their own city rather than let us have it. One cannot help but admire their terrible determination, while mourning such waste. As dawn broke on September 9th, Allied soldiers entered a dead city. The Russians had executed their withdrawal perfectly, leaving nothing but ruins. French soldiers who occupied the Malakoff found it a hollow prize, its galleries filled with dead, its ramparts shattered, its purpose extinct. The position from which Russia had projected Black Sea power was now a monument to war's futility. Private Thomas Casey of the 90th Light Infantry explored the abandoned Russian positions. Found a Russian sailor dead at his gun, still clutching the lanyard. In his pocket was a letter from his mother in Kronstadt, hoping he was safe. Made me think of those Turkish sailors at Sinope. Different uniform, same story. We came for revenge and got it, but revenge tastes like ashes and smells like death. The symbolic significance of the Malakoff's fall resonated across Europe. The Times declared, "The fortress from which Russian ambition launched the attack on Sinope has fallen to Allied arms. Justice has come full circle. The Turkish dead are avenged." But William Howard Russell, who had reported the entire siege, added a more somber note. "We have taken the Malakoff, and with it Sevastopol. But what have we truly won? A ruined city, filled with ghosts. The Russians have lost their fleet and fortress. We have lost our illusions about war's glory." In St. Petersburg, the new Tsar Alexander II received news of Sevastopol's fall with his father's deathbed words echoing in his mind. The war that Nicholas I had started with such confidence was lost. The Black Sea Fleet that had terrorized the Ottomans at Sinope now lay on the harbor bottom. The Malakoff, symbol of Russian naval might, flew the French tricolor. It was time to seek peace. Marshal Pélissier, the French commander, stood on the Malakoff's summit at sunset on September 9th, surveying the devastation. His aide suggested a victory celebration. "Victory?" Pélissier responded. "Look around you. This is not victory. This is exhaustion. Both sides have simply run out of ability to continue killing. The Malakoff has fallen, yes, but what rises from its ruins? Only the certainty that we must find better ways than this to settle disputes between nations." The last entry in the Malakoff's Russian logbook, found in the ruins, was made by an unknown officer minutes before the final assault. French drums beating. Attack imminent. We who sent death to Sinop now await death ourselves. The wheel turns. May God forgive us all and grant that our sufferings here end the cycle of vengeance. The Malakoff falls, but perhaps from its ashes wisdom rises. The fall of the Malakoff effectively ended the Crimean War, though formal peace would take months to negotiate. The position that had commanded the Black Sea Fleet, from which the orders for Sinope had emanated, now commanded only ruins and graves. French soldiers might plant their flag where Nakhimov had planned his attack, but their victory was as hollow as the blasted fortress they occupied. Chapter 27. Peace in Paris. The Congress of Paris convened on February 25, 1856, in the gilded halls of the French Foreign Ministry on the Quai d'Orsay. Through tall windows, delegates could see the Seine flowing past, its peaceful waters a stark contrast to the Black Sea that had run red with blood at Sinope. Count Alexei Orlov, leading the Russian delegation, paused before entering the conference hall, understanding the symbolism of this moment. Russia, which had demonstrated its naval supremacy so devastatingly at Sinope, now came to accept terms that would strip it of Black Sea naval power entirely. "We enter as supplicants," he murmured to his aide, "to beg terms from those we once terrified." Napoleon III had orchestrated every detail of the Congress to maximize French prestige. The defeated Russians were seated facing a massive painting depicting French military glory. The Ottoman delegates, whose empire the war had supposedly saved, found themselves relegated to seats that subtly emphasized their dependent status. Only the British, co-victors, sat as equals with the French. The arrangement spoke volumes about the new European order emerging from Sinop's ashes. Lord Clarendon, representing Britain, brought with him a leather portfolio containing diplomatic reports from the war's beginning. The first document was the telegram announcing Sinop's massacre. He would later tell his secretary, "I kept it before me throughout the negotiations, a reminder of how a naval skirmish had dragged Europe into catastrophe. Every clause we debated, every concession we demanded, I weighed against those Turkish sailors murdered in the water. Were their ghosts satisfied? I doubt it." The first substantive session addressed the Black Sea question. Count Walewski, French, Foreign Minister and Congress President, presented the Allied terms with studied diplomatic courtesy that barely masked their severity. The Black Sea shall be neutralized. No warships, no naval arsenals, no fortifications beyond those necessary for police duties. The power that used these waters to project force must accept their transformation into a maritime sanctuary. Orlov's response revealed Russian anguish at this emasculation. His voice, normally controlled, trembled as he spoke. Russia accepts these terms in the interest of peace. But the Congress should understand what it demands. You ask us to demolish Sevastopol's rebuilt fortifications, to abandon our naval heritage, to leave our southern shores defenseless. The fleet that committed what you call the Sinope massacre no longer exists. It lies at the bottom of Sevastopol harbor. Is this not punishment enough? The Ottoman representative Ali Pasha faced his own humiliations. The empire saved by British and French blood now had to accept those saviors' continued presence and influence. When discussing the rights of Christian subjects within the Ottoman Empire, the original pretext for war, Ali Pasha noted bitterly, "We who lost our fleet at Sinope must now accept foreign oversight of our internal affairs. The powers who came as allies remain as supervisors. We exchange Russian threats for Western guidance, but sovereignty remains elusive." Behind the formal sessions, private negotiations revealed deeper currents. Baron Brunnow, part of the Russian delegation despite his ambassadorial failure in London, met secretly with Clarendon to discuss future relations. "The Sinop attack was a tactical success, but strategic catastrophe," Brunnow admitted. "It united Europe against us, cost us hundreds of thousands of lives, and now strips us of the very naval power it demonstrated." His late Majesty understood this on his deathbed. "We must ensure such blindness never recurs." The French used the Congress to assert their return to great power status. Napoleon III, appearing personally for key sessions, presented himself as Europe's arbiter. In a private dinner for delegates, he raised a toast to peace restored and justice served. The events at Sinope shocked civilized conscience. This Congress ensures such maritime massacres cannot recur. France, as guardian of civilization, pledges to maintain the balance we establish here. Yet beneath diplomatic courtesy, raw wounds festered. During a reception, a young Russian attaché, Prince Gorchakov, encountered Captain Ewart of the Royal Navy, who had witnessed Sinop's aftermath. Their exchange, recorded by a French diplomat, captured lingering bitterness. "You British make much of Sinope," Gorchakov said, "but was it worse than your bombardment of Copenhagen, than Trafalgar's carnage?" "The difference, Prince," Ewart replied, coldly, "is that we gave quarter to enemies who surrendered. Your sailors murdered men in the water. That is what brought Europe against you. And now you neutralize our seas and call it justice. We call it prudence. Better you have no fleet than one that commits atrocities. The human cost of the war haunted the negotiations. Count Walewski presented statistics that sobered all delegates. Over 600,000 dead from all causes, the vast majority from disease. The Turkish casualties at Sinop, roughly 3,000, had been avenged 200 times over. Each delegate could recite their nation's losses: Britain's Light Brigade, France's decimated regiments, Russia's defenders of Sevastopol, Turkey's forgotten infantry. The treaty's specific clauses reflected lessons learned from Sinop forward. Article 7 neutralized the Black Sea. No Russian warships could threaten Ottoman ports again. Article 14 required Russia to restore captured Turkish territory, including the Sinope harbor where the massacre occurred. Most symbolically, Article 15 guaranteed Ottoman territorial integrity, with Britain and France as guarantors. The murdered sailors would have posthumous protectors. Sultan Abdulmajid, receiving reports from Paris, reflected on the war's ironies in his private journal. We retain our empire, but at what price? Our saviors treat us as children incapable of self-defense. The Russians who terrorized us at Sinope are defanged, but we too emerge from this war diminished. Perhaps this is Sinope's true legacy. It began the process by which the Ottoman Empire became the sick man, requiring constant European medication. The Congress also addressed humanitarian concerns arising from the war's conduct. The massacre of swimmers at Sinope, the suffering at Scutari, the horrors of the siege, all influenced new protocols for maritime warfare. Neutral delegates from Prussia and Austria pushed for explicit protections for sailors in the water, medical personnel, and civilian populations. The seeds of future Geneva Conventions were planted in Paris soil, watered by blood spilled from Sinope to Sevastopol. Lord Cowley, British ambassador to France, hosted a private dinner where informal truth emerged. After considerable wine, delegates abandoned diplomatic discretion. Orloff admitted, "Sinop was our curse, a brilliant tactical victory that blinded us to strategic reality. We thought sinking wooden ships with explosive shells demonstrated superiority. Instead, it demonstrated barbarism that united civilization. Against us." Ali Pasha responded, "Your barbarism killed our sailors. Our civilization saved you. British and French soldiers died where Turkish sailors had been murdered. Perhaps the real lesson is that there are no civilized wars, only degrees of brutality." The signing ceremony on March 30, 1856, was appropriately grand. In the French Foreign Ministry's Salon de l'Horloge, beneath crystal chandeliers and surrounded by mirrors that multiplied their images into infinity, the delegates affixed their signatures to the treaty. Each knew they were ending not just a war, but an era. The concert of Europe, shattered by the guns of Sinope, was replaced by a new order based on balance through weakness rather than strength. Count Orlov signed for Russia with a hand that trembled slightly. Observers noted tears in his eyes as he set down the pen. Later, he would write, "I signed away Russia's Black Sea power in the same city where my grandfather had negotiated as equals with Napoleon III. The fleet that terrorized Turkey at Sinope now exists only in memory and shame. Perhaps this is justice, but it tastes bitter as wormwood." The British delegation celebrated quietly. Clarendon wrote to Queen Victoria, "The treaty is signed, Your Majesty. Russia is contained, Turkey preserved, and the Black Sea pacified. The ghosts of Sinope should rest easier. Yet I cannot escape feeling we have won a hollow victory. The war cost Britain 22,000 dead and millions in treasure. Turkey remains weak, Russia resentful, and the Eastern question unsolved. We have bought time, not peace." As delegates departed Paris, each carried different lessons from the war Sinope had sparked. The Russians understood that military technology without diplomatic wisdom led to disaster. The Turks learned that survival might require accepting protection, that compromised sovereignty. The British discovered that moral outrage could drag nations into conflicts where victory meant little. The French proved that defeat could be transformed into diplomatic triumph through skillful manipulation of the peace. The Treaty of Paris would last just 15 years before Russia repudiated the Black Sea clauses during the Franco-Prussian War. But its immediate effect was profound. The naval power that had burned Turkish ships at Sinope was legally abolished. The fortress of Sevastopol that had resisted for nearly a year was demolished. The Black Sea, which had echoed with the screams of drowning Turkish sailors, became, by international law, a maritime neutral zone. Yet perhaps the treaty's greatest achievement was what it prevented. By stripping Russia of Black Sea naval power, it made another Sinope impossible. By guaranteeing Ottoman integrity, it provided the protection Turkish sailors had lacked that November morning. Chapter 28: Nakimov's Death. Admiral Pavel Stepanovich Nakimov began June 28, 1855, as he had begun every day since the siege started, with a personal inspection of Sevastopol's forward defenses. At 4 a.m., while most of the city still slept, the 62-year-old admiral made his way through the ravaged streets toward the Malakoff Tower. His aide-de-camp, Lieutenant Pyotr Khrushchev, tried once again to dissuade him. "Your Excellency, the French sharpshooters have been particularly active. Perhaps today you might review the positions from a safer distance?" Nakimov's response was the same as always. "The men see death daily. How can I ask them to face what I will not?" The admiral who had commanded the devastating victory at Sinope had transformed himself into Sevastopol's soul. For 11 months, he had shared every danger with his sailors-turned-soldiers, sleeping in basements, eating the same black bread, exposing himself to the same shells that killed his men. The glittering naval uniform he had worn at Sinope had given way to a simple undress coat, though he refused to remove his distinctive epaulets despite making himself an obvious target. As Nakimov walked through the trenches that morning, men straightened despite exhaustion. A young sailor from Arkhangelsk, Ivan Fedorov, later recalled, "The admiral stopped at our battery, asked about our ammunition supply, inquired after my sick comrade. He knew I was from the north, remembered my name from months ago. When shells started falling nearby, we begged him to take cover. He just smiled and said, 'They haven't made the bullet for me yet.' We loved him like a father." The transformation from the victor of Sinope to the defender of Sevastopol had been profound. Captain Vladimir Istomin, Nakimov's closest friend, had observed the change. The man who had ordered the destruction of the Turkish fleet now wept over every Russian life lost. He who had shown no mercy at Sinope now insisted on truces to collect wounded. It was as if the siege had become his penance, each day of successful defense and atonement for that hour of massacre. By late morning, Nakimov had reached the notorious Valley of Death between the 3rd and 4th bastions, where French trenches approached closest to Russian lines. Here, barely 50 yards separated the enemies, and sharpshooters made any exposure potentially fatal. The admiral's inspection party urged him to use the covered communication trench, but Nakimov insisted on walking the exposed parapet to better observe French positions. Lieutenant Dmitry Mereshkovsky, commanding a battery in the 4th bastion, watched the admiral's approach with growing alarm. We all knew his habits. He would stand fully upright on the most dangerous positions, studying the enemy through his telescope. We'd pile sandbags higher wherever he stood, but he'd peer over them. That morning, I saw French riflemen shifting positions, concentrating where the admiral would appear. I sent a runner to warn him, but it was too late. At 11:30 a.m., Nakimov stood on the rampart of the 3rd bastion, surveying French siege works through his telescope. He was discussing new gun emplacements with Colonel Semyakin when the fatal shot came. A French sharpshooter, positioned in a carefully prepared hide, fired a single Minié bullet that struck Nakimov in the left temple, just below his peaked cap. The admiral fell without a sound. Lieutenant Khrushchev caught him as he collapsed, blood already pooling beneath his head. His eyes were open but unseeing, Khrushchev later wrote. The telescope fell from his hand, its lenses shattered. For a moment, everything stopped. The bombardment seemed to pause. Men stood frozen. Then someone screamed, "The admiral is hit!" and chaos erupted. They carried Nakimov to the Naval Hospital, the same building where he had visited wounded sailors countless times. Dr. Nikolai Pirogov, Russia's finest military surgeon, was summoned immediately. His examination was brief but thorough. The bullet had penetrated the brain. Nothing could be done. "He has perhaps hours," Pirogov told the gathered staff officers. "Make him comfortable. Let those who wish to say goodbye come quickly." As word spread through Sevastopol that Nakimov was dying, the city's resistance seemed to pause. Soldiers abandoned their posts without permission to gather outside the hospital. Admiral Kornilov had died early in the siege. Prince Menshikov had been recalled in disgrace. Now Nakhimov, the last link to the Navy's glory days, lay dying. Many wept openly, these hardened veterans who had endured months of bombardment without breaking. Inside the hospital, a stream of visitors paid final respects. General Krylev, commander of the garrison, knelt beside the bed. Pavel Stepanovich, Sevastopol will never surrender. Your spirit will defend it when your body cannot. Nakhimov's eyes flickered in recognition, but he could not speak. The bullet had destroyed the speech centers of his brain. Father Ioan, the fleet chaplain who had blessed the ships before Sinop, administered last rites. As he anointed the admiral's forehead, he whispered, "You have atoned, Pavel Stepanovich. The blood of Sevastopol has washed away the blood of Sinope. Go in peace." Witnesses said Nakhimov's face, twisted by the wound, seemed to relax at these words. A Turkish prisoner, Mehmet Ali, one of the survivors from Sinope who had been exchanged, and then recaptured, asked to see the dying admiral. The Russian officers were shocked, but Mehmet Ali insisted, "He destroyed our fleet, yes, but he has also suffered for it. In our faith we believe God tests those he loves most. Let me pray for him." They allowed him to approach. The Turkish sailor stood silently for a moment, then placed his hand on Nakhimov's and recited a prayer in Arabic. Some claimed Nakhimov's breathing eased at the sound. Throughout the afternoon of June 29th, Nakhimov lingered between life and death. The bombardment of Sevastopol had resumed, but at reduced intensity. Whether by coincidence or design, both sides seemed to acknowledge that something momentous was occurring. In the harbor, the sunken masts of the ships Nakhimov had scuttled to block the entrance stood like grave markers for the dying admiral. Lieutenant Pavel Nakhimov, the admiral's nephew, maintained a vigil, recording his uncle's final hours. He could not speak, but his eyes remained aware until near the end. Once, when a particularly heavy bombardment shook the building, his hand moved as if reaching for his sword. Even dying, he thought of defense. As evening came, his breathing grew labored. His lips moved, and I leaned close. He whispered one word, "Sinop," then nothing more. At 10:47 p.m. on June 30th, 1855, Admiral Pavel Stepanovich Nakhimov died. Dr. Pirogov closed the admiral's eyes and announced simply, "Russia has lost her finest naval officer." The chaplain began prayers, but his voice was drowned by a sound none had expected. The great bells of Sevastopol's churches began tolling, despite the danger of attracting enemy fire. One by one, every bell in the city joined in, creating a bronze cacophony that rolled across the siege lines. The French and British, hearing the bells, understood their significance. General Pélissier ordered his artillery to observe an hour's silence. British gunners, informed of Nakhimov's death, removed their caps. A strange quiet fell over the siege lines, broken only by the continuous tolling of bells. Even enemies acknowledged that a great warrior had fallen. The funeral on July 2nd was conducted under the threat of bombardment, but thousands attended regardless. They buried Nakhimov in the crypt of St. Vladimir's Cathedral, alongside Admiral Kornilov and other heroes of the siege. His simple coffin bore only his name and dates. No mention of Sinop, no list of victories, just the bare facts of a life that had encompassed triumph and tragedy in equal measure. General Todleben, speaking at the graveside, captured the man's complexity. Admiral Nakhimov showed us that victory without mercy becomes defeat of the soul. At Sinope, he was Neptune incarnate, god of the seas dealing death. At Sevastopol, he became mortal again, sharing our suffering, earning through sacrifice what he had lost through success. He dies undefeated in battle but conquered by conscience, perhaps the noblest defeat of all. The impact of Nakhimov's death on Sevastopol's defense was immediate and profound. Morale, already fragile after months of siege, plummeted. Within 6 weeks, the Malakoff would fall, and the city would be evacuated. Many believed that Nakhimov's death marked the true end of resistance. The city could survive without walls, but not without its soul. Years later, Count Leo Tolstoy, who had served at Sevastopol, would write, "Nakhimov died as he had lived in those final months, exposed to danger he could have avoided, paying with his life for sins real and imagined. The French sharpshooter who killed him could not know he was completing a circle begun at Sinop. The admiral who had shown no mercy received none, but perhaps that was the mercy he sought. In Paris, when news of Nakimov's death arrived, Napoleon III ordered it announced in the official bulletin with unusual respect. Admiral Nakimov, commander of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, has died defending Sevastopol. He was a formidable enemy who chose death over dishonor. France salutes his courage while remembering his victims. The London Times, which had led the outcry over Sinope, published a remarkable obituary. Admiral Nakimov is dead, killed defending the city his victory at Sinope had doomed to siege. There is tragic symmetry in his end. The man who dealt death from the sea died defending the land. The officer who showed no quarter received none. Yet reports from Sevastopol suggest he died, beloved by his men, having transformed himself from angel of death to martyr of defense. Chapter 29. Counting the Cost. In the summer of 1856, as diplomats in Paris negotiated the peace that would end the Crimean War, teams of military statisticians across Europe began the grim work of tallying what victory and defeat had truly cost. Colonel Edward Tulloch, appointed by the British government to investigate the war's casualties, sat in his Whitehall office surrounded by ledgers that told a story of catastrophe disguised as triumph. "We went to war to avenge 3,000 Turkish sailors murdered at Sinope," he told his assistant. "We return having lost 22,000 British soldiers, the vast majority dead from disease. Mathematics alone condemns this enterprise. The raw numbers defied comprehension. Russia had lost approximately 450,000 men. Soldiers who froze in trenches, died of typhus in hospitals, or fell defending Sevastopol's bastions. The Ottoman Empire, supposedly saved by the war, had sacrificed 165,000 of its subjects. France buried 95,000 sons in Crimean soil or the cemetery at Constantinople. Britain's losses seemed modest by comparison, $22,000, until one considered that this represented the destruction of the entire expeditionary army sent in 1854, replaced twice over by reinforcements. But numbers told only part of the story. Captain William Beatson, tasked with interviewing veterans for the official history, discovered that behind each statistic lay personal catastrophes that rippled through generations. In a Yorkshire village, he met Sarah Hartley, widow of a sergeant in the 4th Light Dragoons. "They told me James died gloriously in the charge at Balaclava. Glory doesn't feed 3 children or pay the rent. Glory doesn't warm the bed at night. I'd trade all the glory in the Empire for one more day with him." The medical costs proved equally staggering. Dr. Andrew Smith, Director General of the Army Medical Department, compiled statistics that revealed the war's true nature. Of British deaths, only 2,755 resulted from battle wounds. Disease claimed 16,000, while another 2,000 died from exposure and privation, bureaucratic language for freezing to death or starving. "We discovered," Smith wrote in his confidential report, "that our greatest enemy was not Russian bullets, but our own incompetence. More men died from preventable diseases in hospital than from all the battles combined." The French, with their superior logistics and medical services, had fared better proportionally, but their losses remained crushing. Marshal Vaillant, reviewing casualty lists, noted entire regiments that had ceased to exist. The 7th Ligne, which landed at Gallipoli with 3,200 men, returned to Marseille with 341. The Zouaves, our finest troops, lost 75% of their strength. "We won every battle and lost an army doing it." For Russia, the cost transcended mere numbers. Count Dmitry Milyutin, tasked with army reform after the war, documented not just deaths but the collapse of an entire military system. "We lost our Black Sea Fleet at Sinope's altar, first in glory, then scuttled in shame. We lost the myth of Russian invincibility. Most painfully, we lost 450,000 subjects of the Tsar, and with them the illusion that courage alone could overcome modern weapons." The Ottoman losses, often overlooked by European historians, proved proportionally the most severe. Omar Pasha's report to the Sultan revealed devastating impacts on Anatolian provinces that had provided most troops. Entire villages have no men between 18 and 40. The harvest rots in fields because the harvesters died at Kars or Silistria. "We survived as an empire but may perish as a society from the bleeding of our strength." Veterans themselves struggled to make sense of their sacrifice. Corporal Thomas Roberts of the 8th Hussars, who had survived the Light Brigade charge, testified to Tulloch's commission. I went out thinking we'd teach the Russians a lesson about murdering sailors. I came back -3 fingers, 2 toes, and most of my mates. What lesson did anyone learn? That generals are fools and winter kills more than cannonballs? The financial costs added another dimension to the catastrophe. Britain spent $76 million on the war, approximately 10 billion in modern values. France expended 1.5 billion francs. Russia bankrupted itself, spending an estimated 800 million rubles. The Ottoman Empire, already in debt, mortgaged its future to European bankers to pay war costs. As Chancellor of the Exchequer, Sir George Lewis told Parliament, "We have spent enough to build schools for every child in Britain, to lay railways to every town, to establish hospitals in every district. Instead, we have graves in Crimea and dead at home." The social costs proved harder to quantify but equally real. The Reverend Sidney Godolphin Osborne, who had served as a chaplain at Scutari, attempted to document war's aftermath in British society. In every parish, we have widows and orphans. In every town, broken men beg with medals on their chests. The heroes of Crimea sell matches on street corners or drink themselves to death in public houses, trying to forget what glory actually looked like. The technological balance sheet offered its own grim accounting. The war had begun with Russia's demonstration of explosive shell technology at Sinope. It ended with all powers understanding that such weapons made traditional warfare obsolete. Admiral Sir Edmund Lyons, reflecting on naval evolution, wrote, "Sinope showed wooden ships were death traps. The war proved it. We must rebuild our entire fleet in iron or cede the seas to those who do." The Turkish sailors who died that November morning were the first casualties of a revolution we're still struggling to understand. Perhaps most poignant were the individual reckonings of those who had ordered or cheered the war. Lord Aberdeen, the former Prime Minister who had tried to prevent conflict, spent his final years in self-imposed exile from public life. His last letter, found after his death, contained a simple calculation: 600,000 dead to avenge 3,000. If this be justice, it is the justice of madmen. History will judge us harshly, and history will be right. In France, Napoleon III, who had used Sinope to unite his nation and restore French glory, faced a different reckoning. The war had achieved its political objectives, but at costs that would ultimately undermine his regime. Marshal Canrobert, meeting the emperor after the peace, was startled by his transformation. He had aged a decade in 2 years. When I reported our final casualties, he wept. "We have restored France to the first rank of powers," he said. "But at what price? Every mother who lost a son curses my name, whether she speaks it aloud or not." The war's impact on military medicine provided one of few positive entries in the ledger. Florence Nightingale's reforms, born from the horrors of Scutari, had revolutionized military hospitals. Her statistical analysis proved that the death rate had dropped from 42% to 2% after sanitary improvements. "If any good came from this slaughter," she wrote, "it was the recognition that soldiers deserve competent medical care. The men who died teaching us this lesson did not die entirely in vain." For the Turks who had suffered the original massacre at Sinope, the accounting was especially bitter. Yusuf Kamil Pasha, who had served as foreign minister, wrote in his memoirs, "Our sailors died quickly in Sinope's waters. The war fought to avenge them killed 50 times their number, bankrupted our empire, and left us dependent on European protection." Would those drowned sailors have chosen such vengeance? I think they would have preferred to remain unavenged rather than cause such suffering. Individual unit histories revealed the war's grinding attrition. The 93rd Highlanders, the thin red line of Balaclava fame, had arrived with 1,000 men and left with 276 fit for duty. The French 39th Infantry Regiment simply ceased to exist, amalgamated with other depleted units. The Russian Yakutsk Regiment, which had defended the Malakoff, mustered 83 survivors from 4,000 who had begun the war. Children provided the war's most innocent victims and honest accountants. A British charity reported 40,000 war orphans requiring support. In Sevastopol, rebuilt after the siege, a school essay competition in 1860 asked students to describe their families. Of 200 entries, 173 mentioned fathers killed in the war. One 8-year-old wrote, "My papa was a sailor on the Vladimir. He died when the ship was sunk to block the harbor. Mama says he died for Russia. I would rather have papa than Russia's glory." The psychological costs defied measurement. Dr. Ernst Schneider, an Austrian physician who studied war veterans, identified what would later be called post-traumatic stress. Men who charged batteries without flinching now cower at thunderstorms. Veterans who survived the trenches wake screaming from nightmares. They won medals for courage but lost the ability to live normal lives. The war ended, but for them it continues nightly. As the counting concluded, a consensus emerged among thoughtful observers. The Crimean War had been a catastrophe masquerading as victory. William Howard Russell, whose reporting had shaped public perception, offered a final assessment. "We went to war inflamed by righteous anger over Sinop. We returned chastened by the knowledge that modern war makes no distinction between righteous and unrighteous causes. It devours all equally. The balance sheet is written in blood. 600,000 dead, millions wounded or bereaved, treasuries emptied, illusions shattered. Against this, we achieved what? The neutralization of the Black Sea that Russia would repudiate within 15 years? The preservation of Ottoman Empire that would still collapse? These are poor returns on such an investment of human suffering." The final irony came from Sinope itself. Commander Adolphus Slade, British naval advisor to the Ottoman Empire, visited the rebuilt port in 1857. He found a thriving community that showed few scars from the battle that had started everything. New ships filled the harbor. Merchants traded in the bazaar. Life continued. "I stood where the Turkish squadron had burned," he wrote, trying to imagine those November hours that had led to such consequences. A small memorial listed the Turkish dead, 2,960 names. Such a small number to have caused such a great catastrophe. But perhaps that's war's essential truth. It begins with individual tragedies and multiplies them beyond all reason or proportion. The cost had been counted, the ledgers closed. From Sinop to Sevastopol, from the first Turkish sailor drowning in the burning harbor to the last Russian soldier dying in the evacuation, the war had consumed lives with industrial efficiency while teaching lessons none had expected to learn. The bills would be paid for generations, in pensions to widows, support for orphans, interest on war loans, and the incalculable cost of wisdom purchased too dearly. The numbers spoke their own epitaph. A 3-hour naval battle had led to a 2-year war that killed 600,000 people and achieved nothing that diplomacy could not have accomplished without firing a shot. In the end, that was the most damning calculation of all. Chapter 30. Sinop's Long Shadow. On a cold January morning in 1871, Wilhelm I of Prussia was proclaimed German Emperor in the Hall of Mirrors at Versailles. Among the assembled dignitaries stood Field Marshal Helmuth von Moltke, the military genius behind Prussia's stunning victories. As cannons thundered outside Paris, Moltke turned to his aide and remarked, "This moment was born at Sinope. When those Turkish ships burned, they lit a fuse that has taken 17 years to reach its destination. The concert of Europe died in those waters. From its ashes rises a new order." The shadow cast by that November morning in 1853 had indeed stretched far beyond what anyone could have imagined. The transformation of warfare that Sinop initiated had accelerated beyond recognition. The explosive shells that had horrified Europe when used against wooden ships were now standard ammunition. Naval architecture had undergone complete revolution. By 1871, ironclad warships made the vessels that fought at Sinop seem like relics from another age. Captain Geoffrey Hornby of the Royal Navy, visiting the rebuilt Turkish port in 1870, wrote, "I stood where Nakimov's fleet had anchored, trying to explain to my young officers how wooden ships of the line once ruled these waters. They looked at me as if I were describing Greek triremes. In less than 20 years, Sinop has gone from current events to ancient history." The diplomatic revolution proved equally profound. The alliance system created by Sinope, Britain, France, and Turkey, united against Russia, had shattered completely. France and Britain, brothers in arms in Crimea, had nearly gone to war over Italy. Turkey, supposedly saved by Western intervention, found itself more isolated than ever as the sick man of Europe. Russia, humiliated by the Treaty of Paris, had used French defeat in 1870 to repudiate the Black Sea clauses, rebuilding the naval power that Sinope had cost them. Count Gorchakov, now Russian Chancellor, announced the repudiation with bitter satisfaction. The chains forged by Sinope are broken. Russia resumes her natural position in the Black Sea. The human legacy of Sinope manifested in unexpected ways. In military academies across Europe, the battle was studied as the first modern naval engagement, the moment when technology trumped tradition. Young officers learned that explosive shells had made wooden walls obsolete, but the deeper lesson, that technological superiority without strategic wisdom led to catastrophe, often went unheeded. Admiral Wilhelm von Tegetthoff of the Austrian Navy, lecturing at the Naval Academy in Trieste, warned, "Sinope teaches us that tactical brilliance can be strategic blindness. Nakhimov won a battle that lost a war. Remember this when your own moment of decision comes." The Ottoman Empire, the ostensible victim whose sailors' deaths at Sinope had justified the war, emerged transformed but not strengthened. The Tanzimat reforms, accelerated by wartime pressures, had created a veneer of modernization over deep structural weaknesses. Sultan Abdulaziz, visiting Sinope in 1867, stood at the memorial to the sailors killed in 1853 and spoke with unexpected candor to his entourage. "These men died believing in Ottoman power. Their deaths brought European armies to save us. But salvation and sovereignty are not the same. We survive. But as what? An empire kept alive by foreign bankers and diplomatic conveniences. The technological revolution Sinope began had social consequences no one anticipated. The same industrial processes that produced explosive shells created wealth that challenged traditional aristocracies. The same telegraph systems that spread news of Sinope instantaneously were binding the world in webs of information that made secret diplomacy increasingly difficult. Baron Rothschild, financing yet another Ottoman loan in 1868, observed to his partners, "Sinope showed that modern weapons could destroy in hours what centuries built. The revolution continues. Now finance and industry accomplish peacefully what explosive shells did violently." Veterans of the Crimean War carried Sinope's shadow in more personal ways. In 1873, a reunion of Crimean veterans was held in London. British, French, and even some Turkish veterans gathered to remember their shared ordeal. Sergeant Major Timothy Gowing, now running a small shop in Portsmouth, spoke for many. "We went out as young men burning to avenge Sinope. We came back, old, knowing that vengeance is a fool's errand. The Turks we fought beside were better men than the newspapers had told us. The Russians we fought against were no different from us. Sinope taught us to hate. The war taught us the price of hatred." The impact on military medicine continued Florence Nightingale's revolution. By 1870, every European army had professional nursing corps and sanitary commissions. The Geneva Convention of 1864, protecting medical personnel and wounded soldiers, traced its origins directly to the horrors witnessed from Sinope through Scutari. Henri Dunant, founder of the Red Cross, explicitly cited the Crimean War's medical catastrophes. When explosive shells turned men into shattered flesh at Sinope, they began a process that demanded new humanitarian responses. The Red Cross is, in its way, Sinope's child, born from the recognition that modern weapons require modern mercy. The transformation of international law proceeded apace. The Declaration of Paris in 1856 had abolished privateering and protected neutral shipping. Direct responses to the war Sinope began. By 1870, new conventions governed naval warfare, including protections for sailors in the water that might have saved Turkish lives in 1853. Professor Johann Bluntschli of Heidelberg University, the leading international law theorist, wrote, "Sinope stands as a watershed. Before it, naval warfare retained medieval brutalities. After it, civilized nations recognized that power must be constrained by law, that victory without mercy becomes its own defeat." Literary culture absorbed and reflected Sinope's lessons. Tolstoy's Sevastopol sketches had shown war's reality to readers accustomed to romantic glorification. By 1870, war literature across Europe had adopted his realistic approach. In Turkey, the poet Namık Kemal wrote The Martyrs of Sinope, transforming the sailors from victims into symbols of national awakening. In Britain, Tennyson's Charge of the Light Brigade had fixed Crimean heroism and futility in public memory. The war that began with clear moral certainty at Sinope had produced a literature of ambiguity and doubt. The generational impact was perhaps most profound. Children who were infants when Sinope burned came of age in a Europe transformed by its consequences. Prince Otto von Bismarck, architect of German unification, had watched the Crimean War as a young diplomat. He learned that moral outrage, like that following Sinope, could unite unlikely allies, but also that such alliances were temporary. His Realpolitik, which would dominate European diplomacy, was born from watching the Crimean coalition dissolve. Sinope teaches us, he told the Reichstag in 1871, that nations have no permanent friends, only permanent interests. The British who demanded war to avenge Turkish sailors now sell arms to Russia. Morality in foreign policy is a luxury only victors can afford. The economic transformation catalyzed by the war continued to ripple outward. The massive military expenditures had accelerated industrialization, particularly in Russia, which had learned painful lessons about technological backwardness. The Trans-Siberian Railway, begun in the 1870s, was conceived explicitly to prevent another Crimean-style isolation. Count Vidi, the railway's champion, argued, Sinop showed that without modern transport, modern weapons are useless. Every mile of track we lay is insurance against another such humiliation. Women's roles, transformed by the war's nursing demands, continued to evolve. The professionalization of nursing that Florence Nightingale began had created new opportunities for female employment and independence. By 1870, nursing schools across Europe trained thousands of women in skills once reserved for religious orders or untrained servants. Mary Seacole, the Jamaican nurse who had served at Balaclava, wrote in her memoirs, Sinop's flames lit more than Turkish ships. They illuminated paths for women to serve beyond traditional bounds. Every trained nurse is a daughter of that catastrophe. The religious dimensions of the conflict cast long shadows. The dispute over Jerusalem's holy places that had provided the pretext for war had been settled by exhaustion rather than resolution. By 1870, the same site still generated friction between Orthodox and Catholic Christians. Patriarch Cyril of Jerusalem observed wearily, We quarrel still over the same stones, the same keys, the same precedences. Sinope's dead achieved nothing here. Perhaps God allowed such slaughter to show us the futility of fighting over his house. As the 1870s progressed, new conflicts arose that bore Sinop's DNA. The Russo-Turkish War of 1877-78 saw many of the same issues resurface: Ottoman weakness, Russian ambition, British concerns over communication routes to India. But the response was different. Instead of military intervention, the powers chose diplomatic management through the Congress of Berlin. Bismarck, presiding as honest broker, explicitly invoked Crimean memories. Gentlemen, we have seen where moral outrage leads. Let us choose interests over emotions, negotiation over bombardment. The ghosts of Sinop have taught us that wars of principle become wars of attrition. The technological revolution continued to accelerate. By 1875, naval architects were designing ships that could have destroyed Nakimov's entire fleet without taking a hit. The torpedo, invented during the Crimean War, promised to make even ironclads vulnerable. Admiral Sir Geoffrey Hornby warned the Admiralty. Sinop began an arms race that has no end. Each innovation in destruction demands counter-innovation in protection. We are trapped in a spiral that began when the first explosive shell struck a Turkish frigate. The shadow reached into colonial conflicts as well. The same explosive shells that had horrified Europe at Sinope were used without hesitation against Asian and African opponents. The moral outrage that had followed the massacre of Turkish sailors did not extend to non-European victims of modern weapons. This double standard would poison international relations for generations. An Indian nationalist writing in 1876 observed, Europe wept for Sinop's sailors because they were killed by Europeans. When the same weapons kill Indians or Africans, it is called the march of civilization. Personal shadows lingered longest. In 1880, the last reunion of Sinope survivors was held in Constantinople. Fewer than a dozen Turkish sailors attended, all elderly, all bearing scars, physical or mental. Mehmet Reis, who had been a young gunner on the frigate Damiad, spoke for his comrades. We few are all that remain of thousands. We survived to see our empire saved and diminished. Our navy destroyed and rebuilt, our sacrifice remembered and forgotten. What message do we leave? Perhaps only this: that war's fruits are never what those who started expect. As the 19th century entered its final decades, Sinop's shadow began to merge with longer historical twilight. The battle that had seemed so shocking in 1853 paled beside the industrialized slaughter of colonial wars and the massive armies preparing for future European conflicts. Yet its lessons remained relevant. At the Hague Peace Conference of 1899, delegates seeking to limit war's destructiveness repeatedly invoked Sinope as the moment when technology began outpacing humanity's ability to control it. The final verdict on Sinope's legacy came from an unexpected source. In 1903, on the battle's 50th anniversary, Tsar Nicholas II, grandson of the emperor who had ordered the attack, visited Sevastopol. Standing before the naval memorial, he delivered a remarkable speech. 50 years ago, from this place, our fleet sailed to a victory that became a catastrophe. Sinope teaches us that military success without moral foundation is built on sand. The sailors who died there, Turkish and Russian alike, remind us that our common humanity transcends national rivalry. May future generations remember Sinope not for the glory of our weapons, but for the horror of their consequences. The Tsar's words proved prophetic in ways he could not imagine. Within 15 years, the European order that Sinope had helped destroy would collapse entirely in the Great War. The explosive shells that had seemed so terrible in 1853 would appear quaint compared to poison gas and machine guns. Yet the essential lesson remained: that technological power without wisdom, victory without mercy, and warfare without limits led inevitably to mutual destruction. Sinope's long shadow finally dissolved into the larger darkness of the 20th century's total wars. But for those who studied history's warnings, the message remained clear. On a November morning in 1853, Russian technology had triumphed over Turkish courage in a massacre that shocked the world. The shock waves from that morning had toppled empires, transformed warfare, rewritten international law, and killed hundreds of thousands. It had shown that in the modern age, every military action carried consequences beyond calculation, that tactical brilliance could be strategic catastrophe, and that the easiest victories often led to the hardest wars. The Turkish sailors who died in Sinope's waters had, through their sacrifice, taught the world a lesson it would have to learn again and again: that in the age of industrialized warfare, there were no limited conflicts, only the choice between difficult peace and devastating war. Their epitaph was written not in stone, but in the conscience of nations that had learned, too late and at too high a price, the true cost of modern victory. Thank you for listening. Jerusalem, Sinope, World War. Religious conflict leads to naval massacre that united Europe against Russian Empire. Crimean War, 1853-1856. Narrated by Dakikon Publishing. Copyright 2025.